Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. Is it Saturday? Yeah, it is Saturday. Of course, it is Saturday. Happy Saturday to everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Man, I'm back. Oh, Omo. I know go follow Nate today. FYI, I'm just going to do just talk and go. So you guys are not going to keep me here for hours. It's not gonna happen. I put that one out there first of all. Mhm. Other than that, how is your Saturday going? I hope you're having a great time. Oh. I hope you're not overworking yourself. We are here again, oh, another day. Hey, highly favored. Welcome, my darling. You're always the first here. Hey, God. They say I get award, highly favored. Now you are to give up to. Honestly. And you get this award. I mean, you're always here on time. Eh? Thank you, my sister. I just combed the hair out today. I said, I beg, I no fit, you know. Make I come and out today. Oh, eh? How now? How are you doing? How's everything with you? How's your day going? Eh? Hey, Mofire, welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome. Greetings, greetings. So on my community page, I shared something and some people have some reaction to it. Actually, two people. So I just want to quickly react to that. Just something to talk about before we start the show. So I posted, those pictures now when they've been accusing our principal, our disciplined principal, our correct principal, saying that he, they were trying to give him babes. Oh my God. Like, I don't understand. Nigerians think everybody that cheats, every man that cheats. The man say no, right? So I saw this trend going on Twitter where they say, guess what? Oh, we discovered who they say our principal has been cheating with. And guess who she is, right? Everybody's posting his wife and everything. And I thought it was really funny and it was on point. So I shared it, of course, on my community page. And some people's reaction, and I'm not trying to call out anybody, it's just a difference of opinion, which is fine. I respect this person's opinion, so that's fine. And the person said, please be careful with capturing. We're dealing with opponents who lack brains. So we don't waste our energy defending their stupid rumors, right? And someone else says, I agree. I agree with you. We don't need the distraction. So I just want to respond to those two people. Anybody who does not understand that, I'm not about to explain to them. Everybody who knows Peter Obi's wife knows what she looks like, knows who she is. So I'm not about to apologize because this is a trend that's going on Twitter. And I think it's funny. I think it's catchy because it's his wife that he's been cheating on. I mean, what is wrong with nine wife, So I don't know. I'm not trying to go back, I'm not trying to call you out, but this is my own perception. I just want to explain my own perception to you. I get what you're trying to say, like people, yeah, people be people, but I'm not about to please anybody. I'm not here to please people. I'm not a people pleaser you know, if you've been following me for a while, I don't please people. I do what I feel is the right thing to do. I may not always be right. I'm not perfect. But on this one, I stand gidigba. Hmm? Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome to everyone. I appreciate you all. So today, I beg, we know what to today, I beg. So let me share. Actually, I have to share these videos. There's a couple of videos I want to share. So there's the protest that went on in London that I want to share with everybody, And so I heard it's in the news somewhere allegedly that Peter Obi, right, or sorry, Ahmed Dati has agreed to debate Wole Soyinka. So we'll see how that goes. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think they're going to show up for the debate, but hey, I'm here for it. So if they do debate, it'll be good to see the debate. We want to really see how they go on with it. So and then there's this trend going on Twitter. People have been circulating the video of FFK. Remember FFK when he on the case of abusing his wife or something like that, right? So it's been making a lot of rounds on social media. My goodness, women, Abemona, they careful though. I understand, say people need companionship, but please keep your eye to the ground. Choose well. Some people choose well. There's some people you are not even supposed to be hanging around. You understand? What do I know? But me just dey talk. Now the one when I know I dey talk. Not be everybody. And again, to demystify all that whole thing about all men cheat. I remember I had a topic here saying that not all men cheat. And some people felt like no, everybody had their own opinion, which I respect. Some women believe that some men cheat generally. And I stand on the fact that not all men cheat because I've met men who do not cheat. So what to differentiate them between the people when they cheat, now discipline and focus. They have a vision and they want to pursue the vision to the end. There are people like that, guys. So don't fall for this trope where they keep saying all men. It's not all men that cheat. The same way, it's not all women that are quiet, innocent, don't do no harm. It's not. Okay? So you want to be sure that whatever it is, whoever it is you're engaging with, you are sure the type of person they are. Yes, they only know person finish, but if person get vision for a life, trust me, if you really serious, you know go get time to the cheat. I'm telling you, hmm, you when you meet disciplined people, you go know it and they talk about because they understand, say engaging in all those activities, it takes away from them. So they're not even gonna bother, right? So, and on top of that, our principal is a very spiritual man, like you can tell. So people like that, they're very careful. And you imagine the type of grace that he has. You can't touch that. So imagine if he was like spreading himself all over the place. I'm telling you, with all these things that we're seeing about him, we will not be there. So that's a mentor for people right here. That man is a mentor for men, young boys that are coming up. You're a young man. Look to Peter Obi. He's a great mentor. You might not be exactly like him. Nobody's exactly the same, but you want to take away some really positive things away from him. You know, the discipline aspect, I would say, is a good one to take away from because it will help you focus on your life's purpose and what you need and ought to be doing, not waste your time with irrelevances. Hey, but what do I know? I wait till I sabi at the talk, so you know. Hey, Mr. Ishaoluwa, welcome, sir. Victory all the way, welcome. Yes, a new Nigeria is possible. Hello, Christopher, welcome. Angel, welcome. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for the kind comments. So, anyways, that being said, um, I know I already played the video of Chimamanda. So you notice she's my cover page for this topic because I love people who stand for the truth. Those are the kind of celebrities I will follow. I love people who stand for the truth and who are not afraid and unashamed to stand and speak when it is needed. So she's my woman crush. Today's was Saturday, woman crush Saturday. How about that? So that's why. Uh, and it's true. Gray hair does not define wisdom. I just saw something here and I quickly want to read it out. Gray hair does not define wisdom. It does not. The fact that you have gray hair does not mean you are wise. We've seen, unfortunately, a lot of our so-called elders who have gray hairs, nothing to show for it. Absolutely nothing. Matter of fact, now shame that they take raw body. Shame. Now they take raw body. So make we know what we did do. All right, well, I'll need to let me share the video. Let me share it. Bear with me here. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. As soon as they come, welcome, guys. Sorry, the comments are a bit far away from me. Hey, Amaka, my darling. Welcome to the show. Good to see ya. Okay. Uh-oh. right, can you guys hear me now? Thank you very much, Mr. Isholu. I appreciate it. Let me know if you can hear me or my let's just play a clip from this guy. I really like this man's interview. It was amazing. How many of you caught this interview? Um, I'm not going to play the whole thing, so I'll just recommend that you go watch the full video. Let me see. Okay. All right. Let's play this video. In the meantime, let me go ahead and share my link so you guys can come into the studio because I want to try and get out of here early enough. Okay, there we go. All right.
Let me say clearly that there is no Abure faction and there's no Apapa faction. Like I said, the same people who are orchestrating the troubles are the ones fueling it. As I talk to you, at the worst, there's a deputy chairman of the party. So how can you just from nowhere leapfrog that deputy chairman if for any reason the party says, okay, we're going to obey the court order as against the other court order that says we're still in office. If the party wants to do that, there is a deputy chairman who should take over pending like the PDP did. It's just about a desperation of sorts. It's about people who think.
Is Papa not the deputy chairman?
Deputy at what level? You know, the point is, Abure is in South. Apapa is in South. The substantive deputy chairman is the one from the North. You know, this whole thing is an orchestration. Look at the man they suspended, the former publicity secretary coming back on board.
Arabali.
Yes. Then look at the youth leader that they suspended coming back on board. It's an orchestration of trouble that a certain party intends to benefit from, but it won't work. That's exactly what we're saying.
I think that there's an infiltration and there's from outside.
They're doing it to the PDP. They're doing it to the Labour Party because we're in court against them. And you see, let me make this very clearly known, that the issues are beyond these politics and these diatribes. The issues are fundamentally clear. On the 25th of February 2023, Nigerians voted for a candidate. And they know they know the candidate they voted for. That is why there's some kind of melancholy, some kind of uneasy calm, some kind of clearly what you call the peace of the graveyard. The man who they declared winner in the wee hours of the 1st of March, we don't even know where he is. Then what makes it much more curious is that they have found it impossible, almost impossible to celebrate their victory. Now, what they're doing is junketting the world, trying to get lobbyists to make nations congratulate them. Where does that happen? Democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. If you win the people, they will celebrate your victory. If you didn't win the people, that's why we're where we are. But I tell you, and I want to say this clearly, Nigerians are listening to me, the Labour Party is lucky to have a monstrous, fierce and passionate movement. Like they have a defense that is watertight called the Obedient Movement. Most of us are not members of the Labour Party, but we're defenders of the mandate of Peter Gregory Obi. And we're fierce. We're intellectually sagacious. We're good at the internet.
Chris,
we're good at PR.
I love that part. I mean, I just love that part. So they can take notes. See how they were hurriedly trying to hush him up. And there was a part of the interview, and I don't think it wasn't part of the clip where he mentioned, what Wole Soyinka did when he was much younger, and the journalist said he was what Wole Soyinka did way back, and the journalist said, well, he was much younger then. My response would have been, well, the young people that are clamoring for change are about the same age, if not even older, than the Wole Soyinka of back then. So what's the problem? So anyway, that's that there. And there was another video I wanted to show you guys before we start talking. Yeah, let me see if I can go back really quickly. Bear with me, guys. Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. I want us to see this.
The crowd. Can you see the crowd of the doctors and other professionals, engineers, lawyers? Every profession is here present, rallying for a good governance. Teachers are here. Everybody is here. We are saying enough is enough. Enough is enough. Are they front line? Are they front line? Yeah, boss, get that! Yes, yeah, the president should be. Can you see the queue? These are original numbers. We have the Hausas here, we have the Yorubas, we have the Igbos, we have the Galas, we have the Ibibio, we have the Christians, we have the Muslims, we have the beggars, we have the atheists, we have all professions, we have every nook and cranny of Nigeria is here. They are just in the diaspora, they are here. They are here. What do you have to say? What do you have to say, Stella?
We hope that today corrupt free Nigeria.
Thank you.
Peter Obi is the only one out of the country.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, sir. What do you have to say, Casey?
This is the time for a leader who is competent.
Thank you.
A leader who is accountable, not a leader who wants to be there just because it is his cause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What do you have to say, boss?
2023 shall not be business as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What do you have to say, please?
It's time for a new Nigeria.
Thank you.
All right. So that's that. See our first lady, tomato juice, the original tomato juice. This is the person Peter Obi is cheating on with his wife. That's her. Her name is also Margaret Obi. Hello. But anyways, I digress. So let me welcome NS. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. Greetings to you.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Sure. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you coming in. Is this your first time calling in?
No, I've been here so many times.
Did you change your? Now NS you did be now, so I'm not very good recognizing.
No, it's NS. It's always been NS, but I've been here so many times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think the first time I came was with forefathers, like that whole population control thing, and then a couple of times afterwards. But I always come.
Okay, wow. Thank you for coming back. I really appreciate it. It's nice to hear your voice. I remember you when you came in with forefathers. I remember. Welcome. How are you? How's your Saturday going?
I'm fine. Like this, sometimes you look at everything that's happening. It's hard. I'm optimistic, but it's also hard not to get depressed. But one thing I want to say is like, this is how people learn hopelessness. Like it's like in Nigeria, we have this hopelessness that we have learned to have. And when I think of people like Wole Soyinka and how they fought in their youth and what, like a part of me, I know everyone is critiquing him. A part of me feels like a bit sorry because this is almost what Nigeria then turns you into, right? Like, it's almost like you keep fighting, and then you get tired, especially if you're like a lone fighter. But I'm happy now that it's not just one person fighting, it's like all of us fighting. So you keep fighting, and at some point, it's like you bend towards these people's will, and that's what it is. I also think there's something we don't consider, which is like misinformation and how it can be used to manipulate people. And I can also see how these APC people, because I put that squarely on them, those people, I don't know, these APC people like manipulate information and then feed it to certain people to create some kind of narrative. So we also need to be aware of that and how
what information are you talking about?
No, just generally. I don't know if you ever have an opportunity to be in a WhatsApp group with like people over 65. There's a way they tend to send WhatsApp messages. Like it's almost like their world is different from everybody's else's world, like they're always sending security warning, some like the kind of messages that go around in their circle is just different. So I just feel like it's also easy for somebody like Wale Soyinka to fall prey to that. Like you see people that know that are very intelligent, and the kind of messages they push. I'm not even talking about around the elections, just generally. And you're like, what is wrong with these people? But that's clearly what is happening. So we just need to be careful with like this information age and just online literacy generally. Like it's so easy to like do propaganda and misinformation. And one thing I will say is that in 2015 APC is so skilled at what they do. Remember, like all the people they employ to use all these tactics, and they've kept at it, right? Anyway, I don't know, my thoughts might be all over the place, but I think APC are truly the fascists. Nobody else but APC. Like, if you even look at the kind of tactics they're employing, you can only label that thing fascism. So I'm surprised that Professor Wale Soyinka got to the conclusion he got. But we thank God that everybody else is alive and well to be fighting. That's all I can say. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I
thank
feel
you very
hopeful.
Yeah, yeah, you should be. And to your comment about Wole Soyinka, I have to disagree with you on that, because Wole Soyinka is someone that's not only educated, but he's also has the opportunity to be exposed. So he does know the difference between evil and good. When something is blatantly wrong, you should be strong enough to say it is wrong. You should not allow your relationship with the person, or because the person may have done you a favor. And I'm just saying here, I'm not saying that maybe a favor was done. Maybe there was a favor done, regardless of what it is. Then you should also remember too that you have children at home. So what kind of life do you want to live for your children? Because that's actually disturbing. If he is in a position to be manipulated to that extent, then I would expect that the children will step in and prevent him from giving public speeches, because it was intentional that he went to do those media rounds. It was intentional, because the questions that were asked him, he intentionally did not want to respond to some, so he claimed he couldn't hear it. So, as much as, yes, I understand that we have to be careful with the propaganda and whatever, but what is right, what is wrong. We cannot make something that is wrong right, and we cannot make something that is right wrong. It's impossible. So he goofed. He really goofed. It's a monumental shame, because I grew up on reading literature. I was one of the best students in my literature class, and Lion and the Jewel was one of my favorite books to read. And there were other things that we came to know about Wole Soyinka, and the kind of brush they used to paint him. They made him look like a hero to us in Nigeria. So now he's put himself in the public space where it seemed like everything he worked for has just become nonsense in the eyes of people. So I would exercise, if I were him, I would even exercise caution based on that. He didn't have to
No,
say anything. He could have just
yeah,
been
yeah.
silent. So I don't buy that about,
No, you are right. One of my favorite quotes is "Show me a hero and I'll write you a tragedy." Right.
do you
So
understand?
I mean that's why you should know, because people are people, right? Like as they
No, in this
say,
case,
them but for the grace
want
of God go I, because it like anything could be. I'm not saying what Wale Soyinka did was right. He can be condemned, but it's almost for all of us, because I've been on many platforms where I would vociferously talk against Showry, and this is the reason why. It's because there are certain people that feel like if not only them, no one else. Is that sentiment like that just puts us in chaos.
Yeah,
Huh?
I understand what you're saying in the sense that you want us to draw a lesson from what happened to Wole Soyinka so that we ourselves can become conscious of how
Exactly.
I get it, because that's my own secret prayer. I'm not ashamed to say it, because I so stand for the truth that sometimes I catch myself and I say I pray that I don't become the things that I've been pushing against. But thankfully, I have a family that holds me accountable. I have a mom who keeps me. I have siblings that will not they anything but the truth. If you tell a lie, it's almost like if it feels like you've spied somebody in my family. So that's how tough my family is on, like for instance, now my mom is much older. There are certain things there's certain conversations we don't allow her to come into, because we know that her ideas about it are different and may shock somebody else if she opens her mouth and speaks. So we caution her. We're like, no, mommy, you can't say that now. Mommy, you know if you talk like that. That one are like 1960 something,
No,
1950.
it's true, but I also think there's a cultural difference. I was just saying someone the other day, like I can't remember what I was talking to with my dad, and he was just talking anyhow. And I said, look, this man, you're beginning to act like Tinubu, and he got the message. He did not even challenge. But I think culturally, not a lot of people can do that. Like, so there's
But there
some,
maybe it's time for them to do that though. And yes, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not trying to cut you off because I know I have
yeah,
to
that's what.
to other people in the studio. I do
Okay.
appreciate your insights. I don't want you to get me wrong. I appreciate
No,
your
no, no,
insight.
that's fine.
But then again, this is what I want us all to understand. We come from a generation of different cultures with how you respond to things, how you respond to elders. But guess where that has gotten us?
No,
Because
no,
we
I agree with you. I
well,
absolutely agree
yeah,
with you.
but for the sake of those listening, I'm not when I'm talking, I'm not just talking at you. I don't want you to
Yeah.
feel like I'm trying to know. It's a general conversation now, because we have to hold each other accountable. I grew up holding my own parents accountable. It's a fact. There are things that my dad could not do because of this daughter. I remember having a conversation with my dad one time. I was in first year in university, and he said something. I said, daddy, no, that's wrong. Oh." And he looked at me. Of course, he was upset that this small girl, when I be 2 years old the other day, and I could they tell me say that's wrong. Of course, there was a little bit of pushback, but he came to understand, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we have to learn. Yes, even within our cultures, we need to be able to tell our parents respectfully the truth. You can be respectful without, about communicating what you're trying to say within the context of your culture. Because what we have right now is as a result of the mess of don't talk, don't push back on your elders, though you have to respect your. No, it's look at the catastrophe. We are literally fighting um, generations of battles right now. So, as much as yes, I do appreciate cultures and the diversity that comes with it, but we need to start. It's not every culture that you hold on to forever. You have to refine some and say no. There are certain instances where you learn from a baby. You can learn from a crawling baby. A crawling baby, you can learn. So there's no way, there's no end to learning, So as much as, but I mean, shame on Wole Soyinka, I still say it unapologetically, because we're literally, people are being deleted every day in Nigeria. People are being deleted because they can't afford to buy food, because they can't afford basic amenities. I don't know what happened um to your connection, NS, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. So Wole Soyinka should speak truth to power. That's why he's an elder. So a monumental shame to him, unapologetically. So that's what I'm gonna say there. And take care. Thank you for contributing, NS. Welcome, Mr. T. Give us our mandate. You are on mute, oh. In case you are talking, I can't hear you. Mr. T, are you there? Okay, let me move to
Yeah,
Mr. Bamidele. Bamidele, how are you?
yeah, I'm fine.
How are you? Happy Saturday to you.
Yeah, same to you.
What do you have for us today? Have you
Yeah.
been following?
Just a little bit. It's just I don't know. It just seems kind of crazy. I don't know. It's just I don't. That's just pretty much how my sentiment is. But even in light what you said about certain culture, like um, it's sort of true that our elders, like our parent generation, is like it's good that we can teach our parents certain things because I don't know. It just seems like I don't know. Me personally, I don't need to sound negative, but I don't think Nigeria's ever gonna change if we have those leaders in power, and if we don't give young people the opportunity to um, lead the nation, it's just gonna stay stagnant because those leaders, all they care about is themselves. They don't care about developing the nation. And you see and you see the Western world laughing at Nigeria sometimes. Yeah, even though when we're here, we're really highly successful.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay. No, so when you say that you don't see it changing, I push back on that because that's like saying that all my efforts that I'm putting into ensuring that we get a decent country it's not worth it. So I will push back on that because that's why you're a Nigerian. So the question is, what are you doing on your own to ensure that the change that we're all pushing for actually happens? you know so if we don't do anything, how is it going to change? If we all fold our hands and say, oh, these elders will never leave, oh, this is how it's just going to be, and you have, as you said, people are laughing at us, then if we don't all do the work, who's going to do it for us? There's a reason why you're Nigerian. So that's kind of like a self-reflective question. What are you doing about it? Because everybody's hands needs to be on this table. We all have to keep pushing. We understand that the elders, some of our elders, not all, have failed and have brought us to the mess, has put us in this mess that we found ourselves in. So the question now is, what is you, what is me, and everybody else doing about it? Do we cower in fear and run and go and hide under the bed because they are elders and they don't want to leave? Mind you, when they were much younger, Wole Soyinka, matter of fact, went to a radio station with a firearm in his arm and held up the radio station when he was younger. So what are you doing about it? There are people who fought during the military regime. Some of them, unfortunately, did not survive it because their lives were snuffed out. But others stood still and stood strong till the end. So it's not enough to say, I don't see anything changing. I don't. That means that you don't you that means that you're going to fold your hand and let it deteriorate. That's what I'm hearing, Bamidele. With due respect to you, that's what I'm hearing. So we
Yeah, I
don't want
understand.
to
I
sound.
understand that, but it's like it's even though I can, if I put my own efforts in, you know, and it's like because I hate to say it, but I don't know. I have the mentality just kind of like bash my nation, Nigeria, for some reason.
Yeah, you should get out of that mentality. I get that Nigeria has disappointed a lot of us, and sometimes we get caught up in trying to imagine in America, as bad as it is, people still say God bless America. They will talk trash about it, but they still say God bless America. So we have to change our language. Yes, the country has hurt us. We haven't seen good come out of it in a long time, even though we have good people coming out from there. But the leadership, we've had terrible people, right? So we need to change our language. What do you say about your country? you
Yeah,
know.
but it's funny because here we're living like royalty in America, but in Nigeria, my relatives and them are suffering. They don't even have basic amenities like what we do have here.
Yeah, they don't have it. So that's why we have to fight so that they can get it. If they don't have it, should we now just all just throw in our towels and go in and say, oh, well, well, they have to just deal with it? No, that's why we keep showing up every day and fighting. The countries that we all live in, people fought to keep it together and are still fighting. So what is our excuse? Some of these countries that we live in are not even as good as Nigeria. They're not as enjoyable as Nigeria. They don't have the blessings that we have. I could go to a neighbor's compound and pluck their fruits. I just say, sir, I like your mango. Can I take some? When you're hungry and you are looking for food and you see a mango tree, you can pluck it freely. Nobody would come and arrest you or tell you that you're encroaching or take out a firearm and take your life because you're encroaching. It doesn't happen because back home people understand that people will eat. There are people who literally live off of fruits that grow on trees and the vegetables that come out from the ground. It doesn't even have to be theirs. So there's a thousand reasons why Nigeria is one of the best countries in the world if we fix it. And we need to start by changing our language and our attitude towards Nigeria. You understand? Because if we don't do that, we're doing a great disservice to ourselves, to those that are coming after, to those that are currently being born. And other people looking in would say, man, these people, they don't even love themselves. They don't even love their own. So they will go and take from your resources and turn it into something else and sell it to you at a higher cost. Meanwhile, you're supposed to be at home, Bamidele, for instance, have a manufacturing company. I don't know what you do, but I'm just saying this is just an example where you're making the products that are good for your people. And you're creating ideas, and you're the one dictating how you want your products to be sold and who it should be pushed out to.
And it's funny because I am a business major. I'm actually doing my doctorate in business administration, and I work for like three businesses on the side, but I'm mostly in the financial industry. So I mostly work in the Medicare and the supplemental health insurance space.
Mm.
So I'm pretty much helping businesses and individuals to get, some type of like healthcare that you don't get at a hospital or
Right.
yeah. And
See, so that's something that you can, for instance, with all the skills you have, imagine Peter Obi being president and having the structures in place. He's going to want to tap you for your skills. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is why we have to put our money where our mouth is. Yes, things are bad in Nigeria. Yes, we all can agree to that. If we start talking about all the bad things and everything that's wrong with Nigeria, we will never move forward. We will be here till forever. But the moment we start to see the good in Nigeria and try to fight for it, because the worst thing that can happen to anyone is to see that something is wrong and you're quiet about it. And you think because it's not in front of your house, nothing's gonna ever happen to you. Hello, the day it shows up, you'll be amazed. You understand? So, as Nigerians, I urge everyone listening and who's going to watch this later on, change your language about Nigeria. Nigeria may not have had anything good to offer you. You don't have anything good to talk about, but you have to change your language first, and then your attitude will follow. That way, you can fight because this fight it involves everyone. I'm happy that a lot of people are waking up to the fact that we got to fight for this country. I'm very happy to see that, but we need more and more people. So the more people we get that are doing the little they can, doing whatever you can, making yourself available, your skills available, the better we'll be. The higher the chances of us winning and getting our country back. Just imagine Nobody, after the election where we saw the daylight robbery, everybody just carried their load and entered inside and said, oh, well, we knew it anyway, and just go in. I tell you right now, women will be making burqas to wear. There'll no longer be education for girls anymore. It will officially be an Islamic state. And they can come and tear down your door, take your entire family, and send them to somewhere in the desert to go and be rearing babies for all these Boko Haramists. I'm telling you, kidnappers will have their business. It will be a gangster country. Is that what we want? Your ancestral home will be gone. People don't understand. Your ancestral home is very important. It has to do with your DNA, your psyche. If you lose that, I don't know if that kind of person will ever be normal. Because whether you like it or not, generations to come, they're going to want to know their ancestral home. What will you tell them? What are you going to pass down? Look at what's going on. Our cousins here in America, most of them are doing DNAs. Why? They want to know, how come they didn't say, oh, I was born here, so hey, who cares? Whatever. No, but they're still striving to find their source. That tells you something. After 400 or some years of being stolen. So here you are with the opportunity to fight to ensure that your ancestral homes are preserved. And you now join with everybody that has something ugly to say about Nigeria and say, oh, that's how they are, that's how these people behave. Nothing good can come out of it. You are cursing yourself. That's exactly what it is. So we don't want to do that. We really don't want to do that. We want to keep pushing forward. At least you can go to bed and say, I tried. I did everything I could. I tried. You want to be able to say that, my dear. So we're all needed, though. As long as you have Nigerian blood flowing in your veins, you better join and fight. Because if it's good for me, it's good for you. If everywhere is peaceful, you too, you have peace. Wherever you choose to live, you have peace. You'll be proud as a citizen of Nigeria. You will live your life the way you want it. So anyway, thank you very much, Bamidele. Let me come back to Mr. Give us our mandate. Are you available now? Give us our
Yes,
mandate.
yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
that's okay. Welcome, sir. Good
Yeah,
evening. Happy Saturday to you.
we bless God. And you?
I'm sorry?
How about you?
I'm good, though. Thank you.
I
How
mean,
about you? How are you doing?
doing good, doing good, doing good. We're still here fighting for what belongs to us, and we trust God that it will be delivered back to us. I mean,
Exactly.
it's so important to know that this is Easter weekend. Even Jesus Christ himself went to fight for his own mandate.
Abby,
He got his
after
mandate.
40 days. Exactly. Oh.
He got his mandate back. So
Exactly.
why more so Peter is in fact it's so important to know that Jesus Christ spoke to Peter mouth to mouth, and he told him that on this rock I will build my church and the gate of hell will not prevail. It is also important to know that Nigerians overwhelmingly voted for Peter Obi on the 25th of February because they found a man of honesty, character, competence, compassion, and love. Not because he's a saint, not because he's the most perfect human being on earth, but because of what he stands for. Peter will be just like one of you and I. He's just like us. Nothing special about him. But he's a man that came out from a corrupt system, a rotten system, and proved to you and I that from the black pot, white agidi can still come out. Only if some of us can share the story of our antecedent from Nigeria. But thank God today we live in the Western world, particularly in the United States of America, like my brother spoke the last time. America is what it is today because some people stood to fight for America. If you think about what happened in the Capitol on the 6th of January, I sat down in front of my TV in the living room, and I was watching how the guys were going to take over the Capitol. Mike Pence, the vice president of the nation, was in that building. Nancy Pelosi was in that building. It took the efforts of the Washington police to de-escalate that situation. Do you know we lost a police officer in that situation? Many police sustained injury only because they thought they were defending what belongs to them, not knowing that they were fighting for the selfish gain of one man. And today is happening to us in Nigeria, and we're going to keep quiet because we live in the Western world? No. I am proudly Nigerian. I am first a Nigerian before a United citizen by the grace of God. I went back home some 2 years ago to Lagos, Nigeria, where I was born and brought up. You talked about how people can go to their neighbor's house and then pluck fruit or mango. I went to secondary school in Apa. Apa used to be a serene environment then in the 90s. Well, coming back from school in the evening, myself and my friend would just stop by somewhere in Park Lane or Child Avenue, where you have the whites, very serene environments. You see dog, you envy the dogs because they are being fed well. So what we'll do as children growing up is that we'll just put on our backpacks. I'll begin to pluck mangoes, fruits, and begin to eat. Some people will allow us to pluck those fruits and go easily. Some will release their dogs to chase after us. But growing up in that kind of environment where you don't think about kidnaps in those days, nobody would think about kidnapping. You can barely walk from Apa to Ajegunle, or walk from Apa to Ijora, or from Apa to anywhere in Lagos, and you don't care about security crisis or anything. You can walk from Apa to Ojuelegba, walk from Apa to Mile 12, walk from there to Mile 2 to First Stack. You don't care about anything in the middle of the night. But things have changed. You cannot even allow your children to go play in your neighbor's house because you don't know what will happen to them. That is what Nigeria have turned into. And so people saw honesty, truth, character, and competence in a man, and they voted for that man, and people are trying to steal his mandate. I'm from Southwest Nigeria, and I'm always proud to say I'm from Southwest. And I'm always also proud to say that I don't have anything against Tinubu. But if somebody is good, let's agree that that person is good, regardless of where it comes from. Peter Obi is a man with character and competence. We cannot just allow, this is a broad-day robbery. Mahmoud did not do what he was supposed to do. How can you announce an election result in the middle of the night if he was sure that Tinubu won the election? So my brother, America was built by people. People even died for America. Abraham Lincoln, I wrote a book some time ago called The Agent of Limitation, and I used Abraham Lincoln's story, how he failed several times. He even lost his wife. But at the end of it all, Abraham Lincoln became one of the best presidents America ever produced. And he's the father of democracy. If people truly voted for Tinubu, Nigeria should be celebrating by now, but everywhere is a graveyard, like a ghost town. Even Easter, I saw on Punch, Abuja Metropolis, it's like nothing is happening. People are not celebrating. When the righteous ruled, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, people mourn. Nigerians are mourning. People cannot even afford to buy, they cannot afford to buy Easter chicken. In those days, by now, Ijora, all of those markets, Mile 12 will be bubbling because people are going to shop for Easter. Knockouts everywhere. But now, people are sad. People are weeping. We may say we live in the Western world. I mean, you are like a king, but Yoruba will say Olowo kan láàrin òtòṣì mẹ́fà àbí mẹ́wàá. It's also òtòṣì. I understand, Mr. Bamidele, what I'm saying. So we may feel we live in the Western world, but we have family back home. We have friends. We have people that we grew up together as children that are suffering. People go for operation. NEPA takes light. They have to use touch lights of their phone touch lights to carry out operation in surgical room. You and I go to hospital here. Before you arrive, everything is already set up for you. These guys, they come here. Festus was here. Festus Keyamo was here last year. He was in New York. They see all of this good thing. Festus is a minister of labor and youth. Hopefully, they can still remember that they are still serving the nation instead of just fooling themselves around. But Jabi Amila is still the Speaker of the House. Have you heard about him in the past few days? He's gone in the high. I mean, we've not heard from him. How can you speak out? I mean, imagine if Nancy Pelosi just leave America and just leave and then just go somewhere. A Speaker of the House, like maybe the fourth citizen of the nation. He's not even on seats. Impunity of the highest order. And somebody will come out and say the obedience are fascist. Man, I really don't understand. And like my sister said earlier, one thing that this our culture has turned us into, and I'm not against respect. I mean, I respect people. I have a father, I have mother, I have elderly ones. But even the holy books say you cannot rebuke the elder. But I mean, you can point them in the right direction. You can advise or correct them when they make mistakes. And so with all due respect to Professor Wole Soyinka, I may not take out the professor, I mean, because he worked for it. So I'll still give it to him. What we're saying is you took loaded gun to a radio station. This one is not allegedly now, I mean, it's on the news. To go hold somebody ransom. Peter Obi. Man. Honestly, like you said, people should be learning from this guy. And I always learn from him. I mean, one of his quotes is, if you have to be regarded as as your excellency, sir, the process by which you came to the office must be excellent. It must be that's a quote of the century. That's a quote of the year. That's a quote of the week. That's a quote of the day, every day. And as I speak, I'm not speaking as a perfect person. I'm also working towards perfection. But I've been able to learn from this man how that you can be compassionate, you can be loving, you can show care for people. You know what? Peter Obi does not have anything to lose, but Nigerians and Nigeria have a lot of things to lose if this moment goes by without this guy sitting in the office. Honestly, like I said, he's not a saint. It's just that we have found one Nigerian that has proven to us, both home and diaspora, that white agidi comes out of the black pot. That is what Peter Obi epitomized. That somebody can stay in a state for 8 years without stealing 1 naira. And nobody can say, oh, Peter Obi ruled Anambra. He still everything. He was one that built Anambra State. No, he has done his own part. He has done. Remember what he told Soludo? He said, if I finish all the work, what will you do? Somebody is showing us on YouTube several times how that Anambra is just been, some places just messed up, and Soludo is there not doing anything. He's a professor. Peter Obi is a trader. These guys who just talk cheap talks without doing anything. Here's a man that saved money for his own states, several millions of dollars. And we're going to hand the nation over to a drug baron? Hell no. Tinubu is a Southwest person. Tinubu was a governor in Lagos State when I was going to school. What we're saying is, sir, We're not condemning you, but it's not done. You cannot just be the president. No, hell no, hell no. What are we teaching our coming? Imagine, do you know in America during Biden and Trump's debates with other presidential candidates, our children were here listening in America. Some children, do you know what we were talking about Trump? I wish you guys can go back and play those things and listen to how children were referring to Trump. I wish many of us can go back and play those videos. Children, how they were referring to Trump in their schools. Are we going to allow a drug baron to take over our own nation? Like, seriously? Fanika Yode, you say you don't have time to read Chiamanda's write-up. We don't care if you have time or you don't have time. We've always known you. Thank you, Mr. Christopher. I mean, Mango. If you know, growing up, I have a friend. He's a naval officer now. I will not mention his name, but you know, there's what we call like rainfall. If you throw one stick up those mango tree, like rain is falling down, and you just take mango and you may just eat that for the rest of. So, but going back to what I'm saying, so my brother and my sisters, we just have to keep lending our voice. We're not fighting against anybody. All we're fighting is give Nigerian. I mean, over here in the United States, you see children already building robotics in their class, in their high schools. Children building robotics. There's AI all over the places. I mean, the world has gone. Nigeria is. I don't know, and we're going to give our country to a drug baron. Tinubu is from Southwest. I'm from Southwest. Give it, man. And if you match that Baba Ahmed, what he said to what Pastor Yomi Oshibajo, the vice president, professor, what he said in 2015, that he has not said anything that is against constitution. Oshibajo said if they don't allow, if PDP will not give them power, they will form parallel government. Peter Obi and Dati Ahmed have not said anything about parallel government. They only said they spoke to the birth certificate of Nigeria, which is the constitution of Nigeria, which is the constitution. Dati Baba Ahmed said, he told Sheun Okinbaloye that Sheun, listen, I am speaking to the constitution, and you can quote me anywhere. And Professor came out and said that he is inciting treason. Come on, Professor, you took a gun, a cold iron. In Tutu, like Belosi radio station, Professor Wale Soyinka, not wood. No, in Tutu, loaded with bullets, like Belosi radio station, sir. That he was only speaking to the constitution, sir. He didn't incite any treason. And he said, what have they not abused in Nigeria? Just some days ago, they killed 45 people were killed in Benue State. Bandits have arrived again. Banditry, part 2.
Exactly.
Has come back to life.
That was so sad.
45 people died in Benue State. You see, is it too much to ask for security in Nigeria? Is it too much to ask for good road? Is it too much to ask for electricity? And you have some people, because you live in Western world, you have some people, because you live in Finland, you have some people, because you live in UK. They just speak and they mean. So my brother, my sisters, if you live in the Western world, like as if we just come here and then forget everything. No, don't be like that. That would be like ingratitude. Because you and I, we are back, we came from that same Nigeria. We came from that same Nigeria. We can only pray. We can only ask that God should help us as we are talking. We are learning. Posterity will not forget will not forget us also, because one day our children will ask us, Daddy, I went to school and they taught me in school that something happened in West Africa, Nigeria in 2023. What did you do? Did you do anything? And I will tell my son, I can go pull up Omoye's Corners video for you and you can hear my voice. How I call out most of these leaders. That's what we're doing. It may not be on ground, but your voice can penetrate, like Amanda's letter went to the White House. So Fani Kayode for food can say that Amanda's letter is a garbage. But you were crying that if Biden likes, let him congratulate Tinubu. You see how these APC people are? Sometimes they just make me laugh, and I like to laugh because they are just so delusional people. And most of them are Yorubas, my brothers and sisters. For food, Kayode, Dele Alake, Bayo Onuga, Bajabi Amila, Raji Fashola, Yomi Oshibajo, Abike Dabiri. How many names have I mentioned now? All of them Yoruba. But we understand that there are Omoluabis Yoruba and there are Omoales. I will not keep saying it. I will continue to say it as much as I have my life. I am fighting for a better Nigeria. And I have a reason why I'm fighting for a better Nigeria. If many of us remember what an hospital called Igbobi, orthopedic hospital in Lagos State. Go to Lagos State and look at that hospital today. Is in a shambles, is in a mess. I was a victim of a terrible accident that would have taken my life. But God survived me, kept me alive because of that hospital. Honestly, if it was in Western world, maybe my legs would have been amputated. But through that hospital, God saved my life. But today, those hospitals, they've been destroyed by these guys. Mahmoud Yakub, the country sent you to Western world to go get education. You got it for free. But today, you sold your conscience. Professor Wole Soyinka, many of you enjoy free education. Wole Soyinka was one of those people that held their school hostage because they will not put chicken on their food back then. You guys can Google it.
I remember that story.
He was one of those they held their school at ransom because they will not put chicken in their food back then in Nigeria. And now people are dying. You don't care about people are dying because you feel somebody help you build your house when your house got fire. If somebody does good, you do the good and move on. You don't. Your Bible will say, if you have done good, do the good and just go. Let God reward you. And because they built house for you, you're going to begin to say all of this you are saying. Is that how you're going to sell your conscience? Wickedness of the highest order. We have youth, graduates that can't even have jobs. Most of them even they result into having their own business. But even the business, sometimes there's no light. What they have in their freezers that they would have sell get spoiled, and they have to throw them away. Graduates. But over here, before we finish school, just go intern. After internship, you're sure of getting a job. We will not stop fighting. We will continue to lend our voice until this mandate is returned back. A 19-year-old boy killed himself in Plateau State. I served in Bauchi State. Plateau State is one of the best states in Nigeria. A 19-year-old boy killed himself because he felt that INEC has ruined his future. 19 years old. A woman killed herself because she felt that there's no more hope. Do you know how many? This whole thing is beyond Peter Obi. This whole thing is beyond Peter Obi. And I thank God for that, my brothers that spoke on Arise TV. If he had not mentioned the history of Wole Soyinka, I would have been pissed off. But thank God he referred to that history. The least of the obedient can challenge Wole Soyinka. You guys have the money, you have the comfort. Some of you even have oil blocks, oil wells, and the common men are suffering. And you guys will just you will turn your ears. Ah man. Graduates doing Okada riders, some have resorted to Uber driving. Graduates. I mean, we have graduates in the USA that does Uber. They just do it for maybe to make side gigs or maybe make side money.
You know, can I just add something? Sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead, man.
When I listened to that whole relation, because I first watched his long form interview on channels, then I watched the one that went viral on Arise. What I found most offensive is not even all these things. When they asked him about Buhari's legacy, did you pay attention to what he said? He said, if any good could have been written of it, it's all been destroyed because of the monetary policy by the CBN. And that told me exactly how out of touch he was. Like, to me, that was the most interesting part of that interview.
My sister.
Like, which basically translated to me, Buhari did good. The only thing that he didn't do well was this CBN. So when I heard that, I was like, okay, he definitely lives in a different world
that
from
all of
me.
those,
Like,
they are
and
just
that's when I
bobos.
started paying attention to propaganda, because even when I speak to people like I feel should know better and the kind of things they tell me about APC, I'm like, there must be something stronger that is going on with like information that, anyway, to me that was the most troubling part of that interview. All this, okay, yes, fascism, yes, to an extent, but the part that I found most interesting was that he thought Buhari was a good president. And I don't know what you make of that, if that's he's too scared or he's in his own bubble. Till today, I don't understand it. But that tells me that everything he's saying can be discredited, because definitely he's existing in a different world from the rest of us. Because I can speak as someone that's lived in Nigeria through all this nonsense. I remember in 2015, I know it's not cool to say, but I remember supporting Buhari. And now that I think about it, what was going through my head, I remember when this whole Buhari thing started and they were talking about Jonathan. I remember thinking to myself, Jonathan is a terrible president, but I don't understand this kind of crazy chaos or fervor that's so revolutionary that is making Jonathan the worst thing that's ever existed. But I was like, okay, they got me, Osibajo and co, all this other thing, then the Chibok happened, and then I was like, okay, we definitely need someone that can manage things, because this terrorism is out of hand. And anyway, my point is, there's a way the ecosystem in mainstream media works that if you're not careful, you can buy into that propaganda. Because that's what I'm going to say.
You know, one thing is,
but to me, that's the most disturbing part. He thinks Buhari was a good president. Otherwise, that's monetary policy of the CBN. Everything else about Buhari has been good to him. Make of that what you will.
I mean, you can't tell how much he has been paid. You know, this whole election has revealed to us that people can sell their conscience because of money. I mean, if a man, a Nobel laureate, a professor tells you that he has not listened to the news of his country for the past 2 months, what do you expect? Ah, man, that's a big lie. That's a lie from the pit of hell. That you don't listen. You've not listened to the news of your country, your your motherland for the past 2 months, and I mean, you know, Jonathan's issue Although Jonathan has his own situation, but I think it was they plotted against Jonathan's administration. They actually did what they did to ruin Jonathan's legacy. Jonathan has his own. He has, I mean, he has his own situation, because under his own nose, a woman, Diziani, ruined the. Man, that woman will spend how much? How many million to buy just underwear? And after she did what she did, she ran to a different country and then also bought their citizenship. That is the highest level of evil that men and women commit in our world today. But one thing is, people can only run for a certain time, except they repent and change their ways. Posterity will catch up with them, honestly, because you have done evil to your nation. How can people entrust you, a whole woman, to be the minister of petroleum, and all you can do is just do all that? And so to Wale Soyinka and saying that, boy, I mean, Wale Soyinka, I mean, hopefully, one thing is, if you look at what is happening in Nigeria and then just oppose that with what happened in America maybe some 2 or 3 years ago, everyone that actually helped Donald Trump, or that was in a way supporting Donald Trump, is either some of them went to prison, some of them died, some of them have serious case to answer. The same way is what is spying out in Nigeria now. Anyone that has ever supported, you see what Wale Soyinka has built his own. People respected him for several years up until now, but within 2 days, all of those things that he accumulated. In fact, some people are saying they are not going to address him as a professor anymore. Some are saying that even his Loben they don't care about it anymore. That is what can happen to a man. And if you think that you have arrived, you're only deceiving yourself. So for we ourselves, we should be careful with the way we trade with our fellow people, with our fellow human beings, because he will feel, these old people, this old nation, they respect me if I speak. It's me, Wale Soyinka, speaking now. But he has lost it. I mean, he lost it. Honestly, he lost it. He lost it. So he is thinking that Buhari did well with all of these killings. 45 people just died. Some. I think it was yesterday in Benue State. 45 people, but not 45 people died in Benue State under Buhari's administration. Buhari has, I mean, he's not left power yet. He's still the president of the nation. 45 people died in Benue State.
That's 3 times D word, Mr. Mr. T. You've been
sorry.
using it and using it. Oh my God.
Under a sitting president.
Use delete instead. Delete.
Yeah. So, but I'm sorry about that, Omoye. So, but we just continue to press. Thank God for all of the protests going on all over the places. The whole world is watching. The whole world is hearing us. We're going to continue. And Peter Obi, if they're asking him to leave Nigeria, maybe they beat under Nigeria for him to go and stay. I don't understand. You can never ask Peter Obi to leave Nigeria. Peter Obi goes nowhere. Except you guys, Chief Numbu, Dele Alake, Bayo Ononuga, MC Oluomo, Remi Tunumbu, Abeke Dabiri, Raji Fashola, Yemi Oshibajo, Lai Mohammed. Imagine that old man too. Man, old man. He said his grandchildren asked him. We don't even know how true that may even be. Maybe even make that up. You can't even tell. That his grandchildren was asking him. We are asking him, Grandpa, why do people say you are they call you lie? Is it that you tell too much lies? Man. My sister, let me let another person speak. I am just so sure that this mandate will be returned back to us. God is with Peter Obi. Nigerians are with Peter Obi. This battle is beyond Nigeria. Is beyond Africa. It's all over the world. People are watching. Peter Obi went to places where these guys will not be able to, will not even as had been able to imagine to travel to. Is it the core north? Places where he had to park his jet and then go to that place by road. They were scared for him. He traveled virtually all over the world when he was campaigning, talking to diasporans, talking to people. He came here to Dallas. We gave him honorary citizenship in Dallas. And you want to lord it over this man? No, that is not justice. That is wickedness of the highest order. Tinubu, the best you can do, you can redeem your image by just saying, you know what, Nigerians, I am dropping this man. You can redeem your image, Tinubu. You can redeem it. You can redeem it. Mahmoud Yakub, you can redeem your image. You guys still have the time to redeem your image. Thank you, Omoye.
I think that's true. Maybe that's what we need to push. It's not too late for them to maybe that's how we can control the narrative. I like this idea. It's not too late for them to drop out of this whole nonsense. Because if you think about it, right, if APC was not just a power sucking, power grabbing entity and they had a vision, it's now very obvious after almost a decade. 8 years is almost a decade, you know. Anyway, they've not figured out what their vision is. Then this party is a total failure. Look at them now. You claim you won an election. You are supposed to be magnanimous, speaking in a certain way, bringing people together, telling us your agenda. But you see, because they don't have any agenda, they can't even change the narrative with their agenda. So
Right.
maybe that's what we need to start tweeting. They can still resign and go in peace. We'll give them amnesty.
Yeah, those who have Twitters can do that. If you have a Twitter page, you can start doing that. Everybody get work to do. So if that's the angle you want to go, hey, you can definitely start tweeting that, and hopefully other people will catch on to it. Welcome, Ogechi. Welcome to the show. So I wanted to play this video. I don't know if anybody saw this interview with the Labour Party chairman, Julius Abure. I didn't see it. I didn't get a chance to see much of anything today anyway. So I just want to play a little clip, and for the full video, you can go to Aisha Yesufu. So let's just listen a little bit to what he had to say about this whole nonsense that was going on within the party.
In my early life, I had the opportunity.
Oh, hold on. Let me start from somewhere. Let's see. I don't want it to be too long, though. Let me just start.
Of actually reading Awolowo's book, because my parents were of the action group, UPN, and I stumbled into Awolowo's book at an early life. I read all Awolowo's book, My Voice Through Prison, Voice of Courage, Voice of Reasoning, My March Through Prison, Adventures in Power, named them, all his books. And probably that informed my orientation, that even led me into joining the labor movement ab initio. I've always had this desire to stand by the people and defend the people. I also have my roots in the civil society. When civil society was membership based, were the ones that started civil society in Nigeria. It may interest you to note that I was in Women in Nigeria. Women in Nigeria. In Edo, I was the state secretary and eventually ended up at the national level as the national financial secretary of Women in Nigeria. Women in Nigeria in the 80s were one of those women-based civil society organizations that fought for the rights of women and fought for the rights of people generally. You may be shocked that what will a man be doing in the struggle for women? The philosophy of Women in Nigeria then was that even though women is an organization that was women-focused, men have a role to play in liberating and fighting for the betterment of women in the country. And so it was an organization whose membership was open to both male and female, but women-focused organization. I was also in CD Campaign for Democracy. We all in the movement when people like Bekor Kuti, people like Chima Obani of blessed memory, Bekor Kuti, named them, were in the struggle to actually liberate Nigeria from the shackles of military dictatorship. We're all part of that struggle, and we participated in mobilizing the people, mobilizing students for that struggle. We were neck deep.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Yes, we're neck deep in the actualization of the June 12th struggle. We participated actively in it. We're involved in it all round. And before we eventually joined the labor movement, and from the labor movement, we became part and parcel of the political revolution, joined the party. You click on the link, it displays the states of Nigeria. You click your own state, it takes you to your local government.
I'm trying to
click
fast forward.
The local government, it takes you to your ward. You click your ward.
He's just talking about the membership, how to join the membership.
To your unit, where you'll be required to fill in your.
I'm trying to fast forward to where he probably was talking about the issue, but I guess maybe if I'm not able to get to it, we'll just move forward.
That Labour Party has at least close to 34 members in the House of Representatives. We have 8 senators. More will come through the court. I would be able to give, I really show to Nigerians what it is to. We will not just say what we will not just say it, we'll live with it. We'll show leadership by example, and the space is going to be open to all Nigerians. Please be funding for it, and work is in progress. In another 1 week, it will be available. To be available and to share. So the intention is to make it easy, to make participation very easy, and
so I make my calls. I make my personal, calls before the election.
Okay, I'm not able to get to where I really need to get to here. I was trying to see if you talked about, the issues. I guess he's not talking about it. That's really why I brought it here for us to kind of go over a little bit. But yeah, basically, so our focus really is on the what's it called? On the court case with Peter Obi, and how we're going to ensure that we put that in the forefront, and we have to be aware of the distractions from the from the Agbado party, and even let's not forget Mekano party. Do you understand? Let's not forget that they too, they're in the background. Sometimes when we shout Agbado, sometimes it's all clouded in Mekano as well. Let's remember that. It's true. They are doing their own too, but they're not just, because Agbado people are the ones that are, constantly.
Are those ones even relevant anymore? We can forget about those guys.
No, they're not relevant. I'm talking about the propaganda that is that they try to churn. We shouldn't forget too. They too have their own tricks in the bag. Welcome,
Do you know one of them is already campaigning for governor?
Are you serious?
It's true, Dino, right?
Let's not even go there. Let's just continue with our discussion.
Good evening, people. How you guys doing?
Welcome, and hey, God, war against impunity. Son of Ubinu, only you one angry Edo. Welcome, my brother. Don't be angry, please. Let's hear you talk. Oh my God, this is my brother.
Yeah, his name always come with some kind of and I understand where it's coming from, which I mean I do respect him for all of those names because if I mean at this point in time, Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians are hungry because Easter is going on. How many people are celebrating? How many people back home in Nigeria are celebrating? My brother, I like your trademark. Carry on. Nigeria go better for our days. We just continue to press on. This one is don't swallow bone. That bone is either go down or but either way, something must happen.
Exactly. My brother, talk. Oh, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Angry Edo man. Okay.
Give me a second. I'll be right with you.
Okay. All right then. All right.
Yeah,
So
move on. I'll be back.
no. Okay, we got you. Thank you. So I mean, basically,
But I have a question.
go ahead.
Now, Peter Obi
Mm,
petitioned Tunumbu, APC, INEC. I think those are the three respondents on his petition.
mm-hmm.
Now, Peter Obi put himself as number first petitioner, and
Right.
then Labour Party as second petitioner.
Mm-hmm.
What was running through the thought process of this man that they call his name is, I think his last name is Apapa, something Apa. That's also a Yoruba man, and I will not stop calling them out because I am a proud Yoruba man. I will not stop calling them out. I will not stop. And one-on-one, I can challenge them. Now, you were in this party. You are in the South region. Abure is the national chairman of the party. All of a sudden, people are trying to infiltrate the party for you guys to stand against your principle. That through this man, by God's grace, Nigeria was able to see a new system, a new Nigeria, which would have been given to us on the 25th of February, but which they are holding, they will still give back. And you want them to use you against your own party. How wicked people can be. All of a sudden now you want to become a national chairman. What was going through his thought? Does he think that they can just easily say, okay, well, Labour Party is no more doing this case? Because Peter Obi is the first respondent. Or if they can only go to Labour Party if they don't see Peter Obi. If Peter Obi is no more there, that's when they can say, okay, let's talk to Labour Party. But he's the first respondent. And you guys are trying to silence him. They are now even using you. Ah, man. Like, I really don't. So, but, man, I just want people to, okay, Lamidi Apa is 7 years old man. Oh, my God. 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 My,
Why you say, oh my God, oh my God?
no, his age. I mean, honestly, I don't know. Okay, so if you look at these calibers, they are either in their 70s or their 60s or their 80s or they are almost 90 that are just placed in this bucket of propaganda and then evil evil acts that we have seen in the few days. Because people in their 40s, I mean, we have some of them in the camp of the APC, but I don't regard those ones as anything. The likes of Dayo Israel, the likes of who again, MC Olomoro, all of those guys. I don't regard them as, I mean, but now if you look at Labour Party, you see sane mind. That was what my brother was saying in Arise. People that are educated. You have Muslims, you have Christians, you have even the free thinkers, you have people that are just learned. Before you say Jack Robinson, they're already researching, they're already pulling out, they're already digging out dirt of these people.
Yep.
And I'm just honest. Anytime I just look at Labour Party, the obedience, I just laugh. Like if you just do anything, pem, before 24 hours, they are putting up their debts. The same thing with Oleshenka. So I mean, but this Lamidi, I just want to understand his thought pattern. What is it? What was he thinking? What is he thinking that it can be used against the party, or with this Peter Obi?
I heard he was in Labour Party before, and then he ran to APC,
APC.
ran to Agbado Party,
Mhm.
yeah. And then they now in trying to sabotage now to get Peter Obi to maybe force him to leave the party and get him to resign and then withdraw the petition. I mean, allegedly, they were trying to insert him. I'm like, how does it even work? I don't understand. So right now we have a number of parties in Nigeria. How can somebody, you already have like your own party going, somebody will just come from nowhere and just insert themselves? Is that how it works? I don't understand. That's confusing to me. I also have a question about that.
That's where Labour Party has to do a better job. I think Abure and Peter Obi and all of those ESCOs, they need to sit down, because you see, the only thing that is helping the party today is because of the obedient movement.
Yeah.
And this generation, the generation of the millennials, the Gen Zs, they just want somebody that is truthful. They want an honest person. And so that's why people, you see what Fells did, that song that he released,
Wow. Yeah.
Files. Now, Mahmoud Yakub told Nigerians, I assure you, I assure you, I assure you. And the
Hmm.
youth, they held on that. So that's the mindset of the millennials and the Gen
Yeah.
Zs. They just want to hold you by your words. And so if you give them your words, you must live by that word. So that's why they can't just easily, because you betray their trust.
Yes.
And so they're going to fight you with everything that they have. With everything that they have. That's why this thing is not dying easily, because you betray trust. So I think that Abure and Peter Obi and everybody going forward have to do better in Labour Party. They have to just look at how things should be done properly, who can get into the party, who cannot get into the party, and scrutinize people very well going forward. That's what I would just say about that.
Right. Because that was weird to me. Like somebody just comes from nowhere and wants to insert themselves in your party. How? When they don't even know, so to me, it's just signaled, okay, they need to, maybe um, they didn't have their management team, for lack of better words, a structure in place to the point where anybody's coming in will have to go through some type of background search of who are you, where you coming from, that kind of thing. So you're right. I guess they need to do more work with regards to that. But I'm glad that they were not able to do anything. Thank God for the obedience. So I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
the background thing that you mentioned, I was thinking about that earlier in the morning. That
Mm,
I wish they have this background check thing in place that can just run a scan. But because Nigeria not that not database that can either check and see, "Oh, this person is this, who is this." But I mean, I just believe that if once Peter Obi gets there, things will begin to align by God's grace. Because that guy that spoke in the morning on Arise TV said some things that I think technology wise they are trying to achieve once everything sets in place for Peter Obi.
mm, okay. You're right. You're probably right about that. I just saw this photo now. Let me share with you guys. Hmm. Wow. This our country. We shall do something about that. Mr. Angry Edoman, are you back? Are you ready to talk to us now?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. So let me know when you can see my screen. Now they see this thing. Who can you see here?
Shetima. Oh
Right.
my
I
God.
think it came out that this picture was it's not doctored, but it's not really Boko Haram people. It's just a bunch of people he was eating with.
How do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know that?
Hello?
I say how do you know that?
No, I think it was there was a media house that covered it as an example of how fake news goes around. It's him, but it's not like, because for a long time, d- people said that was him with Boko Haram people, but that's not Boko Haram. That's the long story short. What I'm most interested in Shetima, I don't.
They have because I'm on Nigeria.
What I want him to come out and debunk though is the audio of him and Governor Musu or whoever that they were talking. That's what someone needs to investigate for me, whether that's deep fake, no fake. And that's a question someone needs to put to him. If I had the chance to interview him, I would directly ask that question.
Exactly.
Let him deny it if he wants, and let's read his body language.
Exactly. Because your sound, yeah, it's very static. Okay, Mr. Angry Edoman, let's hear you. Are you available now? Okay, Angry Edoman, don't vex. Angry Edoman, are you ready for us? Still on mute. You're on mute, though. In case you are talking, we can't hear you. I just thought I show that picture because I was curious, like, what's going on here with all of that. Oh, by the way, I hear today's Rufai's birthday. Is that true? Does anybody?
Yes, I think I saw it. He's on Twitter. I was just checking on his Twitter handle, and it's there.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's something about property thing. Let me see.
Nigeria really gave us their mandate on the 25th of February this year. Yes. And on that mandate, we stand. Yes. That's why we believe in the rule of law. And that's why we are going to court to say we are challenging this in the court. They should leave us alone. Instead of creating diversion and division in our party, we will not agree. That's why we want the whole world to know that today we have come back to our party, and our party is our own, and we have begun the legal process, the criminal proceeding against all the perpetrators of this very evil and barbaric act.
When you say leave us alone, who are you referring to specifically?
We are talking about that political party because we know some of these people are being sponsored. They are sponsored by people, by parties. And that's why, yes, so, and Julius Abure remain our chairman. It is only a court of competent jurisdiction and also the National Executive Council, which is net that can remove it. And that cannot be done behind closed doors. It has to be done through a national convention. Yes. And we are saying Labour Party was in shambles before. But if you all know this of Labour Party, you can see that Julius Abure has done the best for Labour Party. Yes, so Labour Party in the last election were able to win about 11 or 12 states. Yes. You can see that within how many months? 6 months. Nigeria won Labour Party. So we are not fighting any party, but what we are saying is that we have come to stay. And they should allow us to run our party the way we want to run it. Yes. And we want to advise all these elements, all these uncolored personalities that are in our midst, that want to negate the will of Nigeria. The case is in court. And we will not allow anybody to distract us. We are focused, we are determined, we are resolute to get our mandate back. Yes! Labour
Party! Oh my God.
That guy, that my deep Yoruba brother.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just kind of hilarious. I mean, it's just funny. But
this Lamidia Papa guy is Lamidia Bado, whatever his name is. He's a funny guy. Look at him; he looks like an ancient.
Oh Lord Almighty, Lamidia Papa. Guy. It's just so unfortunate that I spoke about Awapa and his last name is Awapa. Awapa used to be a good place in Lagos State too. But where is this man coming from? 77 years old man. Baba, eti dagbe ba de se dada kò dá báyìí. Èló ló fẹ́ fún yín tẹ́ bá tún gbà lá eti dagba.
Àgbàyà ló ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀, àgbàyà.
Ẹ má yẹ ká kún lágbàyà ẹ kàn tí ẹ jẹ́ ká man, these guys, I mean, your children will just look at you at home and say, Baba, why are you doing this to Nigerians at this stage? Man, better think, Baba. Erunu at 77. I mean, 70 was what God promised men. If you get 70, you already got 70 and 10, and then 7 more. Wow. I'll leave you there, my carry on, my sister.
Mr. Angry Edoman, welcome. What say ye?
Welcome. Good afternoon, good morning, guys. I really don't have much to say. I was in that Zoom meeting with Barisa Bure and Aisha Yusuf. I actually asked him a question, you know. Yeah, I mean, I
Somebody is
tackled him.
saying I should play from the one
Play from the what?
hour, from the 1 hour mark from the
Yeah,
Yusuf.
yeah, yeah. Play it, play it. I asked him a question. Play it.
Okay, so let me start from the 1 hour mark. So okay, let me share that. Oh, thank you so much, Tato, for the super chat. Oh my god, thank you so much, Tato. I really appreciate you for giving me the super chat. I really appreciate that too. God bless you immensely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, thank you for always supporting me, Tato. I don't take it for granted. I really appreciate it. Okay, let me share. Let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you guys see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me play the video.
Borders on the compliance and governance structure or framework of the Labour Party to ensure that the Labour Party is able to carry out internal party democracy such that people are able to understand and identify what the Labour Party stands for in terms of their ideology. And so, for example, if there's a state governor in a particular state who is elected on the platform of the Labour Party, what are the citizens of that state expected to see with respect to issues bordering around healthcare, education, for example, human capital development? What is it that, once a Labour Party person is in power, the people are able to expect, clearly across board, understand what to expect? And so my question borders around the compliance and governance structure and framework to ensure that Labour Party is able to identify core ideology that people can identify with. So that's my question.
Okay, thank you so much. I think let's take a bit of more questions, Mr. Chairman, so that you'll be able to take in. Abraham. Abraham, please unmute yourself.
Hello, Aisha, how you doing? Good.
I'm doing great.
Good evening, Barrister Julius Abure. How you doing today?
He's doing great. Can you put on?
Now you be Abraham, Mr. Angry Edoman. Okay, he probably is on mute. I thought I heard his voice. It sounds like him. Was that you? I can't hear you, Mr. Angry Edoman. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and play.
On your video, please, so that we add
Sure.
who we're talking to.
Hello, how you doing?
We're doing great. Well done. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. I know the distraction is about the assault by this Lamidia Papa of a man. I'm not really gonna go into Lamidia Papa because I think he's a joker. It's just a distraction, and so I'm not gonna worry about that. I have two questions, sir. The first one is concerned. I read through this evil constitution, and even in the constitution, I saw that there was a provision that says there can be televised hearings if it's about public interest and public trust. I just want to find out what is the Labour Party doing about that? Trying to really get cameras in there, and if there are no cameras in there, can we get a stereographer in there to get the notes, and we turn it into a graphic version with drawings? You feel me? Like that's like an end around. I don't know if you guys can think about that, but either way, there needs to be transparency in that process. And my second question is the area of media, because I believe there's going to be more more propaganda coming from, you know who they're coming from. So we don't need to mention their name. I believe there's going to be more propaganda. I wonder what you're doing to tool your media, because these past two scandals that broke out, the videotape recording and even this Lamidi Apapa nonsense, the response time was a little bit slow, to be honest. The misinformation already festered, and even this Wale Soyinka stuff, like the response was slow. You were allowed to get oxygen before it was challenged. So what can we do to curtail that, nib it in the stem in a quick manner before it disseminates? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abraham. Well within your time. I think I would take in one more person. I think the Lord's favor, I think, is the hand that is up next. Can you unmute yourself, please? The Lord's favor, can you unmute yourself? Okay, we'll go on to Samuel if he is not ready. Samuel, kindly unmute yourself. Hello, Samuel. Okay, I don't know whether it's a bit of a technical this thing. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, yeah, let's take on the questions. Do you need me to repeat them? We have the first one on the ideology of the labor.
No,
Okay.
I think I have them.
Okay then.
Well, for us in the Labour Party, we have a broad-based programs, which states, governors, and other structure of government can pick from, taking into cognizance the peculiarity of those states, taking into account the needs of the people. Of course, you know that the needs of the people vary from state to state and from community to community. A community may need healthcare, another one may need water, and so on and so forth. And therefore, our major concern is to have people in government who works for the people, who meets the aspirations and the needs of the people in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of moving people out of poverty, out of hunger and unemployment, lifting people from poverty, and so on and so forth. So it's a conglomeration of programs which meet the needs and aspirations of the people. What is then required is for any state where we are in government to now distill the needs of the people and work for the people. And so the ideology of the party is clear. It's a party for social democracy. And what it stands for is welfare for the people. We believe very strongly that any policy that does not meet the needs and aspirations of the people ought not to be a government policy. Every government policy must revolve around the people. It must be such that gives maximum security and welfare to the citizens of the people. And therefore, the people is key in every government policy. Wherever Labour Party is in government, the people will be key. The people will be the focal points of every government policy. That is why you see that the logo of the party is Papa, Mama, Pikin in a wheel. The wheel represents government, while the people that you see there, which is the family, represents the people of Nigeria. So it means that every government policy, every government workings must revolve around the people.
Thank you so much. So there's a question here from someone on YouTube that is talking about, there has been a lot of allegation of a forgery from the Lamidi person who is now saying that he is the chairman of the Labour Party, and they're asking, forgery is a weighty allegation. So what is this all about?
Well, the issue of forgery doesn't even arise yet. The man in question was actually he visited my office in company of some young men, and they pleaded with me to give them assignments to do. Aisha, you know, as is usual with me, I like encouraging people to, especially young people, to participate in party activities and all of that. And that was how the young man who is claiming that his signature was forged visited my office. And so in their introduction, he told me he was from Ebonyi State. And therefore, and as at that time, we had no strong party structure in Ebonyi. So I asked him, how can you be the chairman of Ebonyi State? He agreed. And so that was how I appointed him as the state chairman of Ebonyi State. And he never came to the party with the intention of running for governorship election. When it was time for primaries, to be conducted in Ebonyi, and we didn't have anybody to run for the governorship of Ebonyi State, I requested him to do the primaries and put his name as the governorship candidate to give room for substitution of candidates when the time comes. Because this obedient movement was just about starting in the party. And we foresaw a situation where we are going to have influx of people who have capacity, who will be able to win election. And so that was how he put his name and filled all the nomination forms which were uploaded in INEC. When it was time to withdraw, he also withdrew his candidacy for the governorship, and the party went ahead to conduct primaries where the governorship candidate emerged. Shortly after, he came back and said he had a different person in mind that he wanted to become the governorship candidate. Because of this platform, it will not be fair for me to put their names on the table.
No, definitely. We don't want the, like the personal details or the minute details, just the generalized version.
Yes. So he brought another person and said, it is that candidate that he wants. And we said, no, you cannot dictate to the party who becomes the candidate of the party. And so, and that was how it played out for him. And then he turned around to say that his signature was forged. But we thought it was a child's play. We didn't really take it seriously because we thought it was just the normal disagreements within political parties that we can resolve. Up till this time, I didn't take it seriously until when I saw that it was taking a new dimension. Anyway, we have filed our responses. The order that is purportedly given, I believe, was done in error because for an ex parte application, once an ex parte application contains a criminal element, the other party ought to be on notice in order to file his defense. But of course, as a lawyer, it will not be fair for me to cast aspersions at the judiciary at this stage. But to say that I believe that the judge was misled into making that ex parte order. I believe it was done in error, and we have put all necessary machinery in place to see that it is vacated. We actually anticipated some of these things, and immediately they brought that notice of suspension. We immediately filed our cases in Benin High Court, and we equally got an order restraining them from carrying out the activities they wanted to carry out. It will shock you to note that all those people that were paraded who said they were from my ward are unknown to me. They are neither my ward chairman, nor my ward secretary, nor members of my ward. And trust the obedient family. Do you know what they did?
Yeah.
The faces of those people were matched with their phone numbers and their addresses. And today, we have the details of those people. In fact, one of them used fake name in that their, what's it called now, in that their media. But the obedient movement fished out their true names with their photograph. The obedient movement have traced them to their family homes in their village. So we already know their identity, their true names. And we have written to Commissioner of Police because what they have done is criminal impersonation, and we will ensure that they are brought to justice. So for me, we'll deal with it, we'll face the challenges. For God's sake, what is here is eternal party democracy, and it's an eternal party matter, it's an eternal matter of a political party. And the Supreme Court have heard severally that eternal matter of a political party is not a subject matter for the courts. And therefore, I believe that the judge was misled to give me that order. Most importantly, that we also have an order which restrained them from doing what they have done. You know, a matter ordinarily that would have been a family matter, where powerful people are now involved in it, especially where APC wants to use it as a basis to enter the party because of the fortunes of the party. You can be rest assured that that's why it's like this. But we'll deal with it. We'll rise into the challenges and we'll deal with it.
Oh, okay. So
wow. Did you guys hear that? Or was it just me that heard it? Where he was talking about how the obedience, how the names, the address.
I mean, I think I said that earlier. I was saying that in my submission earlier. That is how brilliant the obedient. You know, that man that spoke in Arise in the morning, he said something like that too. Now that guy that went on, that guy that went on the plane to go shout obedient, obedient.
Yeah.
Less than 24 hours, they already fished out this information now. You see how they throw almost information on social media?
And in fact,
that is how brilliant the movement is.
Everything, like everybody's just doing their, I mean, you just have to give it to the obedience. Man. Every truth, not just obedience now, the truth, the people that are standing for the truth in Nigeria. Because the obedient movement is bigger.
My bad, yo. I had a problem, network issue. My bad.
No worries. Thank God. Good. I'm glad to have you back. So let's just listen to it for a few minutes and then we'll stop. And if you want to, anyone who's interested in the video, you can go catch it on Aisha.
I hope you guys saw the question I asked, bro.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
That was a very good question, by the way.
Oh, appreciate that, man. You know, just kind of give them the people's ideas that even if they don't accept like audio or video recordings, there's still an end round, you know.
The suggestion you made about stenographers, I don't know if they know anything about stenographers in Nigeria.
I thought that was worldwide.
I'm sorry?
I thought that was worldwide.
It's not worldwide, my brother.
They should employ the obedience now.
Yeah, they should employ. I'm sure somebody will be able to do that. Come on.
If Abure suggests it, and the court agrees to go in that direction, somebody will come out and do it.
Yeah, they just think
everything has to be on the table at this time.
I'm telling you, they just be every word, every hiss. If you do
every word, we want to know every word in that courtroom, every line of deliberation.
They go type if you do your hand, they will put for brackets. You make hand signal. They go type the man.
Exactly.
Fantastic. No, Nigeria has stenographers. Okay, well, hey, then you don't take. They have. Okay, that's awesome. That's good to know. Okay. All right. They didn't have before. Did they always have, Nelly? I don't know if they always had though, because they used to use biro to write. That one I remember. So I don't know. Maybe they've always had. Maybe I just didn't know. Okay. All right. Let's listen in for a few more minutes.
Coming back to the question of Abraham on the issue of the televised hearing of the petition, is there anything that the party is doing about that? And he was asking if they can get a stenographer. I don't think, or anyone that could just, or cartoonists or people that will just show what is happening so as to keep people updated. And then
I think it's an area we need to work on. We have not really advanced that. Probably we'll make arrangement to see how we can televise it live and stream the program live from the courts. I'm sure, but I can assure you that television stations will be in the station or will be in the court while the proceedings begins. But let me assure you that we will make arrangements to see how we can have a live stream of the court proceedings brought to people directly.
Okay. And the next thing also was the issue of the media presence, and that response was quite low. A lot of remember the Minister of Labor, I think it was the state for states, that's Festus Keyamo, did mention that they were going to do propaganda for propaganda. And I always say, like in the movement, we don't have propaganda. We use truth to fight propaganda, but they've come out openly to talk about the fact that they are going to be doing a lot of propaganda, smearing, fake news, and all of that. And it seems the response from Labour Party is quite low. It's not as quick as it should be, and there's some of these lies and propaganda actually gain oxygen before there's a response that comes from it.
Well, like I said, we had expected this, and of course, you know that this last one that came was actually public holiday. I was already in Edo. A lot of people had already traveled before this one came up. I agree with you that our response is slow. It's a major area, a major concern that a lot of people have raised. Within the next 1 or 2 days, we are going to have a strong response team that will be able to respond to these issues as they arise. So it's one of the challenges that is noted, and I want to assure you that we take steps to see that our responses to be apt and swift this time around. Yes, I agree that we've had slow response. We'll deal with it.
Okay,
the matter
Abraham,
we need to take seriously.
thank you so much. Abraham, you did get that. Did you hear that response? And they said they're going to work on it. They do agree with you, because the easiest way of solving any problem is, first of all, to admit that there's a problem. And the moment you admit that there's a problem, you take responsibility for it, and then you begin to find ways to make it work. Mr. Adetunji, go ahead, please, and unmute yourself. Let's have you next. I think there were some people that had a little bit of a network issue. Please try again and raise up your hand so that we'll be able to bring you in. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you very much, Aisha, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm calling from Dublin. Just to give a background, I came to Nigeria. I actually registered to vote, and I voted LP and also canvassed. I represent a group here for obedience, and we contributed our money also on the platform, the obedience something platform. Now, when I got to Nigeria, I realized that actually that there seems to be quite some, there was this town hall app that I downloaded, and I found that app to be like something that would have been a game changer, because everybody will have been able to upload their results from the world level. But that app, I don't know what happened to it. It was not working. And to be honest, I realized that we have challenges at most of the words, like the word E3 in Ikorodu, where I actually joined. the structure is not really very great, but we are working on it right now, And my question basically is this: that can that kind of town hall app, be further strengthened to give structure, to give organization to the party, such that even at the world level, people can participate and things can get moving? Because it seems as if, without that kind of town hall app, I don't know who created it. I think it was supposed to be used for the what you call it, for the campaign. If it can be strengthened, and it can help to structure the party very well, and a lot of things can get moving. And again, I hope that Araba will be expelled, and including Apapa. Both of them, I hope the NEC will meet and expel the two from the party, not only, and all the cohorts, because they are really causing trouble. And I hope that everything will, the dust will settle soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very
so much.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate you for your contribution, your financial contribution, and all that you did for the party. I wish that you find a way to reach me privately so that we can look at the further discussion on it. If it is what will be useful to enhance participation of people now, so that we can look at it and see how we can develop it. I am aware that we have several apps developed by several persons, so I wouldn't know the one you are talking about now. So I wish that you are able to chat me up privately so that we can look at it, the one you are recommending, and let's see if it is what we can continue to work it in order to enhance and develop the party the more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adetuji, you can send him a private message. It's on the town hall app. I think someone is saying here, and I think which is the one that Valentino Zibo and others came together to develop, and so it's really things that it should be.
Okay, I will liaise with Bar and see how we can work together to develop it and make it domiciled in the party. We'll take it over, I can assure you.
Okay, I think that's about enough of that, right? What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
Honestly, this is a great interview, and I think they can continue to do more of this.
Right.
To just continue to create the presence of Labour Party. That even though we're fighting for this mandate, even though Peter Obi becomes the president, all of these things have to continue.
Absolutely.
Because that's how you strengthen democracy. That's how you strengthen the party. That's how you strengthen the people, and then even enlighten the people, educate the people. With this app they talk about now, even the women in the village. There are better things that can be done with the Labour Party, and I think they are in the right direction. So I honestly, to that Lamidi Apa, I don't know what that man is fighting for. And like that man said, Lamidi should be expelled. And people like him should be probably looked into before they actually bring people into the party. They must be checked properly before joining the party.
Honestly, that's I think that's one of the I'm sure maybe somebody asked that question. I wasn't on the show. I couldn't be on any show today, but I think that's a very, very important question, Mr. T, because I think they have to really, really consider what's it called, background checks for these people. They have to do more, find out more about the person before they let them into the party, because the strength of Labour Party is the people. Look at what Obedience are doing all over. I mean, imagine the skill and the talent we have, at our disposal. So we can't afford to sabotage that. But it's a good thing because it seems like we have checks. So anybody that does anything, people are able to, Obedience are just able to fish them out fast. So it's a way also of strengthening the Labour Party, Because when we find out the fake ones, we'll just fish them out and find somebody else to replace them, right? What do you guys think? That's what I'm thinking, though. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know. But anyway, let's pause the video for now, unless you guys want me to move forward. And let me quickly come to Mr. Angry Edoman. Yeah, that question was very, very salient, by the way. Thanks for asking that question. It's something they should really consider, to be honest. Bibi, welcome. Welcome, sis. How are you?
My sis, I'm on the road driving, but I'm doing good. I just hope my internet will go crazy. Greetings everyone on the panel, and greetings to everyone in the comment section. I didn't get the chance to look at the names. I didn't think you were going to be on, so I just jumped in when I saw it. So I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to be listening for the time being to catch up.
Okay, all right, no worries then. Thank you. Let me come to Justice Must Be Served. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Omoye.
Welcome on.
How everything?
We thank God. How are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good.
Mr. Burume, thank God he spoke something very important, and they said they are slow to respond, which is something we have observed for a very long time, and they should be they should have a tactical wing that go between the line of every speech that is made by the distractors. I call them distractors. You should, if you don't have people that are tactically on ground, just like you setting up a situation room whereby the party will be feel the bees of these people. They're going to be they should have a people that come together, tactically read statement and bring out statement behind statement and prefer a solution that will give them the direction which the distractors are going to. And the reason why I'm saying this is that Yagbadoma said one thing which a lot of people might have forgotten. And that thing he said, he meant it. He said, what money cannot get, more money will get it. You see, this what is going on is the power of money. Is using money to desecrate the land. And we all know where he got this money from. It is still from the same people who are hungry, who are dying, and who are so impoverished. And so those also who are jumping to seeing him as their savior. That is where he's getting the money from. So I will indulge the chairman of Labour Party to now sit upright, very upright, and have a tactical team, and also have a sort of a personal PRO that will give him a good advice on some issues before he come into this the issue. Before he come in, they will sit down and tell him whatever I want to do, whatever I can do about the whole thing. That because we are going to get more wahala, like I could normally say in Nigeria, we are going to get more wahala that is more than this. If you look at the trend, if you all can trace it when it all started. It all started that, they should go to court. From go to court, it should they trying to cause civil war. Constitution. From constitution, now we are here now. Go travel out of the country. From travel out of the country, party Julius Abumire is dismissed. We are the authentic. From authentic chairman, they are going somewhere again. These people have lined up a lot of divisive approach towards them stealing, gauging themselves and making the picture looks as if the Labour Party is in shambles. because they couldn't get the man. They couldn't go, they can't even touch the case. That is why you see they cannot even come forward to put their own paper forward. So before the deadline will come, there's going to be a very serious wahala they are going to bring. But I know, obedient, which I have told them, these obedient, they are more than FBI. They are tactically somewhere. Down. They are a team of you sitting down, and when there is any bomb, they find solution to quench that bomb. When there is anybody, look at the way they got that man that was shouting like somebody who got an injection while in the hospital. He was shouting. He just went and made a mistake and started saying obedient. They went into operation. Before you know it, they brought out the date the man was born, brought everything out and threw it to the internet. And that thing was solved. That thing was killed. That thing was brought by the Agbado man too, because he has paid a lot of money to do all this thing. And remind you, they are going after a lot of media that are on YouTube too. They are going after them. And one thing we should know, like my grandpa, my grandmom will always tell me, the person that is going to deal with you is not an outsider. It is the person that is insider that will deal with you. Because if the doors are shut, nobody can come in. It is somebody inside the house that will still open the door for somebody to come in. That is the problem. That is what is happening now. So we should stand, if not for the obedient. And thank God, obedient is not Labour Party. That is why our principal said, I can hold Labour Party to go this direction, to go the direction of the truth. But I am not in charge of the obedient. Obedient is a movement. It's a movement that are standing for the truth. I am not in charge. So we thank God that this card is played and we have a tactical wing apart from the Labour Party, which is not part of the Labour Party. But the Labour Party should set up a wing that will tactically be, approaching issues and immediately they have any comment online, like, well, look at what Walushika just spoke about. They should have a tactical wing that will debunk it. When they debunk it, it will fall on the person that spoke as a shame. Start bringing out all, if not for obedience, that started digging out Wole Soyinka past. They dug it out and they saw that he even threatened to go to a position whereby he went to a party leader with arms and threatening them.
He held up a radio station at gunpoint. That's what you're trying to remember. He held up a radio station at gunpoint.
So obedient doing the job.
Funny enough, it was because of a rigged election. I just want to add that it was because of a rigged election. He took hostage at the radio station. Imagine the irony.
That is why you see even the so-called son, what the Kiamo, they brought it that Kiamo has gone to jail before. If Labour Party should have a tactical wing their own, that would be very good, so that issues will synchronize issue and begin to attack from left and right. Attack from left and right. Thank God we have media that can blow out the whole whistle. Immediately get down to our doorstep, we blow it out. So that is how we can fight these people. They are scared of the media. They are scared of the social media. They don't have solution to it. They keep on bringing people that are dining with us, and they will be moving and be talking with us on social media platform. And thank God we are intelligent people. We can identify them immediately, because the obedient movement, you see, when you have a group that believe in the truth, you stand. When somebody is derailing, you will know. not so open, but intelligent will tell you that this person is not part of you. Because from his statement, you will know this person is not part of you. Because we obedient, we have one language. It is like we are in the spirit. We understand ourselves. No matter where you come from, immediately you start speaking, we will know that this person is an obedient. But when you are not part of obedience, you started spilling some kind of language statement, we will get you immediately that this person is not part of us. Somebody else will say, sit down, let us monitor further his statement. The other person will come up that this person is not still part of us. So it's just God. When the voice of people stands out, it is very difficult for you to oppress the voice of the people, especially when they come as a bunch. When you carry a broom, carry one stick of a broom, you can easily break it. But when you carry the bunch of that broom, you try to break it, it is very, very difficult, more or less impossible for you to break. That is what I would describe the obedient family as. We are tactically oriented, we are intelligently formidable, and we are ready to move this force to the end of the world. We want to see the end of this thing. I speak to the judiciary. They should dare the obedient, and they will see the worst ever. I dare them to speak contrary to it and dare the obedient first, and they will see what they've never seen in the entire universe. We expose them to the level where they themselves will be crying, Father, I never knew that this kind of people exist in this country. They said the youth are lazy, they said the youth are docile, the youth have woken up and are ready to take their birthright. And if they deny them their birthright, they are going to see hell.
Thank you, Justice Bobisel. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions. I really appreciate it. Let me quickly come to BB. BB, are you ready to talk to us now? I see that your audio, you left, you came back. BB, can you hear us? You're on mute, oh, in case you're talking, we can't hear you. Okay. All right, she probably can't hear us. We're going to be wrapping this up. I don't want to stay here too long. I just want us to know that where our focus should be. And I'm glad that I played a bit of that interview with Aisha Yusufu and Abure, because I think it's very important to understand what's going on in the Labour Party, so that way, like I keep saying, I'm encouraging everybody, if you're not yet a member of Labour Party, please join. Please, we need people right now. We can't afford to. BB, your mic is on. You're on twice, though. Do you know that? Yeah. Okay, that is making a lot of ruckus. Okay. So, what's going on? Okay. So basically, yeah. So we need to, if you're not yet a member of Labour Party, please, we need you to join. You got to be a member of Labour Party. You can't, this is no longer time to be folding your hand. Do you want your country back? Do you want to make sure your ancestral home is protected? Where last, if you don't get where to go, you at least you get your village to go to. Please, this time not be time for joking around. Just be a member. Me, I went to sign up. I signed up this has been over a month or two ago. That's when I joined. I'm not contesting for anything, but just to be a member, I beg. We need them. We have a country to save, and we can only save that country if we become part of what, if we become part of building it. Look at all of us here, and everybody that is talking here in the comment section, everywhere. Everybody has something to bring to the table. Everybody has something that they can use to transform their, our communities. We shouldn't waste any time, because most of us, we felt, okay, politics, they don't take am, make they run am now. Now it make am be as e be o. But if we all flood the place, tell me how these people want to get access. If we flood the place and build the structure from within, they won't be able to come in and take over just like that. So this is the time for us to do the work. And we have to change our language. I know Nigeria has hurt a lot of us, but we need to change how we speak about Nigeria. We really need to. The people that live there, even though it is what it is, but we have to now start changing the narrative and educating those of us that don't know. Each one teach one. That's how we're going to build a society. There's a lot of hard work ahead, but it's doable. We're already doing it anyway. Michael, welcome. Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. Happy
Yes, I can hear
Saturday.
you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, it's Sunday here. Yeah, it's
Oh,
Sunday morning here.
okay.
Yeah,
Happy Sunday.
yeah. Mhm. So
Yeah, what do you have for us?
I've
Go ahead.
been going through. Yeah, I've been going through Twitter and YouTube. Watching videos and stuff. All I can just say is that I'll keep praying for our principal to be resilient and not to give up, because I understand the pressure. The pressure is getting worse. You know, because when the truth is about to be open, in the public, you see everywhere starts getting to heat up. So I just keep praying for our principal to be able to remain resilient, so that he can get his mandate back, because even the blind can see that everything was stolen. They rigged an election. Even with the rigging, he still won. He still won with the rigging they did. They rigged the election and he still won with the rigging they did. So I just keep praying. That's all I can say. I just keep praying for him and his family and for their protection also, because believe me, these old men, these old cargoes, these guys, they are demons in human flesh. These guys, they can go to any length to do anything to destroy somebody. So I just keep praying though for his family's protection and stuff. And that's just all I can say for now. I
Okay.
just keep
Well,
praying that
that's a
he
very
remains resilient.
Yeah, that's a very good thing. That's a very good point that you made about prayers. It's very, very good. And yes, let's all be reminded to pray for them. Keep their families, keep our principal Peter Obi, especially in our prayers, and the families too. You know, please, wherever you are, please pray for our principal. We need, because he needs strength. He needs to be upheld at this time. So with our prayers and with our positive energy, we can help them. I believe that is the obedient movement that is sustaining the strength of the people in that party, honestly, because the
Yeah,
obedience are
yeah.
resilient. Those that are standing for the truth are resilient. That's why they are not able to break. They are not able to break. So when they see the energy from everyone who's standing for the truth, it's almost like they get like a fresh infusion of energy, and they're able to run this race. Because imagine being in Nigeria and having to deal with all of this. I can only imagine what they are going through, because they are the ones on top.
The propaganda and everything. The
Yeah,
propaganda they've been trying to tarnish his name and stuff. Even the so called legends, the legend writer Chino Achebe could come out and say shit. During the election period, he couldn't say shit. He couldn't say anything. It's now after the election he's trying to say that he lost the election because of the obedience. Well, I tell you, Mr. Chino Achebe, he never lost the election. Even with the rigging, he still won. So
Chino Achebe said that.
anyway,
Was it
he
Chino
said that
Achebe
the
that said
obedience are the reason why. Yeah, he said that the obedience are the reason why he
Chino
lost. That the obedience
Achebe? Are you sure
they
about
don't
that?
take.
That's not Chino. Was it Chino
Chino Achebe,
Achebe?
yes, I'm very sure. Chino
Ah,
Achebe, yes, I'm very sure.
Oh, Wale
He said that
Soyinka.
the oh, sorry, no Chino Achebe, Wale Soyinka, sorry,
I was saying, did Chino
my
Achebe
mistake.
come back from the dead? I don't
Sorry,
understand.
sorry, I'm sorry, Wale Soyinka,
No
sorry,
worries. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, my bad. So
No.
it's kind of sad seeing a man like that at his age, coming out to say stuffs like this.
Well, we have to just keep doing
It's
what
very
we're doing and don't allow
it's very
ourselves to.
sad.
Yeah, it is sad, but we have to
No,
keep
my brother,
moving.
it is sad, but I mean, one
Very
thing
sad.
is just don't let this man don't let want propaganda over propaganda. You just keep focus and we just keep moving.
Yeah,
One
we
thing
have.
I'm just happy about is that Peter Obi himself is he continues with his work. I
Right.
think I saw him something about him today, how he helped
Yeah,
somebody on wheelchair on a private
a 96-year-old
flights
man,
to
a
Delta.
95-year-old man.
So yeah, so
You know,
he continues to do his good work. So and all of those things, God Himself will not forget those good works. Ask us to continue to pray for him.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, pray for him.
Yes.
Anytime you remember about him, pray for him. Because
Exactly.
this fight is not for him and his family, it's for
No.
Nigerians.
Mm-hmm.
And so God Himself will not allow the widow, the fatherless, the orphans, the poor to suffer when this man is Peter Obi has nothing to lose, honestly. But
Absolutely.
Nigerians have everything to lose
yeah,
if this guy leaves.
he has nothing to lose. He said this thing from the beginning that it is going to be a very long fight.
He
Yeah,
He
he
said
said
it,
it.
so
did.
that's why
He
we
said
need
that.
to that's why we
He
ourselves
said it.
need to be encouraged. We need to be
Yes.
encouraged.
Yes.
We need to be
That
encouraged.
that
He
that
said it
that
that
is
it's going to be
why
a very tough. It's going to be a very tough fight. He said it.
that is why I say we have been saying it that this man has gone through the valley of the shadow of death before. That is why when others were saying, "Oh, we should go to the street, we should do this, we should do that," just look at it now. If we have gone to the street, just look at it the way it would have been. The dimension, they would have captured it right-handed. They would have captured
Yeah.
everything. But this man said, "Let's go,
No.
follow me, calm
Let's
down,
go to
let's
court.
move. Just
Let's go
calm
to
down."
court.
He knows these people. That is why you see, there's a purpose why Peter Obi was in other parties.
Mr. Victor, let me
And
let me
remember,
Mr. Victor, can I interject you? I am
okay,
sure that Atiku is afraid of Obi.
yes,
I am very
yes,
sure.
I agree
This
with
guy,
you. Yes,
told them, was he Ngige that told them? He said, "Don't celebrate, oh. This guy is, it's not a easy crack, oh. I am sure Atiku is afraid of Obi. I am sure of that."
that's it. You see, there's one
Atiku
thing
has been radio silent now. Atiku has been
there,
radio
there, there,
silent
there,
ever
there-
since this stuff
there's
started.
one
After that
thing
10 days protest or so, he has been radio silent.
there's one thing I learned in people that are very slow to speak
And
and
quiet.
very calm and quiet. And to add
Very
it up,
quiet.
that are intelligent again, that are intelligent. You see, they are very, very tactical in their approach. They watch the wind, they watch the waves. They enter into the lion's den to ascertain and get their what they have in their head clear, very clear. And when they come out, they tell you to calm down, calm down, calm down. Just watch me. Let's do it the right way. You know that this man has been there before. Remember, let me remind you guys. Obi was one of the leader in the East, that starts with that starts with one of the greatest leader in this. I won't mention name. It starts with him before he died, and that guy mentored him.
Ojuku now. Ojuku.
Mentored him on don't be very forceful, don't be very fast to people's reaction. Don't be very fast to people's reaction. Be calm. And that man blessed him. He saw something in him and he brought him forward. That is why you see the former governor said APC should not be happy for now. That he knows this man. He has been able to investigate this man. And he has felt the impact of this man when he was the governor. He knew how he was bundled out. So people should be very, very, very calm and let all of us learn from this wise man God has sent to us. He is a wise man. Look, all the statement he has made, we never leave these people until they get that mad. I bet my everything on it.
Okay,
Obi
thank you
will not
very
leave
much.
them.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me quickly again.
Amaya, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, quickly before I play
Okay.
the video.
I kind of have a concern, and this concern is coming from after hearing Mr. Mayegun. So it's gonna be kind of lengthy. So you can do what you want to do, and then I can come back and ask. Is that okay? Or you want me to go ahead and ask now?
You can go ahead and ask while they're prepared. Whoever wants to respond is preparing their response, and I'll play the video.
Okay. So listening to Mayegun, he made a lot of very realistic statements, but realistic to the sense of everybody get ready because this man is going to be sworn in. And somebody made a statement earlier when my internet was having fault that the situation is money, you have money now, be money needed and more money can be added, something like that. I don't think I'm saying it right, but something to the tune of his philosophy is there is nobody, everybody has a price tag, so to say. So it's
Yeah,
just
we know
finding
that.
out.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What money
So my
cannot do, more money can do it.
exactly. So my
Yeah.
question now is, with that kind of mindset, he now made a statement and said, whoever wants to learn about how silly or how daring or how far this man can go, the person should ask for Showere. Speak to Showere, because this is how Showere formed a party, and right before his own eyes, his party was taken away from him because this man funded the party through people, and before he knew what was happening, the party wasn't his anymore, and then he was kicked out. And now said that it is the same tune he is dancing to, and that obedience should be quite alert, because he has already started showing his teeth by what he did with this Lamidi guy that came from nowhere and wanting to be chairman. So my question is, how confident are we with the people in the Labour Party, quote unquote, the smaller boys or the bigger boys? How confident are we that when money is splashed at them, they will not fall for it? Because what that man also said was that what Tinubu did was to deliberately make life hard for the people in Lagos, or for Showeres people, money-wise, to the point of buying buildings just to make sure that they were crippled completely, and then he took over. So how confident is it that that kind of a thing cannot happen with Labour Party? That's my question.
Okay, we'll come back to the response. Let me play this video.
You went and invoked Otonigu for me. For me. Mama Diana Sabia. You went to invoke Otonigu.
Don't you know her?
I know the oracle. Who doesn't know you, both in spirit world and in physical world? Everybody knows Otonigu.
Listen, I love you, and I've been waiting for you. I'm your wife. I chose you among other students. I have
We can't see the picture.
apart from you. One, a senator.
You can't see the picture?
Yes, we can't see
Yes.
anything. It's a blank screen.
Oh, okay then. So you guys can respond to whoever wants to respond to BB. Please go ahead. Let me try and fix that.
Yeah. Let me do the first response. I don't know, but somebody will take it up from there. You see, what I said at the beginning, what's his name? Mayegun is very critical in his analysis, and he does not really analyze, say, from what I hear say. He analyzes from the perspective of this is the kind of philosophies these people are carrying, and this is what they've done before, and he's following the trend. I so much love his analysis, and his analysis is always to the point all the time. But I will say something that as they've tried to spend money in doing a lot of things, his money has failed. Let me give, for instance, he wanted to buy over, he dropped about 2 billion or whatever to tactically approach the media, both the social media and the terrestrial media. He tactically bought a lot of them over. But at the tail end, they failed him because there was a counter approach. And the counter approach is the obedience syndrome. They have a way of puncturing everything he brings forward. You see, the reason why I say it is that if you look at all the media outfits now, if you look at them, the only outfit that he has not tactically, he almost punctured it. But he could not. But he keep on sending his stooge down to that media. He keep on doing, but other media, he has clipped their wing. But this one media that he hasn't done, there are people are scared of going there. Most anybody that you see from his camp that goes there, you know that person has a lion heart and he has a way of, shouting to rub the thing. But they have not really found a way of really pulling that media down. That is why you hear them say, oh, if you get to power, we are going to shut it down, because they have not found a way of bringing it down. But other media, they have clipped their wing. And another side of it is that the obedient have been able to tactically approach every issue that comes, because every issue that comes, he has made money available. That is why you see them coming, and the obedient has been the investigator behind the Labour Party, and there has been a sort of tactical wing for the Labour Party. If not for the obedient, they would have had a very smooth way. But the obedient have been able to, one thing about the whole thing issue is that when you see them bringing information, if there is a counter information that punctures what they've done, what the obedient have been able to do, and that is where he's always pumping money into. He has a lot of money. He has been pumping the money. Now he wants to pump money into the camp of the Labour Party. And I believe because the obedient they've said they've been working on the individual information of those people that are playing the game of the APC. And before you know it, information will be digging out and they are investigating it. And when you bring out information to the media of those people perpetrating evil against the Labour Party, that means that particular side that they have spent his money has been punctured. But mind you, their mission is to get him into power May 29th. And that mission is still going on. And we hope, as the judiciary stands their ground, we hope any pronouncement that will be made by the panel, the judicial panel, any pronouncement it will either go negative or positive. I pray the information they will bring out, we beef up and make the hope of the common people of Nigeria, which the obedience is standing for, to be alive and glow to the world. That is my submission. Somebody who can take it from here.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Mr. Justice must be served. Thank you for saying that. So I kind of agree with what he said. You guys know me, I like Mayegun's analysis. But Mayegu speaks from the point of view of, I know this man, I know his antecedents, and I know the extent he can go. But now, what he's fighting against is different. Now, Showore, to me, when Showore came out and there was no authenticity in Showore. I didn't see it. That's me. It's just my opinion. I didn't see him going far because Showore came across as he was too brash and he was too emotional. If you remember, there was a riot, there was a protest that happened, I think somewhere in Lagos. Was it Lagos or Abuja or so, right? many people didn't really come out. And even though he was locked up, not they didn't really, you didn't see the momentum gather for him, you know. So I don't know about the comparison he's making. Yeah, I understand that he must have been able to buy a lot of those people, because at the core of it, when there's no originality in a person, when the core of who you are is not, you're not really, you're just doing it for the sake of, you want people to hear you, and you want to, for lack of better words, be noticed. It's not a good motive. At the end of the day, if pressure is applied enough, you will break. And that's what happened. Now, coming to Peter Obi is a man that is grounded to the core. And the people that are following him are organic. Nobody is paid. Me, when I did here, so how many hours I don't do? Nobody they pay me shingbai for this work when I do. You understand? It is for the love and for the protection of my ancestral home. That's why I'm doing this. Because I see someone who is able to come in and represent every ethnic group in Nigeria. Me, I want everybody to be okay. I want to be okay in my own space, and I want everybody else to be okay in their own space, because if everybody else is okay in their own space, I will not be afraid. I will live in my house quietly. I will move around with ease, you know? And that's the difference between the obedient movement and Showaways if you're trying to compare that. And then with regards to if we know the people in the party, how well do we know? We cannot know everybody. It's not possible. People are coming in, they're still trying to tighten their structures. Like we all know what happened with the Labour Party chairman, how they tried to, unseat him and all of that. Guess what? Guess who made that? Who didn't make that? Guess who destabilized all that plan? The obedience. Who's paying the obedience? Do you know does anybody know all the obedience? No. And it's not just the obedience, it's the people who believe in truth, justice, and fairness. So it's not just obedience, you know. So that's why I think that, yes, even though he says there's nobody that money cannot buy, there's some people that money is not their motivation. Someone like me now, you cannot, how much do you want to give me? I'm not moved, I'm not materialistic. So there's nothing you can give me that will move me. My conviction is I want the truth to stand, because I know that in the truth, that's where people find safety. That's where people are protected, vulnerable people are protected. That's where you're able to fight for your for to live in your spaces without any threats to you. So there's no amount of money that you can pay certain people that will make them buck. What money? Do you understand? In as much as we know that there are people who material things, money is a function for them. You give them money, you throw enough money at them, they're gone, because they're already thinking how many houses they're going to buy, how many places they're going to, whatever it is that they do with money. You understand what I'm saying? So everybody is different. I just believe that this time around is totally different. And even though there are people within the Labour Party that are moles, just like everywhere else. If you go on social media, there are moles everywhere. You can't tell. As we're talking here, we don't know. You don't know if I'm a mole. How would you know? I'm putting all my energy. You won't know now, so you can't tell, right? It is only with time. And when the beautiful thing about it is when the obedience, and when I say obedience, I'm spreading the net very far and wide. It includes all the people that believe in truth, justice, and fairness. Once they figure out that this person is not, they are able to immediately fish out that person and take care of the situation and get the right people in. That's the power of this movement. Nobody knows how the movement started. They all say, yeah, it started from NSAS. It started way before NSAS, by the way. So that's what I would say about that. In as much as I do understand Mayegu, I appreciate him. I can listen to Mayegu because he gives you insight as to how these people think and operate, and what the length they will go. I would take Mayegu for that. But with regards to the extent of how this whole obedient movement will go, look at it now. For months now, They've been coming up with propaganda after propaganda after propaganda. Nothing has worked. Everybody has been able to figure it out. Within 24 hours, look at the guy that came on the aircraft. Within 24 hours, we knew his wife, we knew where the wife worked, we knew his name, we knew where he belonged. Come on. This is a you can't tell me that we don't all know. We can all see that this is a different scenario entirely. And I'm not saying that we're perfect. Absolutely, we're not perfect. But that's why this is why we're here. Everybody's on this table. So if you're standing for the truth, you don't even need any bit of it to come and encourage you. You will stand for the truth. And if anybody around you is trying to be the mole, you call them out. That's why you're here. That's why you're truth. You're standing for the truth as well. So it's not one person's work, it's everybody's work. That's my own take on it too. It's just my own opinion. So let me come to the people who haven't spoken here. Let me quickly come to Madam Victoria. Madam Victoria, welcome. Happy Saturday. You're on mute, so we can't hear you. Okay, looks like she's not available right now. BBM, did anybody want to take a go at this before I
I
BB?
wanted to say that that was properly answered, and thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you so much too. One Love, welcome. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to everyone, and good evening, good morning, wherever you're joining us. I hope everyone is doing okay.
We're all doing good. Thank you. I hope you're good too.
Yeah, I'm hanging here, hoping for the day Peter Obi will be sworn in. I'm waiting for it. So I know it's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all waiting for that day.
Yeah, I just joined you guys. I'm not quite sure what you guys were talking about, so I'll probably let somebody else talk first.
Okay. All right then. No worries then. Welcome, Sister Ify. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
Hello, yeah. It's good to be on here.
Welcome.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me
Now I
now?
can hear you. I can hear you now. Go ahead. Happy Saturday. How now? How you doing? Welcome, sis.
Okay, yeah. Happy Saturday too. I think the reason why you couldn't hear me is because the video was playing at the other end, but I muted that one. It's good to be here. Hello, everyone. I'll wait for your cue. Let me know when you want me to talk. Okay,
Go
thanks.
ahead. It's your turn now. Go
Oh,
ahead.
it's my turn. But
Yeah,
I just came.
before
How
you
about the other ones? Have they spoken?
I don't know, maybe her Wi-Fi or something. So
All
that's why
right.
everybody else had spoken. So welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, I just hopped on. I thought I set a reminder for myself, but I didn't. I'm working on a project. I have two computers right in front of me, but I thought, oh my goodness, Omoye started her show. Just when I joined you guys, you were talking about Mayegun, and I know Mayegun has a lot of so many fans on your show. And I don't know where I stand when it comes to Mayegun. I feel like he goes back and he goes forth sometimes. I think he's quite indifferent about the movement. And the thing about us obedience is that we are so welcoming. Our arms are so wide to welcome anyone who wants to hop on and say something about what the movement is about. So I've not watched his show in a while, but I'm thinking that you were trying to comment on his indifference about the obedience movement and whether we'll run out of steam or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Omoye.
So
Can you hear
really,
me?
Bibi had a question. She had watched Mayegun, and she had a question,
Right.
about, because Mayegun, he mostly talks about the way the Tinubu clan thinks, what they think about how they feel that they can buy anybody with money. Everybody has a price.
Right.
You keep throwing money at them or something like that. Somebody had
Right.
it. So she was concerned. She was expressing concern as to some of what he said. So, Bibi, if you want to maybe go ahead and say that. So while you're here, I don't know why they be mouthpiece for you, Bibi.
Yes, sir. Hi,
Go
Dr.
ahead and
Ify. Nice
clarify
to
to
hear
Sister
from
Ify.
you.
Same here.
So my concern was I had listened to Mayegun, and Mayegun was suggesting that obedience should take a cue from Showore, because this last propaganda, this last trick that the APC people tried to do in bringing Lamidi in to be the new Labour chair, and advently to for that chair to now wake up in the morning and decide that they are going to pull the petition out as being the chairman, making the court process to be null and void. He said that that is an old playbook that was played to Mayegun, to Showore, but that in Showore's case, it was to completely take him out of the party, which he himself, that is Showore, formed,
Right.
and that
Right.
he was shocked. The Showore was shocked to see what happened, and he said it was somebody from Rivers State that actually
Right.
did that. So
Right.
he was advising the obedient that, look, if you guys want to know how to know more of this man's tricks, talk to Showore, bring Showore closer to you guys so
Huh.
that you can learn one or two things from him. And so my question
Oh.
was, with the attitude of bats being, more money can be used, everybody has a price tag, just offer them whatever they need and you get what they want. How are
Right.
we so confident that the people in charge of the Labour Party will
Uh-huh.
not fall into that trick? Because what the guy also does is to make it possible for the cash to be so strapped that
Right.
the people will not have anything, and so you would have no choice but to go to him, depending on the peanuts and the crumbs that he has to offer.
Right.
So that was
Right.
my concern.
Oh, BBMD, thank you so much for bringing me up to speed with the topic of discussion. But you see, if you look at that petition, there's a part of it where it says that Peter Obi and Labour Party are the ones who are petitioning, against Tinubu, Shetima, APC, and INEC. I think it was intentional, and I want to understand that everything in that petition was made in preparation for eventualities like this one, where they know the capabilities of Tinubu and the fact that he thinks he can buy everybody with money. And it's a legitimate concern. My friend, we talk every day, and once I wake up in the morning, I'll listen to her voice message. She lives in the UK, and she was telling me something though. She said, "Why is it that everybody, like Tinubu, seem like he's capable of buying everybody?" I have an elder brother who met him and his wife. They met Tinubu once, and I think repeatedly they've been meeting Tinubu's men. And you won't believe it. These people will do anything. This is my blood brother. I'm not even kidding. He will do anything for Tinubu. This person even made sure that he called my mom before the election and started, preaching Tinubu to my mom just before the election. Imagine making a woman who is a grandma, all gray hair, trying to convince her to go and vote for Tinubu just because he's met Tinubu a couple of times and maybe his boys and stuff. And my friend asked me a question. He said, why is it that people would do anything for him? Why? And I think it's because he weighs people and he literally just offers them things at their level. He meets them at the point of their need for those who are easily carried away. But just like Omoye said, we have moles everywhere. Sometimes I feel like we have one or two moles listening to this, live show sometimes, and I won't be surprised if they're actually present, just to listen to what it is that people in the diaspora are planning, and then they'll go back and say, but we can't do without moles. They will be present. That's a good thing. And you know why I said it's a good thing is because they will keep failing at whatever it is they try to do. I mean, look at how people who are in the diaspora, we know we don't play with our time, right? In the diaspora, everything is money. Time is money. But yet we gather, we talk about things, we inspire each other, and we keep going and running with it. The most important thing is that at least 80% of the obedient population are not being paid. It's for free. That's why these people will keep failing. A phenomenon like this has never been seen in the history of Nigeria. They've never seen anything like this. Who is so interested in politics to the point where they are not interested in getting paid? And this is not even only the people in the diaspora, including people who are in Nigeria. They're not interested. Like you can't even buy them. So many of them. But we know that there are some though that will be easily bought. it's the grassroots love for Peter Obi. It is the fact that people are not interested in incentives. That's the only thing that's going to keep this going. And I don't even know what made Mayegu think that Showore is a person to go and see. We should talk to Showore. Who is Showore? Showore, who is always attacking Peter Obi on Twitter? Is it the same Showore or is another Showore that I'm not even sure what the motivation is for him? Most of the time, I feel like he's working for Tinubu, and I'm sorry. I've suspected that a couple of times, and I want to be proven wrong, that this guy is not some sort of distraction. If anybody listened to Mayegu, and I know I'm rambling, when Mayegu, invited David Hundeyi to his show, David Hundeyi said at some point, Tinubu was investing so much money into Peter Obi's campaign. And Peter Obi discovered quickly that there was something off with this money. Don't touch it. Don't touch that money. I'm not interested. Let me use my own money and all the 10,000 naira, 5,000 naira that people are donating from different, parts of Nigeria. That's what I'm going to campaign on. And who says that the Tinubu who tried to put money into Peter Obi's campaign had not tried to put money into Showore's campaign? Does Showore look like somebody who turned down money? I mean, he won't. He would accept it. I will not be surprised. And BBMD, I will not be surprised if Showore has been bought. I think he's the wrong person to go and see, to ask questions about, legal, precedents. And I think somebody like Peter Obi and his lead counsel, they know what they're doing. They're fine. And they actually covered all the loopholes when they were submitting the petition. And that's why the only petitioner is not Labour Party. God forbid if this Lamidi Agbado, a Papa guy, if he succeeds, which God forbid he would not succeed, at taking over Labour Party, Peter Obi can still go on with his petition. I think that's what the law makes provision for. If we have any lawyers in the house, they could please correct me, but that's my understanding, and that's why Peter Obi was there. When I read that petition myself, I was wondering why Peter Obi's
You're very,
name
very
was there.
correct.
Oh, I'm correct. Thank you so much.
I mean, Peter Obi is the first person on the petition.
He's the first. Oh, great. So there was
and
a
then comes
reason why
Labour Party. So Lamidi Agbado, Papa is just wasting his time.
Agbado is wasting his time. Agbado, Papa. I like the way we just give them names. And another thing, though, that I wanted to quickly add, BBNJ, Mayegun has a soft spot for Showore. If you watch this program, you'll see him playing Showore's song and how he's dancing to all those Kegite music.
He does. He does.
Yeah,
they are friends. He said it that they were friends. And
you see?
Yes, he said they are friends. And to the reason why Showore is so hurt is because he mentioned it today that the person that orchestrated the pushing him out of the party that Showore formed was an Easterner, was from River State. And so that is what really, really hurt him.
Oh, and Showore is quite petty, though. If you notice, the guy is very petty. And,
can I give you guys a shocker?
Can
I give you guys a shocker?
Please do.
When Showore was in Unilag, and when he came into the struggle, then Abiola came into the limelight to come out as SDP flag bearer candidate. Do you know that Showore, Tinubu, and other people were in the same camp fighting for Abiola's mandate? He was fighting from the Nadeco part. He was sponsoring, it was part of the person that bringing money for Nadeco too. So they were communicating with the student league, which Showore was the leader in the student wing, to motivate the western flank of the university and higher institution from the western flank. While this other guy from the north, I've forgotten his name, I will remember his name. He's a very top person in the north. His son was in charge of the student union from the northern part. So they were coming together to forge it. So when people talk about Showore is open. Showore has sympathy for Bat. And to crown it all, you see, when Showore has not spoken too deep on Bat issue, what he does is holistically we carry them together. And one other thing you should note is that we are very lucky that corruption has not eaten into this too deep into this new generation we are. If it has gone very deep, there wouldn't have been any light. But if you look at the old generation, they are totally immersed in corruption. That is why you see they are easily bought. Very
so
fast,
even
buy
an
them.
8-year-old grandpa. I mean, I looked at that Baba with white hair. I just saw his picture some few minutes ago, and I looked at him. I looked at his face, and I thought, well, he's 88. Let's say he lives long. I mean, my grandmother is 106 years old. And let's say right now, my grandmother is 106 years old. And let's say this Baba with white hair has another maybe 20 years to live on earth. I mean, does he want to spend it collecting money from Agbado? I don't know if you guys have heard. He's an Agbado man confirmed. He was exporting rice to Taiwan or whatever. Which one? I don't know. Importing or exporting from Taiwan on behalf of Tinubu. So there's a video showing how Baba Wole Soyinka has been, has been like some kind of business front, playing a business front role for Tinubu during the Abacha days and stuff like that. And I was like, oh my goodness. And let me tell you, you are right when you say Sowore has been compromised. You would never hear Sowore say anything about, oh, Tinubu, don't do white powder business before. You never hear him say that. He's never commented on it. And he's never done, he attacks Peter Obi repeatedly. And people should not mix this up with him being jealous about the fact that the youth, decided to support Peter Obi 100%. And the few ones who were left over had to follow Sowore. It's not about that. It's not about being jealous. It's about the fact that Sowore is a suspected tool in the hands of Tinubu. I don't know if anybody saw the video of them at the peace accord signing, the last one, where Tinubu sat beside Sowore and literally just snatched the program from Sowore and was looking at it. I mean, you have to have a cordial relationship with somebody.
I saw that video.
You saw that, right?
He honorably.
He honorably gave it to him.
I don't know.
I thought to myself, there's something there. And the Baba Agbado himself, the chief Agbado himself, that is in wherever part of the world that he is right now, everybody says he has dementia. I don't know whether that has been medically diagnosed, but for him to be comfortable in his mind, he will be like, this face looks familiar. This face looks like the face of the guy that I pay money to. Bring your program, Jare, let me look at it. And Sowore did not contest it at all. People did not see the possibility of these two men knowing each other in this election cycle and being, with Sowore being compromised, as a matter of fact. I thought to myself, this level of familiarity should be questioned, because I cannot imagine Tinubu. If Tinubu is sitting beside Obi, I'm sure he will be conscious, like, this is my biggest competitor, right? Oh, I don't need your paper, just go to one side and sit down. But he grabbed Sowore's own. So Mayegun might not, I don't know what it is, but Mayegun should not let the relationship between him and Sowore blind him, towards what Sowore is capable of doing, which I think he's been put there to distract people, to insult Peter Obi. I had to block him on Twitter because sometimes he posts things that I don't understand, and I'm like, what? Is this coming from you? Is it not better for him to just keep quiet instead of attacking Peter Obi? There are so many people I've blocked on Twitter, and Sowore is one of them. I don't trust him one bit. And, they will never understand what drives the obedient movement. It is just pure love for this man who has been tested, tried, and they've brought Olosho to him during the campaign. They failed. They even put so much money. They injected so much money into his campaign. I don't know if there's anyone who watched that Mayegun program when David Hunde was there.
Sorry to interject you, just to give you a buttress so that I can continue. You know that Mayegun openly confessed that the thing between him and Mayegun, they have been childhood friends. And he made a confession, say he has personally advised Sowore that this process you are going to, this thing is already captured. There's no way you can survive it. Just continue your struggle, enlighten people to this way. But he disagreed. That was where they parted, because there was a bridge there. There was a bridge of ideological difference. Maigun was saying that I am going to enlighten my Yoruba people to make them prepare them for the days ahead. Then Shore said, no, me, I'm going to go into the land and fight without nothing. Maigun told him, you don't have anything. They will capture you and your group, and you'll be left alone. You'll be deciding where to go. Then you'll be know that, this tribalism has a way of playing you safe. You'll be swayed to the other side.
Right.
You don't have respect for others. The next thing you do, you bow. So that's the card. He said he has spoken to him before. But that notwithstanding, he is standing to look at, because this obedient, they are the kind of people he has been waiting for. Those people that will bite these people, bite them till they bleed to death.
Yes,
that is why you see he has it's not a soft mind, but he's thanking God that obedient people are consistent.
Yeah.
But it's not for the obedient people. He's thanking God for it.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly correct an impression though. I mean, most people don't know that Maigun is actually 39. And I think Showore is about 50 something. When Maigun says he's his childhood friend, I always wonder though, because the age gap is so wide. Maybe they stumbled on each other after they've grown to a certain level. Maigun actually grew up in Ijebu. I happen to know a lot about Maigun because I've watched a couple of his programs where he talked about how old he was. And in my mind, I'm like, whoa, why do you look older than your age?
Yeah, it's the struggle. It's the struggle that brought them together. The struggle.
It's the struggle, because Maigun is in his late 30s, or if he's too old, he's like 40 years old. And of course, it must be the struggle that brought them together. And one of the things though, Showore sounds like somebody who would accept his tribesman, irrespective of the fact that the guy has dealt in white powder before. He looks like that kind of person.
You are definitely right.
I think I think if you look at his last interview at Arise News, when he was being interviewed by Ruben Abati, he said something about this drug thing. He said he was probably among the first people that wrote about it, and they never believed him. So I'm not sure if Showore is not a consistent person, so I'm not sure what his position is.
Consistent,
yeah, he's inconsistent. But when he says he wrote about it, I've already also warned all my friends they should not send me any news from Sahara Reporters. Sahara Reporters over time is now starting to look like a tabloid newspaper. It's like a Daily Mail, unverified news that they peddle. Sometimes they will do things in favor of Tinubu. You will never see any publication by Sahara Reporters that sounds like they are pro Peter Obi. They are mostly pro Tinubu and anything that can scatter the place and things like that. I think Showore needs to learn from the likes of David Hundeyi, who's only 32 years old. He doesn't only dish out stories.
God bless you, madam. God bless you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys. Let me quickly acknowledge the new person in the studio. Pat Weiler, welcome.
Thank you. It's Patwila.
Patwila. Okay, please don't vex. So some of us.
No. I understand.
Nights. Go
ahead. Oh, thank you very much for the opportunity. I stumbled on you guys because I was depressed with the whole.
I'm sorry to know. Air hugs, virtual hugs. I'm sending you virtual hugs.
Thank you. So I was so depressed with the whole Nigerian election, for 3 weeks. And I'm telling you, I got so depressed that at a point I was having this panic attack, like I was going to die. I had to call 911. By the way, I live in Houston, Texas.
Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm from Nasarawa State.
You shall not die in Jesus' name.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm
Nigerian. Amen.
Yeah, so I'm Nigerian like all of you. I'm from Nasarawa State, and
welcome. So good to meet you, Patwila.
Thank you.
Mamana inaini.
Lafiya inaini.
Ni ina ng Dallas, Texas. Mun zo Katy, Texas ranar Christmas.
Oh Allah sarki, ni ina zama a Houston.
Sorry guys, I'm so sorry.
Please go ahead. I'm happy you're bonding. No, that's important. Go ahead.
Na service about chi. Na grima di ourselves a Lagos.
Okay. So, Allah sarki sannu kai wallahi
kina gira. kina gida nan gida ne.
Na yi murna ina nan a Houston na yi murna kai gaskiya kuna yin abu mai kyau wallahi Allah ya saka muku da albarka.
Amin. Amma kidan ci tuwo masara da miyan kuka da kifi ko nama ne. I mean, kidan relax. I mean, Peter will be yes Monday nan amma zamu yi addu'a, zamu yi taimako. Everything is going to be all right. So you can carry on, please.
Okay,
so sorry.
yes,
So
I mean,
sorry. So sorry.
like I have been praying to be very, very sincere, guys. I have been praying, and let me tell you why I even joined you people. Like I just want to encourage.
I'm so sorry. Let me. So Omoye. So when people say that Peter Obi is a tribal bigot, I'm a Southwest man, and by God's grace, I can speak Hausa. Yes, an Hausa lady. We have, I mean, people from different tribes and background just rooting for this man. This is what Nigeria is about. This is what Nigeria is all about. Go ahead, madam.
Yeah, you are right.
It's so
You are right.
beautiful.
Peter
It's
Obi was
beautiful.
voted in the north. Like for the first time in my life, like when election is coming up like that, you have people with diverse opinion. Like some other people, like during the APC and PDP, some other people were rooting for APC, some other people were rooting for PDP. Me being from the north, I know how it went there. And so we had a lot of arguments. But to my greatest surprise this time around, I haven't seen a person, one individual that I had an argument with. Everybody that I knew from my family, my friends, everybody were obedient. To be sincere, everybody were obedient. Like I called home, like in Nasarawa State, even the Hausa, even some of the Muslim people, they were all obedient. Like I was on top of things in Jaws, like I knew Obi got like 1 million like after collation. And then I was so shocked to see Mahmoud announcing like 400 plus. My brother was an observer too in Nasarawa State, and he told me what Obi got. And I was so surprised that after Mahmoud was now announcing something differently. And so in all my depression and everything, like I was not praying to God, like I was scouting through YouTube, seeing all the prophecies, and then I came back to my room and I was like, God, if you've been speaking to these people about Peter Obi, why don't you speak to me? Because I've always had this thing that maybe when I dream about something, it actually comes to pass. It has happened severally. So I now ask God, I say, God, if really you really talk to all these prophets that have been talking, why don't you speak to me too? So I was expecting that usually, like when I sleep and I dream, I was expecting to dream and I was expecting to sleep and dream. So I never had a dream. Like, like I used to see things in dream. I didn't have that dream. So I was disappointed. So one day I was just sitting because I'm taking a course. So we are on Zoom and something in me just said, pray, patience. So my name is Patience, by the way. So sorry, am I talking? Hello?
No, you're good. We can hear you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
We are hearing you. We are hearing you.
Okay. So everyone was quiet. So so I now stood up and I went into the room to pray, right? And so I when I started praying, because I was in a mourning state, like, so I opened my heart unto God. I started praying, like I didn't even go deep into the prayer, like something that has never happened to me. And before I wanted to pray, like I wanted to kneel beside my bed, and something said I should just stand. So I was like, so when I started praying, I wasn't even deep into the prayers, and something happened to me, something that has never happened to me before happened. I don't know what happened, but like I just went unconscious, like unconscious in the sense that I was standing praying, like as if I went into a deep sleep. And before God, I started seeing something like film. And I prayed for Nigeria. And the moment I mentioned Peter Obi, that was when I blanked out.
Mm-hmm.
That was when I blanked out. I saw, it has never happened to me. Like,
Please, whose mic is on? Please, can you mute yourself so she can continue to talk? Okay, go ahead.
So it has never happened to me before. So I was like, I just went blank, and then I now saw, Peter Obi likes, he wears black and black, right?
Yes.
So I saw like a film. Oh my goodness! I saw him he was wearing black on black, but it was like a shirt and a trouser. I saw him holding a flag and was running with the flag in his hand. He was running with a flag in his hand, and people were chasing him, like trying to drag him back and everything. But he managed and got to the finish line, and he mounted the flag. And when he mounted the flag, then I heard like a thunderous amen in my apartment. So I became startled. Like I was so scared. Like it's just me who just shouted amen. Then at that moment I heard a voice coming out from my system computer, because I was in class. I heard a voice coming out from my computer. So I was like, and I became confused. Is it that voice in my computer, or what? Did I really actually hear amen? But then I know that in this apartment before, when I was going through my immigration process, and that was on my priority day was March 14th, and that very day I was lying down on my couch here, and I heard good news. I heard the voice clearly, very calm and subtle, clearly, good news. And then I didn't even know that that 14 was my priority date. It was later that I now realized that 14 was my priority date. And then 2 weeks after, my 10 years green card came. And then even before that, I told my friends that I've seen that they are giving me 10 years green card. So it's not something like, it's something like, it's like I have a gift, but what happened to me regarding Peter Obi has never happened to me, because in this instance, I wasn't even sleeping, like I wasn't even dreaming. So I was like, okay, maybe God did not want me to have it in my dreams, so that maybe I will not be doubting. I'll be like, okay, sometimes when you have things in your mind, like it could be the figment of your imagination, and then your subconscious will now play tricks on you, and then you might sleep and dream because of what is in your subconscious. But in this instance, I wasn't sleeping. I was standing and I was praying, and then I blanked out, and I started, sorry, my baby, I started seeing what I saw. And since that day, that was what has been even strengthening me. Like, okay, and I've told my friends, I told everybody, I said, this is what I saw, and so let's just wait upon God to see how it's gonna go. But I want to believe that it's God telling me that, patience, hold on, I got this.
Wow.
I wanted to quickly add something to what she said. Did anybody see the video of that blind woman inside the village in Jos, just shortly before the election?
Yes, I did.
You saw that video, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sister Omoye, can I
Yes.
react to her? Can I react to her?
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Patient. Thank you. Are you a very prayerful person?
Yes, I am, but not very prayerful. Like I pray as I'm led in my heart.
Bless you. That is what I want to. That's the key. I want to say, like me, I'm a prayerful person, according to how I'm led. I want to say what you experience, what was your desire. That's your desire for prayer and desire for God to speak to you. I think I'll correlate with it. What the same thing that happened to you have happened to me before. I was asleep. I woke up. I was telling my God, Lord, reveal this thing to me. I need it. So all of a sudden, I went to sleep. I woke up. I looked. I went into, like, I was unconscious for I don't know how many minutes. I just tapped my wife, and I now told my wife, I was still unconscious. I was talking to her. She was looking at me. It was as if I was a spirit. I tapped her. I told my wife, the friend, this is the name of a person staying with your sister, and this person is evil. This is what she has done, and she's about to do it again. Tell your sister that you should stop being friend to that. My wife shocked. Called the sister immediately. The exact thing I told my wife was the same thing they told the sister. Is what is happening. So that is God speaking to you because of your desire. God bless you, sister. Make sure you are fervent in prayer. Make sure you are not only when you desire to pray, but make sure that you are praying fervently every time. It's very key because you have a gift of discernment. You have it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Pat Wheeler. So
Thank
there's
you.
nothing. So there's nothing to make you feel sad in any way about it. We're all here fighting. You know, we're all here fighting and pushing, and we know we're definitely going to get our mandate, regardless of what they try to do. You know,
Amen. Amen.
regardless of what they try to do. Because I know everybody is one way or the other affected by this. You know, so you're not alone in the we're here to support each other. We're here to hear each other out and educate each other about what's going on, and what we can do. And Peter B has the no wonder that they beef the man. This man has the greatest people behind him ever.
Yeah.
He's not standing alone. This is what they don't understand. They cannot make any propaganda that they try to bring up about him. Within 24 hours, it is exposed by his followers, by people who believe it's standing behind him. He doesn't pay anyone, no. He's just doing his own jeje. And everybody that believes in truth, justice, and fairness is doing what they need to do. So any type of propaganda, immediately they dispel it. How amazing is that? Why would they not beef a man like this?
Yeah.
So he's surely going to get the mandate back, and he has wisdom. This is what I respect about him.
And spiritual beefing too, because not be only physical,
Yeah.
this will try.
They don't try, definitely. Say they don't try from there first before they become physical. Now, it first happened for that side, it no work. So they've used including the fact that they were even trying to plant women. I say not be every man they cheat. I do that topic one time. People call in, they say no, every man cheat. You just have to choose your poison. You have to. People will say, I say I've met men who don't cheat. What are you people talking about?
But say Peter B is just there's something about this guy. I don't think he's an ordinary human being, not because he's aware of who he is, right? I think he was divinely created. There's something about this guy. And when people talk about Peter B, let's not forget the wife too. When you see a man who has the right, his head is screwed to his shoulder. Peter B was a millionaire while he was a student in Nsukka. He has started getting contracts to build banks when he was in second year or something. But I think the wife came in, and that woman, there's something that woman is doing with this man. There's something they're doing together that people need to study. They need to understand, what this duo, what they're coming together to do. The combination of these people, this one big past Jay-Z and Beyonce. This one is power couple in another dimension.
No comparison. Let me tell you. What this is my own opinion. This is my take on this. When a man has a vision for his life and he has a purpose and he's aware of that purpose, they do not mess around. I'm telling you for free. They don't, because they are focused on ensuring that whatever it is that is on that thing that is driving them is accomplished. So guess what? If they are lucky, they align themselves with a partner who would allow them to fly. This is very important for people that are searching. those of us that are searching, right? Align yourself with a partner who will let you fly, and who you two will allow to fly. When you have two people that understand their purpose and are focused and understand their vision, this is the result. This is the result. Even though, yes, he was, somebody said the universe gave us Peter Obi. Yeah, but he would have refused the universe now. You know how many people universe don't create? When they listen to universe again, or when they listen to God again? There are many now.
Say I dey interject. Saying that during the Biafra, I beg, when they born Peter Obi, him dey young, right? During the Biafra war, like the Civil War, right? He was very young.
Yes.
When they say protect all children, Now this Peter Obi make me understand what it mean to protect children with everything way person gets, even if the adults, if them buy, make them protect the children. Who knew that this boy in 1960 something is going to be the man who is going to save Nigeria, stand with Nigerians? Who knew?
Who knew?
He was a little boy then, and thank
Yes.
God he didn't fight inside the war. We wouldn't have a Peter Obi today. And people always argue and say, "Oh, God would have raised another person." Sometimes the problems that nations have is just because the savior we're supposed to save them, they don't buy them one way or the other. That's why some countries
They don't
dey
render
inside
am
bondage.
useless. Not be only pie. They go render the savior useless. Hey, you know many saviors they don't know their direction anymore because of the society, because of the pressure from the society and the type of environment when they grew up in and the type of influence. Do you know how many saviors before those ones will dig themselves out of whatever trenches they've left them? Some of those agberos that we all talk about here, I tell you for free, some of them are saviors. But guess what happened to them? The country has happened to them. They came into a society that does not care, has happened to them. That's what happens. You know, it's God that protects his own and he knows how he does his thing at the end of the day. But what I take away from the life of Peter Obi, his wife inclusive, is when you understand your purpose and you know who you are, you don't even think about, you become disciplined because you know that and it depends on how much you understand yourself. If you get to understand yourself to the point where there's things you do that for some reason you get the backlash immediately. If you don't understand how God works with you, you'll be entering into all kinds of trouble and you're not paying attention. Peter Obi is he's a deeply spiritual man, you can tell. I mean, the man is not a saint. I'm not trying to, for people who are thinking, what is it safe about this Peter Obi? He's not a saint. That's not what I'm talking about. This is a man who understands his purpose in life and he's disciplined about it. Because if he wasn't disciplined, all those women that he planted, he probably would have fallen for one. If he chop clean mouth, you go no. You know now.
But now who be that no show when they won't carry come? Then things say Peter Obi, I'm sorry, please correct me and stop me if I'm not supposed to be saying this. I don't know if anybody here followed the story of how Fashola was pulled down, literally. And when I visited Dubai, I looked at the bus stations and I realized that it was a replica of that Fashola was trying to build in Lagos, except that you know how these politicians do their things. They stop halfway. And you would see how he tried so hard to replicate Dubai bus stop, but he stopped somewhere because he had to pay his masters, right? And we heard the story of how they used one popular actress that is now based in America. I don't want to mention her name.
I remember, Dr.
You remember BBNJ?
Yes, I heard the story.
You. Thank you. Now that actress, now in the use take bring Fashola down because Fashola refused. He said, they pay Tinubu money. He said he won't work. Say, why you can't make me governor now if you don't want to make I work now? So he refused to pay the Baba money, Agbado money. Agbado can't send this actress. May they come trap Fashola and Fashola not get the scope like Peter Obi say, come on, this thing na wahala you won't enter so and everything. Fashola ended up having something to do with this actress. Meanwhile, they were busy recording the act while it was going on. After the whole thing ended, now they took the tape to Baba Agbado. Agbado now told Fashola that, give me the money now. Fashola said, no. He said, okay, you won't make I show you waiting I know. And that was when Fashola fell. And Fashola
Do you mean this really
it.
happened?
Say again?
You mean it really happened?
It actually happened.
It happened live now. It happened.
Wow.
It happened live. So they thought they were dealing with Fashola. Peter Obi is not Fashola. Peter Obi will never be Fashola. Did they see Peter Obi's wife?
We just have to continue to pray for Peter Obi because
Tinubu
can do this against Fashola.
Can I buttress your point? Sorry to interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want us to open.
Sorry, give us our mandate. He had not finished his thoughts. He was saying something.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering that. Wow, this Tinubu. I mean,
And I keep telling the Yorubas, I mean, you guys have just have to wake up. Honestly, Tunumbu okay, our Yoruba Tagboro, I mean, this guy is something else. Because you just imagine that now he ruled Lagos State since 1999, and whatever he does, whatever these guys does, like Fashola, Ambode, Sonwolu, everything is still attributed to Tinubu. So that means all of those governors that came after Tinubu, they were not governors. They just used them and dump them, because all of until tomorrow's morning now, if you ask some Yoruba people, they will tell you that Tinubu built Lagos. And I asked them, what Lagos did Tinubu build? What has he done? All of the Lagos, everything. Our power that we talked about earlier, where you can easily just go throw stick up, rainfall of mangoes and fruits, all of those serene places, everything destroyed. I mean, I really don't know what is wrong with most of these Yoruba people. And you guys want to kill yourself for this guy who doesn't care about anybody. He doesn't care. I was reading something on WikiLeaks some days ago. Maybe you guys can look it up. What Tunumbu wrote about Bode George, about Funshaw Williams. And you just Google it and then just read. This guy this guy sold his conscience since he was born. Honestly, because I can't just imagine that you can do this against the person that you brought into you said, oh, you personally maybe like single-handedly just, okay, Fashola is a good guy. Yeah, let's vote for him, and you did that against him because he will not pay you from the state's money. And so the likes of Wike, Okowa, Ganduje, they will be catching out from their various states after this their tenure. They are catching out. Hopefully, their various states can open their eyes and understand what is coming on them. That's why people need to stand up and then fight for this mandate to be restored back to Peter Obi. Because someone like Wike is going to be cashing out on River State as soon as he leaves. I mean, I people need to wake up. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moye. I want us to open our heart now, because most of us we are conscious of a lot of things. I want us to know, like when I used to where I used to serve, my pastor will always say, know the God that you serve. Know the character of the God that you serve. Because when you personalize the things of God, the character itself will open up to you. You see, let us look at it. You see, when a nation that has been battered and thereafter they become under a tremendous distress, and in such a way that people outside will look at this thing, and even people inside will look at it, there is no more hope. But they'll keep on shouting with their voice to their God, because all hope no longer on people that they believe in, but unto God, our Creator. God has one thing that He uses. God does not use an army of people to fight, to bring His cause to pass. God will always make use of one person. And when He brings that, before He brings that person up, the personality must have gone through what I call the divinity track. He must have gone through things. He must have gone through tutorial. He himself comes to the realization and will be convinced that if he goes in this thing, he's turning back. If you look at many nations in Africa, many nations in the world, it's just one man God used to liberate that nation. If you look at Obi as a person, before I move and join him, I look at him very well. I use an X-ray to look at the ideology. I found out that the ideology backing this man is one thing: love. And where does love comes from? From God. And love has everything. It conquers all. You see, this man came forward. He said one thing: you cannot kill the man whose time, whose era has come. He's speaking the mind of God. God set forth a man who he has divided, he has spoken his word on him, that this is the time for you to go forward. And the man, as you see, if you go through this, Peter Obi, he has gone through a lot in life. And he has so cleansed himself. And God will always choose a woman. Always make a step. He doesn't choose. But you always order your step to the right woman. Join this course with you. Without the right woman join the course with you, you will definitely derail. Go into your scripture. Even in the Quran, in the Bible is there. God will make you partner with someone you will train his course together with. And I say this thing all the time. The first day I about to mention Peter Obi, I said there is something about him many does not know. But the evil ones that are perpetrating evil against him, they have known that something about this man. It is left for us because God will prepare he will prepare the man, and he will tell the man, all that you need for this just cause, I will provide for you. God has provided us for him. We should know that we are not just moving with him. God provided us for him to make justice in this land of Nigeria, because he has seen the blood being shed, and he has seen children, they are the apple of God's eye. He has seen children slaughtered in thousands. Those children are his creation. So everybody, when you are seeing things happening now, it is not orchestrated by him. He has done, and he was ready. That's why they said, oh, we have to take him out. That it is. Go and read about the journey of great men that emancipated nations. They will never go back. They will never go back, and nobody can take their life. They will see to the latter, and victory will be sure. I bet you, this is God on him, and God has sent him to do it. That is why he said love. That is why he shared love. Love. That is his vision. The ideology backing this man, and that is God backing him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wants to speak?
Can I say something, please?
Who is that?
Patrila.
Oh, Patrila. Oh, hi. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I really agree with my brother. Like you all know, they said before a gold could become something admirable, it has to go through fire in order for it to be beautiful. And I want to believe that Peter Obi was created as, like, God kept him for a time like this. If you look at all that he went through, from becoming a governor, all the court case that he had to be there for like 3 years, it wasn't coincidence. It's just God that was preparing him for the bigger battle ahead, and this is the battle. And I also mirror Obi through me, because my destiny is somewhat like this. Like when I'm looking for something, or I'm trying to reach a milestone or do something, it's always very, very hard. But it will look so hard, it will look so impossible, but at the end of it all, I will definitely get that thing. So I want to believe that Peter Obi is like that too. And I want to believe that victory is going to be ours at the end of the day, because God has already prepared him for a time like this. And so he is grounded in this.
You know, Kene also had a vision that's, suggestive of what patience.
Exactly. Kene, you supposed to share that your vision, though. I don't know. Kene, they hide for the backyard. I don't understand.
He didn't comment, but you know they talk.
He where now. Kene, comment for the whole of YouTube. No, we appreciate you. I mean, not mind you. I just dey tease you. That's all. Whenever everybody to each their own. But we for like to hear that your vision. To be honest, Kenneth, because it was very vivid the way he described it. It was like.
Yeah, no way. I wanted to quickly add though. You see all the things that Patience has talked about, and other gentleman who mentioned. Did you guys see the publication where Tinubu said if he should join a Muslim ticket, make God punish him well? Will I never see that one?
Yes, we saw it.
What's happening right now?
And I said
That's exactly what's happening right now. He already uttered the word. And I said, may God grant Tinubu's
punishment
petition.
But you remember, I had said that this journey where he goes, so he no go fit if he not come back with him.
He not go come back, not be fit, make him not come back.
I be don't talk, say the man no go fit. But before we even reach that one, I beg, anybody wey sabi the origin of the man, make them tell person. Because as he did so, no be name he dey bear. We don't know anything about in town. We don't know anything about in relatives. The man no fall from sky. Is it that he has gone to quench everybody's mouth so that nobody knows anything about him except Ayo Mogaji? How come the man is just he do fiam? He enter world like that? There has to be some story attributed or allotted to him that somebody knows. The whole time, nobody seems to know anything about this guy. I really want to know something about him because I don't know how person go get one brain, get red blood where they flow for his vein like me, and he gets this kind of power. Which kind of trauma the man gets?
The wife knows more about him.
But una no know.
What I want to say. Let's bring
Una
Remy here.
no know the Tinubu, the woman wey raise am, wey pick am up for street. Una no know say that woman na Otumokpo be name. Una no know say the time when that woman dey alive, if Tinubu wants to greet her, they kiss mouth to mouth. They don't hug. They kiss mouth to mouth. Have you ever seen where a grown man with children and grandchildren will be kissing his so-called mother? There's something in it. So I be one answer the question. Now say that Otumokpo, now that's Mama Handy from come, that's Abibat Mogaji. That woman here say now Bontarigi, I want ya Shoronga. Now him be that woman bill. As he they come out for this world, then so he carry everything, all the power, carry give this Tinubu he see so. Not be only money Tinubu they take 5 people, they take juju, and that mama, not be saying I him born am head, the one we pick up for streets, for where they do for Ghana for main road for 1960 something, see and for main road. That woman don't give her something before he come out, but that power, he not reach the one where they Peter Obi body. Now where the thing on the hard for her to take handle be this. Just so you know where the power is.
I sure say where they go, they don't tell us say this one cannot be touched. This one
he cannot cheat nation. That's the thing.
His wife does not look happy at all. She doesn't look happy. I don't know if I'm the only one noticing it.
Do you not see when they gave them the mandate?
My sister, all of us see him now.
Happy when you know say every day when they sleep with cops.
When they give her that placard for Abuja, don't you see the face of the woman? The man was happy. She was so sad. I was wondering what is happening to the wife now.
Even that time when in Abuja in our church, there was a time she came to our church. That time in Abuja, if you see her, she came looking for something from our pastor, and he prayed for her. You know, she was looking very sad. That was even before she became a senator.
You know why she they sad there? The woman they go from church to church because with children, all the children we born for Tinubu, no one get head out of them. No one. You get one like this. I don't know whether na stripper they do. They use white powder. That one they don't lock them up tire. Now because of Remy children. That's why they see them from church to church.
Nobody church they go. That one you don't enter every household.
True, I agree.
Hey, church, he no be pastor. You don't.
I bet forget that fake pastor where they take hang them for neck for that redeem.
Of course, now they happen to redeem, so they come they tell people say if you no vote Yoruba, come they go. And I don't hear that one. They were just people that were they didn't vote for.
Where was that?
He was all over.
But in RCCG, Redeem Church, see, make I tell you now because Bonation Inca come out, that's why we know, say, we can't talk, say, so Nagbado be this man. Even the owner of Redeem, Nagbado, confirmed. I don't even go bother about, and I saw it.
I don't doubt him, because most of the non-Yoruba members were being discriminated. It was all over, on TikTok especially. Oh my God, they were people were like, they were telling their story of how they chased them out of their positions as choir members, how they stripped another one. They told the family there, if you don't vote for this person.
Well, that's not true. I didn't see that.
It was all over social media. You say you did not see
it. Even member, sorry, the gentleman who said that.
I got to Redeem.
No. If you sorry to say, I am not against Redeem. If you go to Redeem Church itself, not all of them. You see, there are some parts of Redeem that
most of them
basically they are on tribal line.
True.
Tribal line. That one is fact, but not all of them. But most, if you see the hierarchy, if they are coming down, they always go on tribal line.
That's true.
That is it. I don't know why. Even in America, you see, they bring pastors on tribal line down.
Yes.
Nigeria. They want to bring they bring it from.
There was actually there was a video I saw. This person was a Yoruba. I don't know if it was Igbo or Rivers, or one of those pastors. He had built the church. He was a Redeemed pastor. He had built this church up. They took that church from him and gave it to a Yoruba man. The man was
that may be a transfer.
That was in Kwara State.
Was it Kwara State? I can't remember, but I know I saw
about that one very well. I know where pastor was using police to guide the door. I knew about that one very well.
Yes, thank you. These videos were all over. Of course, it can't be all of them. I mean, the church has a lot of branches and all of that. We cannot, underestimate some of the good work they've done, but the truth has to be told, man. We got to call out this hypocrisy. It's not looking good at all. As a nation, it's not looking good for us. So I'm actually, to be honest with you, I'm very happy that even though I'm sad, but I'm very happy that this poison is coming out. Because it's only when the poison comes out that we will know exactly what to fix, how to fix it. If the poison does not come out, where do we know where our problem is coming from? We will never know. So if, let's say, you're on the other side and you're seeing this and you're feeling a type of way about it, don't stay there. Just take it as an opportunity to improve. Wow, I didn't know that this was this bad. Now we got to start doing the work. That's what I would hope that, people would look at this from. Not necessarily the fact that, it's tribal and it seems to be happening more from a particular side. No, let's look at the whole thing holistically. Now that this is coming out, all the bile is coming out. What do we do? How do we move forward from this? How do we fix this slowly but surely? Because I'm very happy that the poison is coming out. A lot of people have now come to understand the dynamics of how Nigeria works during this election cycle. And people are busy saying, are trying to do the work. Like, for instance, now, Edo State, because of everything that's happened in Edo State, the terrible state of affairs and the way the government has been run, people have now made themselves more aware. Guess what? Everybody has gone now and peeled their eyes to the ground, looking for a viable candidate. That's what's happening. So in as much as, you might feel uncomfortable sometimes when certain things are being, brought up, take it as an opportunity to say, okay, this is an opportunity to go back to the drawing board and see how we can fix this. We need to call it out. Too many things have been buried in Nigeria. As a result, the truth died a natural death. Now the truth is trying to come out. Let's fix it. Now we remain now. The ones when they near grave. Now we go suffer now. So we must make sure that we come together unified, north, south, east, and west. But take care of your house. If your kitchen is on fire, please go put out the fire. If you're from the West and your kitchen is on fire, find out the source of the fire and quench it. If you're from the South and the kitchen is on fire, quench it. We all have to do it. Whether we like it or not, we all have to do the hard work. It's uncomfortable to explain to my non-Nigerian friends what's happening, and they keep talking about tribes. They never talk about tribes. They never ask. Nobody knows tribe in Nigeria. Now it's become a public thing. Do you know how uncomfortable that is? So let's all take this as something to run with and learn so we can improve on our relationships as a people. I beg. I beg. I beg. Somebody just entered the studio now. Oh, okay. Mr. Lewis, welcome. We're trying to come into the studio. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lewis, welcome. We're trying to come okay, I'm hearing myself. Can you mute your device?
Thank you.
That you're listening to? Okay, I'm hearing myself. Can you mute your device?
Thank you.
That you're listening? Mr. Lewis,
you have to off that device
that you're listening from. Turn it off before you can unmute and speak. Otherwise, we'll be getting the feedback. When you have done that, you can unmute yourself. Can you hear us now? Mr. Lewis? Okay. I don't know what's happening there. Anyway, I think
he has a network problem. He can go out and come back in.
Right. Yeah. Well, I muted him though, so if he wants to speak, he can unmute himself. So I mean, all of us see the hypocrisy. So when we not pretend, we all see the hypocrisy. I beg. When we call them out, when we see them, we need to heal this nation. It starts with us. It's not when Peter Obi gets in that we'll start to heal. We need to start healing now. It starts with ourselves. When we call each other, I have a lot of things happening in my own state as well. And you see how we call them out unashamedly, because we want better, we want improvements in our communities. We're not covering for anybody. Gone are the days. I understand the place of culture, but culture can be reformed. Who says we have to pin there because that's what our forefathers have been doing? It has not worked though. Should we continue in it? It's madness now. So if we're speaking or calling out certain things that are coming out from certain quarters, let's not be sensitive about it. Let's not be too oversensitive. I get it. It's embarrassing. It can be shameful. I feel ashamed too. But we have to call this poison out so we can be better. We can respect each other and understand where we're all coming from better. Look at us now on this life. We have people from the south, from the east, from the west, from the north. Look at God, man. Look at us here. Not be the same tongue we take the talk since. Are we not all fighting for the same thing? So I bet will call out the poison so that our society will feel good. People don't born children now. They never fit take their children go home one day. They don't know how to speak the language. Everybody's looking for app now that will teach their child how to speak Igbo, how to speak Edo, how to speak Yoruba. Now, so it's supposed to be. Back in the day, now grandmothers and relatives and people around, now they teach you the language. If
sorry to interject you. I want to make you remember one thing where it happened that time for Edo State, when robbery was everywhere.
Exactly.
They tag all the Edo lights. Oh, Anini. Everybody they call me Anini. But
me too.
We live with it and we purge ourselves of it. And what happened? Everything changed. We became a better person. We changed the narrative. That is how it is.
Even with the Italy thing, people, not many people will say, "Hey, Edo gets hair." Now Italy, we know so that they. You know how many times derogatory things have been thrown at me. You know how many times. Meanwhile, not be only Edo people, they Italy. But these are things we have to deal with. So they our Oba self had to go to Italy to go and visit to find out how they can curb this whole thing. Because they have women who are buying up young girls and they will transport them for business. We're trying to fix it. So if you come from a community and you see, say, the hypocrisy is loud, and I really want to give us our mandate for doing that, because he's been doing that, without fail. Every time there's something, he even calls it out. So before anybody calls it out, he's very fast to call it out. I have to give you your flowers. Give us our mandate, because I can understand, because we have been, as Edo people, we've been there, and anytime everybody tagged all Edo people as Anini. They tagged, if you see a woman from Edo State, they'll say, Italy girl. Not be Italy now they go. You know how embarrassing that can be? But I don't belong in I don't do all those. I never ever go Italy for my life. So I beg, we all need to heal. We all need to heal. So when we're calling out the poison, but right now,
I think what people don't really understand is how beautiful we are actually blessed and rich in culture. Because if they really understand, they will not be towing this tribal line and religious bigotry and all of those.
Exactly.
Because I mean, you see how you showed Shetima the other time. That is how typical Hausa man or Hausa families or Hausa community will eat. And so growing up back then in Lagos, Nigeria, I grew up. I mean, my first early childhood age was among the Hausas. Hausa, Yoruba, different, but is a community where you have Hausas, you have Yorubas, you have different people. And so for the Hausas, as a child growing up, they have this, the Muslims, they do their Ramadan. So they will cook and you just bring food, all the children will sit down, you eat together in one plate with love. Like, you don't see all of this nonsense, tribal and bigotry that people are. Honestly, if there's any other tribe I've seen fought Yorubas in Lagos, it'll be the Hausas. I've never heard that Igbos fought with the Yorubas in Lagos. I have never. And I'm not saying that to say that the Hausas are bad. No. I mean, we all have our differences, but things can come up. I've never heard that Yorubas and Igbos had a quarrel, a fight that will now make them begin to burn properties and all that until this past election. Because some people, even Tinubu himself, like Madam if you Dr. Ife, she's asking, or we was asking where Tinubu came from. Tinubu is not from Lagos. He's not a Lagosian. Someone is not a Lagosian. And these guys, they are towing even some Igbos, some of the Igbos and Hausas, Edolites, they've been in Lagos before this Tinubu and then Sanwo-Olu, they came on board. And so all they can do now is to begin to throw out all of those tribal nonsense. And so that's why I don't spare them, because honestly, they are destroying the heritage. Yoruba is a very rich culture. And I mean, we have robust culture in Nigeria. Is it the Igbo? Is it the Edolites? Is it the Hausas? Is it the Calabar people?
And my brother, I wanted to quickly step in, add something to what you said. The childhood that you described, the one you had in Lagos, quite similar to mine. I used to go to the mosque with my friends when we were kids. And I'm talking about, when Lagos was so innocent that you could let your 6-year-old child just go and play.
I told them earlier. I told them
You don't
earlier.
have to worry about, where did this child go? The child will come back.
They don't care.
I'll go to the mosque. I will say the surah with my friends. Then when it's time for us to go to church with my mom, we'll go in the evening too. And she would know. My mother, because I lost my dad when I was a little child, but my mother would know that this girl just came back from the mosque with her friends, and these same friends too that go to the mosque, they will follow me to the church too. And I thought to myself, what happened in Lagos? What happened in Lagos was that the likes of Tinubu came and robbed us of our innocence, our oneness, our unity. and all of that. These politicians always manage to come through. And before I yield the mic, though, I wanted to quickly crack us up a little bit. Growing up as a child, I grew up with a family friend who happens to be a pastor in MFM. And this thing we said about redeemed people sending, being tribalistic, and some redeemed churches, right? It's not only in redeemed though; it's in all of these mega Yoruba churches. And I'll give you an example of how this family friend, who happens to be Igbo, was sent to the north, like the Boko Haram area, Gongon. They told him to go and plant a church there. So one day, these bandits came, and he was praying, and I won't say the prayer did not work, but the witch, or the head witch of the village in Borno, the Yaje, came out and defended the church people. What did she do? She did something and blew something into the air, and all the bandits started dropping their arms. They turned to Mumu. So that is a Juju woman who came to the defense of church people in the north. You see, we are not that different. We are all one. And I'm sorry, I don't judge people based on their religion. I'm a Christian. But when I heard that story was told to me by this same family friend who happens to be a pastor in MFM. He narrated how the witch came. I don't know whether it's Babalao or Mamalao, they call them. She came and she told the church people to relax, that she would do something now. All the bandits started dropping their weapons. And at that point, the tribe did not matter. It was a case of saving the lives of the church members, who are mostly Hausa people, and also the pastor, who happens to be Igbo. That woman did not ask, oh, what tribe do you come from? Let me see if I can save my tribe people. These politicians have ended up dividing the people and causing so much division that people cannot have the same childhood. They can't share the same childhood stories that I'm sharing and that you are sharing right now. The Hausa people used to bring us rice and stew and ram during Salah. And they'll say, oh, keep the plates. You can bring the plates 1 week after.
Exactly. Exactly.
That was my Lagos. That's the Lagos I knew.
Ify, I so agree with you. Because I grew up in that kind of Lagos as well. Where one person, mama go cook, then go do one festivity. He go cook for the whole street. Now, so person go they carry tray. They fall on for back. He go reach one house, drop the food. Reach this house, drop the food. Now, so then go pass everything round. And nobody, when Christmas time comes, that's what everybody said, then go share the thing. Person may cook chicken. In fact, you go just see one of your friends go come, he go look in hand, he go say my hand, no one wash hand, say just chop chicken finish. Now which house will they go? And no mother would be worried that where is my child going to? Because everybody was friends. Nobody they look. The gatesman Pikin go come sit down for inside house with the Oga Pikin. They sit down, they follow watch television. All of us go they watch Cockroach at dawn. I don't give my age now. All of us go they watch Cockroach at dawn. It was so freeing. It was so no child. When one Pikin go do right, now the mama of another person, now go slap you before you go reach. God discipline you before you go reach house. The mama no go come and say, why did you touch my child? Nothing like that happens. So it's like the Lagos that they have now. I sometimes wonder when was it invented? Because I don't understand it. I don't know it. I don't recognize it. It's all as if it's a storybook that I'm reading, and it's really, really sad.
Can I tell you guys where it started? This is Samuel.
One second. There's somebody in the studio that we have come to. You can speak.
No, I just want to give you a link so that you play it for them. Play it for us.
You can put it in the private chat. I'll look at it. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I can't take it to the private chat except I'll give you how you get it. You just type it in, you see it.
No, actually you're in the studio. There's a private chat.
I know I'm in the studio, but I'm using my laptop.
Yeah, you can still put it in the private chat.
I can't send it from my laptop to you because there's no link there.
The private chat, and I'll pick it up from there.
Oh, the link here, I can't even do it except I use with my phone, using my phone.
Then the general comment section. I don't know what to tell you again. Because if you're on the laptop, once you're in the studio, there's always a private chat that you can.
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
Or you can use your phone, go to the channel.
Because you people will know where this thing really started from. It started from Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu. She was the one that played the game 4 years ago. It's there.
Okay.
I'll
All
try
right.
and send it so that I play it.
Okay, so let me come to Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you can unmute now. Are you able to talk to us now?
Yeah, I'm able to talk to you guys.
Okay. Good evening. Welcome.
Sorry, or good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
First of all, I live in Florida.
Welcome.
I've been listening for you guys almost every single time that you guys are on. And I think whatever you guys are doing is working. I was born and I grew up in Ibadan. And all the things you guys were talking about, I know everything about it. You see, I'm 72 years of age. So I know all the history of Nigeria and when all these things happened, all these tribal issues that they tend to bring out. My sister is married in Ondo. She's been married since before the Civil War. But the thing there is the politicians have to do divide and rule. And I was telling some of my colleagues, we contributed a lot of money. I mean, a lot. Not only for Obi, but all the Senate candidates all over Nigeria that were on Labour Party. We contributed millions of dollars that was sent to Nigeria to help them in campaign. And a lot of them won the campaign. And we're part of a group that they call the Diaspora for Good Governance. And what we're looking at now is raising money for the legal thing. Now, I've known Obi for years. We actually recruited him to run for the governor of Anambra State. And what is going on now, I'm just trying to encourage you guys. Most people don't know who Obi is. One of the guys that knows Obi very well is former Governor Chris Ngige. And Ngige won Tinubu about it. One thing you guys have to take to bank is that Obi will never give up. He will never give up, period. The Anambra case, we were the people supporting him during the Anambra case. Up to the point that what you guys see happening now happened then. Apoga was bought over by PDP in the state. So Apoga dropped out of the case, just like what you are seeing now in the Labour Party. Apoga dropped out of the case. So it was only Obi that was fighting, with us supporting him financially. So Apoga dropped out, but what they did not realize is that they have two people, just like they have in the Labour Party petition now. They have two people. It was Obi and Apoga at that time. This one is Obi and Labour Party. So if even Labour Party drops off, Obi continues, and Obi will never drop off because he's convinced, and I'm convinced, that he won that election. And they know, APC knew he won the election. But they want to continue what they are doing. And the thing I keep telling my colleagues is because a lot of us ran out of Nigeria during the Abacha years. And what happened is we have the barracudas. Barracuda is a fish that swallows another fish. So we have the barracudas, and the hooligans went in, joined the political party, and ran for elections. So somebody like Tinubu came into Lagos. I was in Lagos when Tinubu was trying to run for election. And I was telling a couple of my friends in Lagos, I said, you guys are going to get an armed robber if you're not very careful. I said, that guy has no credibility. We all stayed in Chicago. We know him very well. We know what happened in Chicago. And that's why I'm happy that they're bringing this drug issue out. You see, for example, Buhari, not only by firing squad, killed 3 boys. I call them boys because they were far younger than me. He killed them. What did he do? He passed a decree and did it retroactively. That's how he caught those boys. But now he's going to hand over to somebody who is a drug pusher. And most Nigerians didn't know that Tinubu had a warehouse in Lagos that they were putting heroin and all those type of things in there. And what he does, he pays all these custom people off. And they bring the whole thing in. So what I'm encouraging you guys is Obi is going to fight this thing to the end. Because the one in Anambra State that I was telling you about, he fought for 3 years. I remember all the clergies, all the bishops, all the politicians, all the teachers, everybody was telling him to quit. And I remember we invited him into the United States. And I was the one that asked him the question, why don't you want to quit? And I remember a Reverend Father told him it's God's doing. And he said, no, God didn't say that the children. Remember in those days, Anambra State schools were out for 2 years. There was no school. So he said no. And the thing that really pushed him was when he came to Kellogg School of Management seminar. That's what pushed Obi. Because the guy who has that school in Michigan, they were comparing notes. And he told the guy, he said, I paid $50,000, $60,000 for this workshop. And you mentioned every economy, but you have never mentioned an African economy. And the guy told him, Africa has no economy. Nobody builds anything for Africa specifications. He said, because number one, you guys don't have currency. Your currency is not stable. And you guys don't have public wealth. You have private wealth, but no public wealth. And he said, I want you to go back to Nigeria and build a public wealth. That's what we have in Nigeria. We have private wealth. That's why he keeps saying we have people with a lot of money and no enterprise. Can somebody tell me what business does Tinubu has in Lagos? Can somebody name one? He has no business. All his money comes from the state. So you guys, I'm really encouraged with what you guys are doing. And I'm very, very encouraged that young people came out to fight this thing. And myself, like an older person, I've been fighting it. I had what Wole Soyinka said. Wole Soyinka is somebody I read his books, I'm very familiar with, but he spoke out of context because he didn't know what he was talking about. And a lot of them have been bought. A lot of them have been bought. You cannot buy Obi. That's one thing. I will assure you. So when people say they can take out a president that's already been, I'm not worried about this question of whether they are going to inaugurate him or not. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is for the court to do the needful. Because after they look at all that evidence and they do the needful, Obi will be the president of Nigeria. A lot of us are getting ready to go home. A lot of the professionals were getting ready. A lot of us are already packing things. Because we have a lot of Nigerians that will get that economy going. So I'm encouraging you guys. I've been listening to what you guys are saying. Some were saying, oh, they had depression. And no, don't have any depression. This is not time for depression. this is time to tie our belts because APC will throw everything, including the kitchen sink. But Obi knows them very well. He's worked with a lot of them, so he knows them very, very well. In Anambra, he fought the whole PDP, House of Assembly, and defeated them. But he used the 4-letter word called love. Now, a lot of people see Obi, they think he's weak. He's not. He always carries love and stick. But he always uses love first. He always works with love because he thinks love will win a lot of people that hate. So that's what I'm encouraging. And I thank you guys for letting me say a few words. Like I was telling to some of the young people I talked to, I told them there's no shaking. You see, there's no shaking. We're going to move as quickly as we can. I'm going to Nigeria in June. People were asking me, are you not afraid? What happens if they kill you? I said, if anybody kills me at this age, he didn't kill me on time.
Wow.
Mr.
No, he
Louis,
didn't kill me on time.
honestly, you're getting me emotional, sir, and I thank you so much, sir. God will bless you, sir.
So God
will
bless
you,
all
sir.
of you. We're going to be fighting until we get that country because I remember that country. I played a lot of soccer at Liberty Stadium in Ibadan.
Wow, that's my state.
Yeah, I grew up in Olubado's house.
Wow.
Even the Ibadan people in Florida here, when I go to any of their conventions or anything they are doing,
Wow,
they all be bending down.
Kabi City Walu.
Yeah, so some of my people, Igbo people will look at me and said, are you a king there? I said, I was born in the king's house.
Oh my God.
And that's why they call me Omoba everywhere. Even when I go to Ibadan. Even when I go home and travel to
Agbanya Dalesa.
Amio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for allowing me to call in. I've been trying to call. I've been trying to get in, but I haven't been able. So, thank you for letting me come in.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm
Thank you so much. We're honored.
I'm so honored.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
Agbanya Dalesa.
Thank you, sir.
Just to let you know, sir, Mr. Okokwo, thank you so much. I feel so honored that you came on my channel this evening. To be honest, you blessed us so much. And just so you know, too, I grew up in Ibadan. So also an Omo Ibadan.
Ooh.
I went to school with. I grew up in Agogo.
So you guys have to pay me Sakole. You guys will have to pay me Sakole.
Yeah. So when you guys were talking, I was just reliving, my childhood memories. And to my sister Ify, when she was saying she used to go to the mosque with her friends, I used to go to the mosque as well.
Well, that's a common thing in Ibadan.
It was a common thing in Ibadan.
Yeah, because Olubado is a Muslim.
Yes.
So I go with his kids and all those things.
Right.
You see, and Macaulay's children were living not very far away from Olubado's house. Yeah. In fact, one of his children became an inspector of police.
Wow.
Tunji, that one is my age. He's retired now. You see, so, and Mayegun that you guys are talking about,
yes,
I didn't mention anything about it. Mayegun is a radical.
Yes.
He's a very radical guy. And you have to listen carefully between the lines to understand what he's talking about. Because he talks in idioms and proverbs.
Correct, sir.
So if you don't listen very carefully, you will mistake him for what he's saying. So you have to listen to him very carefully. We're not going to rule anything out. What I've learned in my 72 years of living is that you don't know everything. And the Bible says that God uses the stupid thing of the world to confront the wise. God can use you. He said he's going to prepare a table in the presence of your enemies.
Yes, sir.
So your enemies will prepare the table. You see? And he said he's going to make your enemy your footsteps. So you use them for step.
So
God can
Peter
use
will
anything.
use Tinubu to get to the throne.
Yeah, God can use anything. You see, God can use a stone that you don't even think about. You see? And like I said before, Peter Obi is very spiritual. He's very spiritual. There was a time we invited into the United States, we, the Anambra States people, there was about 10 of us. We rented a presidential suite because we invited the governor of Texas so he can meet with them, and one of our guys that is a heart specialist, one of the top heart specialists in the United States. And he asked him that he wants him to build the type of clinic he has here in Nigeria. So tell me how much it is. He wrote a check of $1 billion and 1 billion naira and gave to him. That clinic is up and running. It was open last December. You see? So this guy, he goes to morning mass, he goes to afternoon mass. He doesn't miss his mass. I don't care what happens. I don't care where he is. He will find a place to go for his mass and all those things. You see? His brother is a reverend father. His sister is a reverend sister. The father died during the war. That's when the father died. The father operated supermarket. So after the war, he was a small boy. He was really small boy. When I was in the civil service, he was in elementary school. When I was in the civil service. And he was helping his mom in the store at Onitsha. Do you know up to today, he still lives in his mother's house?
Oh my God.
In Angolo. Yeah, his mother's house. That's where he lives. The house he has in Onitsha, he built it after he became a governor, after he left the governor's mansion. So he's not into all this frivolous nonsense that they're doing now. You see, he's not into that. So it's somebody that I've known for years, and I try to emulate it. Sometimes I will tell him, I say, I'm older than you, but I'm learning a lot from you. He said, no, I'm learning a lot from you. We argue back and forth. And I said, no, I'm learning a lot from you. Because I'm 12 years older than him. You see? So we just talk like that. So he's one of those people. I mean, just look at what happened. I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday. He flew into Asaba. And this 95-year-old man was traveling to Abuja, was going to travel to Abuja for medical checkup. His flight was canceled. And then they said the next flight is going to be in the evening. So he came in that morning and saw that guy so distressed. So he went to him. He said, what is wrong? And the guy said, I'm trying to go to Abuja for my health, but now they canceled the flight. They told me the next flight is in the evening. And the poor guy is on wheelchair.
I saw that video.
Yeah, you saw that video?
Yes.
He went and rented a private jet to take that man to Abuja. That's the person who he is. If you go to his house in Onitsha, he will serve you. You won't have mates bringing things. He will do the thing himself. You see, even when we go there, we try to serve. No. You guys came to my house. Just sit down. Tell me what you want. And if his wife is there, you tell the wife to go and sit down. I'll handle it.
Oh, wow.
So that's the type of person that we need in leadership. Not all these barracudas that are carrying money. And the problem is some of us overseas, cause that problem. Because I've seen some of our people, they'll put red carpet for all these embezzlers and then tell them to buy houses in the United States and all. I've seen that. You see, I've seen that. I remember when we have Nigerian conference, I always have a problem with that because I do the registration. So I always tell them, no, I'm not going to do that. If you guys are going to do that, I can continue doing that. But we're not going to change anything by that behavior. Let's tell them how we feel. Nothing will happen. You see, but a lot of our people, what happened is they are thinking about, oh, if I go to Nigeria, I'll be killed. I'll be. Have you ever seen somebody coming to kill you and they end up killing themselves?
Facts.
Because God is protecting you.
Yes.
They'll kill themselves. Some people will say, oh, you had something. You don't have anything. You were telling me about the person they sent to the north to go and open up a church. And there was a lady that came out that looks like witchcraft and did what it was God that planted. God knew that pastor was coming there, and they planted that lady there because God knew exactly. That's why God says that the step of a righteous man or woman is ordered by God.
Exactly.
So when God orders your step, don't be afraid. What paralyzes us is fear. Once you can remove fear, you can do anything. But what paralyzes us is fear. We're fear of that. We're fear of that. We're fear of snake. We're fearful of roaches. We're fearful of this. And then we have all that fear in our body, and that's what affects us. You see? Like I tell people when I go to Nigeria, I said, I'm not afraid to die. I'm not. The important thing is where am I going when I die? That's the important thing. It's not the death. It's where you are going. So I'm not afraid to die. Even kidnappers, I say, well, let them come and kidnap me. The only thing they can do is chop off my head. And then I'll die. Go and rest perfectly. So you have to be in tune with God. Don't ever leave God out of whatever you are planning. Let him be the number one before you move. And if he says don't move, don't move. Don't move when God tells you don't move. And he speaks to every one of us. All of you on this line, God speaks to you. Because I've been listening to what you guys are saying. God speaks to you. The problem, we're too busy to listen. We don't listen. We're very, very busy. But if you remain quiet and listen, you will hear the voice of God. And he will direct you on what to do, when to do it, how to do it. And when people see you, they think it's very, very easy. But it's not. It was just God directing your path. So thank you all for doing what you are doing.
But sir, before you drop it, sir, thank you so much for this. Honestly, Agbanya Dale, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
So what? I know you would have seen the likes of Professor Wole Soyinka. I mean, I don't want to put that professor, but I have to give it to him because I mean
he ended.
He ended, so we have to give it to him. The likes of Lamidi Ababa. What can you say? And honestly, sir, posterity will not forget you. Your children's children will enjoy the labor of your fruits. They will serve you.
Amen.
Children will run about your tail because we need men like you in your age that can, because like I was telling the Omoye and others earlier, the millennials and then the Gen Zs, they believe in truth and honesty. And because Mahmoud Yakub denied us that truth, that's why you see all of these things going on. So now, what can you say to the obedient movement and then people on this call tonight and then whoever is coming to listen back to it about what Wole Soyinka said about that Baba Ahmed and what Lamidi Apa and all of those guys are doing against Labour Party, even at their age? And we have men like you that are speaking truth to power.
Well, the thing there is, all of us are going to be judged. The Bible says the elders should not provoke the young. Don't realize that. You do not provoke, even if it's your child. don't provoke them.
Hmm.
So what the elders are doing is provoking the children. And he said in the Bible, because I always use the Bible to talk to some of those people. In the Bible, he said that anybody that do not, any father that do not keep an inheritance for their child is an infidel. So we have our parents and grandparents eating the inheritance of their children. And then telling them not to talk. That if they talk, they are whatever name that they call. I don't even want to repeat that. What they did not realize is that God created this world with word. So let there be light, there was light. And he created human beings, which was the last thing he created. And he said it was good. It was very good. So now we have our elders turning around and calling our children all kinds of names. The question becomes, are you blessing them or are you cursing them? And if you are cursing them, that curse will come back to you because they are children of God. It says to raise up a child in the way that he will go, so that he will, when he's older, he will not depart from there. Our so-called leaders, I call them leaders because people call them leaders, but to me they are not leaders because they have no followers. Taking money to buy somebody to follow you is not a follower.
At all.
You see, so they do that. And then they are doing all these things. Did they remember they are closer to the grave than they are closer to the face of the earth? Most of them are in their 80s. Do they think they are going to? Some of them will not reach 85 and they are gone. And the reason is because there is a purpose. I remember one of you talking about purpose. There's a purpose that God created them. If you notice, when people die, we know the date of their birth. But between their birth date and the day that they die, there is a hyphen in between that date. That hyphen is where you account for what you did in this world that helped the children that God put in your care. If you don't have that's where God's judgment comes in. So Wole Soyinka saying this, I had that argument with a friend of mine who is a literature professor. He said, Louis, did you hear what Wole Soyinka said? I said, yes. I said, but it's part of distraction. He said, it's a part of distraction. So that you don't focus on the major. They want us to focus on the minor. We are not going to focus on the minor. I was one of those people that called a friend of mine in Nigeria, who's a Labour Party guy. See, I told him, when you go to Abuja, tell them that he should not debate Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka is not running for president. Tinubu did not go to any debate. And they didn't say anything. I said, just make sure that did not happen. Because if he goes to that debate, he's giving him credibility. But you don't want that. Let him, whatever he's saying, let it slide. There are things that we call rapid response. And rapid response, that's the only thing I will advise the obedience. Have a rapid response that will be responding to all these innuendos. And the rest will focus on the major that I talked about, which is the justice group. That's where the focus needs to be. Not what Woleko Issa said or Sowore said, or Sowore is a loose cannon, so you don't know where he is. So they don't need to waste energy on those, because those are all distractions. And when somebody, you notice that Obi does not respond to them. Do you notice that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
He doesn't respond to anybody.
Yes.
Remember where they said he's a movie star, what he's doing is movie? He went to the movie group and said, now they said, I'm part of you guys. I just want to talk to you guys. And that's how he got a lot of them. You see, when Tunumbu accused him that he was the one that betrayed Jesus Christ, you see how he coined it back?
Yes, wisdom.
Yeah, you have to use wisdom, because what they want you to do is respond fire to fire. I remember one person said it in one of the Zoom meeting I was in. I said, no, follow your principle. What is the principle doing? What is the leader who is to be? How is he responding? Respond the same way. You respond the same way. I said, remember how Jesus Christ responded on the cross? He says, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they are doing. And then when they started accusing the woman that they caught on adultery, he was busy writing on the ground. He didn't even look at them. While he was writing, all the people that were accusing the lady ran away. And he said, woman, where are your accusers? They've already gone. If he had stood there and started arguing with them, they'd still be there arguing. But he just ignored them and started writing whatever he's writing on the ground. So that's how you face, because this, my friend I was talking to, is a good friend to Wole Soyinka. So he wanted me to enter into an argument with him. And I said, no. I said, Wole Soyinka has his own opinion. I have mine. And his opinion is as good as mine. He said, is that all you can say? I said, yes. I said, I don't have time to focus on that. That's not the main point. I said, the main point is to get the mandate. That's the main thing. These are all minor things that they are bringing up so that we can lose focus and start talking about them. You see, start talking about them. And they've got the press. That's why the press keep talking. Wole Soyinka said this. Wole Soyinka said that. No, I don't care about what he said. I don't care about what he said. Yes, he said I'm a fascist. Well, I'll have to ask myself, am I a fascist? If the answer is no, I don't give a damn what he's saying. It's only when he comes to my face and says it, then if I have a response, I'll give it to him. But since he's saying it in his own private thing, that's his problem. One day he's going to answer for that. You see, one day he's going to answer for that. Because he won't have time to run to the United States. We will make life miserable for him here. We will make life miserable because we will tell him to go home. I thought you said everything is fine. What are you looking for here? You see? So that's the only thing I will say there. Just look at what our principal is doing. How does he respond to all these accusations? You see? Can you imagine they went and planted women for, they don't have brain.
I saw that.
Do you think that man will sleep with a woman that is not his wife?
Never.
Honestly, when you were saying that, I was honestly going to doubt it. Honestly,
they did that.
Wow.
They did that.
Wow.
He was in a hotel where he stayed.
Oh, wow.
All the things that we're doing in the United States, Obi doesn't come with his wife unless we ask him that the women of Anambra State wants to talk to your wife. And he said, okay, since you guys want to talk to her, I will tell her to come. And then the wife will come. You see? But you never see him. You see, all these people are womanizers. Those are the ones that go out and marry underage girl. And they say it's their religion. No, it's not your religion. I have a lot of Muslim friends. None of them are married to underage girls. You see? But they do that and they think everybody does that. So that's why they think they can use a woman, not even one, multiple women that they brought to that hotel to tempt him. Because if you look at the downfall of most of these men are
It's a
women.
woman.
Even in the Bible, go and check all the people that fell in the Bible. It's all women. Samson, David, Solomon, all of them. It's all women. So they think they will you see, the plot, that's the reason I was saying they don't understand Peter. They don't understand him. You see, and God is going with him.
Amen.
All his supporters are doing very well. Do you know that this thing that happened in Labour Party in Abuja? There were some of my colleagues that flew from United States to Nigeria because of it.
Oh my God.
Some are lawyers, yes. Some are lawyers. They flew from here to Nigeria because we have Labour Party in the diaspora. So I think that's why they are backing off. You see? When we had a demonstration in Washington, D.C., a presentation in Washington, APC said they were coming. They couldn't come because nobody could come out. You see? So you guys shouldn't worry about it. Everything is going to be okay. You see, God is on our side.
Thank you very much.
So don't look at everything that they are posting on the, what they call it, on the social media, because what they are doing is that's what they did to Dati. They created all kinds of fake accounts and they are writing something as Dati is writing something. So Dati came and addressed that today. You see, and they shut down all those systems. They shut all of them down. So don't worry about it. The obedience are working very hard. The IT department is moving on. You see, what they are preparing now is for the election that will happen in Imo. I think it's Zamfara. Zamfara, I can't remember another place. There's about 3 places. I think Ebonyi.
Yeah, I think Ebonyi.
Will be one of them. So it's going to be interesting. That's what they are preparing now. And that's basically what we're raising money for the Labour candidates there. You see? So that we can send them money to buy what they needed to buy, which is posters and logistics and all those things. You see? And then paying the people who are going to be the returning officer and then the ones that are going to be watching the vote. Because we're not going to make the same mistake we made at the presidential level. We trusted the INEC chairman, but right now, like I was telling my buddies, I said, I don't trust anybody now. You see? I said, I don't even trust myself. So I'm not going to trust anybody. We have to stay there and make sure what is going on. You see? There are still some of our bodies that are in Nigeria demonstrating with the youth, you see, out there. Because they think it's only the youth. They don't know that the elderly is also in there.
Thank you so
So
much.
thank you all.
Thank you.
I would have loved to ask
much,
another
sir.
question, but I mean, we will let you
so
go.
much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time. We do appreciate
We appreciate your presence, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
I just want to say I appreciate you coming in and actually clearing the air, because I've always said this from the beginning that all of these things these guys are doing are just trying to distract us, showing card this or that, blah blah blah. These are all mere distractions. I think we should stay focused. But thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, just stay on the main thing.
God will bless you, sir.
God will bless all of you.
In abundance of wisdom.
Keep going. If your belt is loose, tighten it up.
Daddy, can I ask you a question before you leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Growing up, I learned we are the giant of Africa.
Oh, that's gone long time ago.
And
We are now the laughing stock of Africa.
And right now, we are not even the giant of an ant.
No.
Growing up, we were taught, remember the child of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what we see or what we hear these days. Our grandfather failed us. Our great-grandfather failed us.
Mm-hmm.
And we are just like orphans. We have no bearing. We are laughing stock in the African continent. We are known to be Yahoo boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
We are known to be Olosho, hookup, banditry, Boko Haram. And yet, some set of people that stole our destiny and gave us poverty, lack, hopelessness. Call us lazy youth. Even Bubu, called Buhari, came to this country, US, some years back, and he was asked, your youth population is growing. What is your plan for them? And he was talking about climate change. In 1980-something, thereabout, Tutu, or Tif Tunubu, said he was 52 years. How come he celebrated 71? How do you think if he sworn in May 28th, 29, if the court refused to give judgment? How did they expect me and my children to react? Because we choose somebody during election, period, who says he's going to give us environment to use our intellectual ability.
Mama Echo, the question though, Baba
I'm
has
coming, please, to be productive.
Later, yeah.
Because I know we are smart, we are intelligent, we are hardworking, we have resilient personality. But yet, the environment is not given to us. And somebody came and said, I will give you that environment to be productive. If only you can make me your leader. But I won't give you CC. We use our money. We use our energy. We use everything we have. And those who have never voted for the first time, we convince them to vote. After all those hard work, one person uses his dog to destroy us, and they stole that mandate. And they beat us, and they are asking us not to cry. Daddy, what do you say to that?
Well, let me tell you what I'll say. I'm a man of faith. And I always use biblical examples to increase my faith. I always pray every time. I said, God, help me in my unbelief. when I don't believe in what is going on. I say, God, help me in my unbelief. Because Joshua prayed the same prayer. And remember when Moses was in the back of the wilderness because he killed an Egyptian. And his people who are Jews said, you come here now to create problem for them. So they were the one that chased him. He ran to the wilderness and stayed there for almost 40 years before God called him. I remember he gave God a lot of excuses. I can't talk, I can't do this, I can't do that. And God said, no. Who gave you that tongue? I want you to go and save my people because I have heard their cries. The Jews cried for 400 years in captivity. They were doing very well in captivity. But God says, I've heard the cry of my people. God has heard the cry of Nigerian children who were killed at the Lekki toll gate. Even before then, he has heard the cries of all the little children that were abducted and raped and made mothers at a very young age by the same terrorists that were organized by our so-called political leaders. It was El Rufai that went to African countries, mostly Central African Republic, to bring some of these Boko Haram people because they were trying to fight Jonathan at that time. So in the process, how many girls were abducted?
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I said, but Papa losing connection. No. Hey, let me share my link in case he wants to come back.
Even the banditry has started again.
Oh, yeah, well done. No, you don't enter Guinness Book of Record today.
I thank God, though. Man, I was so blessed by Papa's conversation. Honestly, this is what I miss in Africa. This is what I miss in Nigeria. I had a lot of people around me that were like this Papa that just spoke. They will share their stories. They will talk about how they will go and hunt for antelopes. They will talk about how they came across a lion. I mean, the stories just go on, and you're just listening. And our grandmothers, God bless you, Mr.
No,
Okonkwo.
but then we need these stories.
Oh yeah, that I miss those stories.
Because a lot of the younger generation, they don't have the opportunity to hear
That's the
all
thing.
these stories.
Yeah. That's why that make us the fight. Wetin we go do? That's why we're fighting. We have
But
to fight.
in all of what he said, I think what calmed me down was when he said that it doesn't matter even if they put the Tiflumbu, because at the end of the day, the fight is not over. And I am comforted by that, because really, he just wants his name in that light. Hence his disappearance and nobody being able to trace where he is, whether the man don't quench or be see the waka, nobody know. But me no say, go carry him to like take come back. And even if he come back, the fight's never finished, because he has to answer all those questions that are written down in the petition.
It is not over until it is over.
That's right.
This matter cannot stay in their hand.
Can't. It's hot already, sef.
It's matter of time. Only them thief finish. Only them they do everything to cover their tracks.
Exactly.
Today they go come with this one. Next tomorrow they'll come with this one. Every day they are just generating one thing or the other. Now na thief. Una say una win. Why are you panicking?
Good question.
If you really win this election, according to you people, why are you panicking? And look at those Agbaya. When they go enter Labour Party, then they look for who? The chairman. Oh my shell. Torí owó. You throw away your Moluwabi. How do you people think your children will see you?
Ó máa tán, èèyàn ló máa kù.
Benny.
And I mean, yes, say one of them is as old as 88. So he's old enough to be a great-grandfather. When then they write history, his name too will be written down. And his grandkids will see how
they will see it, not leave them. We are bringing back history into our curriculums in Nigeria.
Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason
it would have been history for us to read, but no. Obasanjo remove history.
I think they brought the history back.
Obasanjo remove history from curriculum. Why? Because of the coffee was using to pack our money out of this country. He removed history so that we don't know. Why? All the evil they have been doing, that is what has caught us into this now. When they have the opportunity to fix things, that they blame Long Logan, did they not have opportunity to fix it? Why did they allow wickedness and greediness to dominate their life? And the painful thing, they go church, go they pray. Pray to who? And you go to Christian. Masheo. He has to take this generation to identify the atrocity you people have caused this country. Oh, no worry. Now this on our papa period, on the still election. Beteru from is it Osun State? He said as soon as they do them before. Beteru, you have question to answer.
Igbo wa ni o. Àwa la kó fún o. What man?
He had the audacity to be arguing with Rufa Hosseini. And he's there telling us this is how they are doing it. They ask him what question, begin to vibrate. Guilty conscience begin to show for his face. Peteru, Kotito, you will explain to us how you people have been comfortably rigging our future away. You allow impunity to reign. Those days when you bring pencil home, your parent will tell you, Ojini, Mupada. But no, we are come to a point where women will tell their children to go and lay yahoo. And they know they are duping somebody. And you they now have Yahoo women, Yahoo Mother Association. Abomination. You forgot that money your child is bringing through Yahoo. He defrauded somebody. Some people na children's school fees, now they defraud them. The man can't stand the shame of the woman to run her mouth on him at home and call him. You useless man, you can't pay your children's school fee. He committed by. And you people think their blood will not haunt you people. Money you get from Yahoo is a cost money. That is why we need good government, so that our children can stop this evil. Now don't finish, una cease fire during election period. No Boko Haram, no banditry, nothing. Everywhere was quiet. So now who resume the one when happen for Benue State? So now sister say all this Boko Haram Fulani herdsmen, now all this APC and PDP, the Egbekegbe, they are the ringleaders. But you people will pay. That is why they are running kitty kata. Because they know safe will be enter. They will answer these questions. But when I go still answer them one way or the other, when I go answer. You see this abroad, we will make it hell for you people. You can't come here. You can't come here. You can't come here to relax. You can't come here for holiday. Very soon your children can't school here. You see that Nigeria one as well? Una go repair them by force, by fire. Una villages one and no one go. Una go there, go stay. Now they go build a retirement home. I hear say boo boo. You know say the Ara not go let you go. Now I make you build train to Niger. Because I know say now that you go to your retirement. So sad. But we shall overcome. And we shall regain our total freedom.
Yes,
from evil wickedness.
Yes.
Mama.
Thank you
Mama.
very much.
Auntie Omoye, I beg, I want to give one small announcement. I don't know how true it is, but I read it on Twitter that I think it is Idris Abdul Karim that wants to start a petition that politicians should not come abroad for treatments. And this was started because this came about because of them saying they want the doctors to serve for 5 years after leaving medical school in Nigeria, after school. So please,
Right.
if anybody comes across that petition, Biko, circulate it around so that we can all sign.
Okay. All right. No
Man,
worries.
after 5 years, when they pay the peanut, Abi,
Madam,
pay the peanut.
Yes.
When they pay the salary, when they pay them for America, yeah, may they stay home for them.
Madam Moye.
Yes.
See, if you look, the medical stuff they are talking about, these people are just playing on Nigeria intelligence. You see, when you graduate from medical school, you are going to do your housemanship.
Yep.
After doing your housemanship, you are going for NYSC.
Yep.
You are going for NYC. You be at home or you be practicing somewhere. The medical practitioners that graduate, they've already spent their 5 or 10 years in Nigeria already. I don't know the law they want to even put for front set. They are not making any way. They are not making any law. They are just deceiving Nigerians.
Exactly.
Is that the law they should even be busy? Anyway, I beg, I don't want to sleep here this night. 5 hours already. You know, go work.
But remember that guy that came up with that thing, now my fellow Southwest brother now, one of the Omalis, but not Omoluabi. What can you say? Maybe when he was drafting that thing in his bedroom, maybe a way to enter his nose, but he doesn't know how to. No, let's be serious. We have to call a spade a spade.
It's possible.
Honestly, I don't have pity for this
like
people.
the way do I beg. He enter, he knows well.
So maybe sometimes if you are eating wedu and amala gbono ati gbegiri and wedu, because if a right like my brother just analyzed now, these guys will go to NYC. They first do the housemanship, NYC. All of those one already is 5 years. Most of you guys are not providing the enabling environment for these guys to even do their work. Now they are checking out of the country. You want to hold them. Why don't you hold your fellow senators and House of Rep members not to go overseas? The money you guys are spending overseas, if you bring it back to Nigeria, it would have built world-class hospitals in Nigeria.
For your information, do you know that there's a bill concerning the dental doctors that passed first reading? That one died. They are bringing now general doctor. It will die too. They are just playing games on us. It cannot go through because most of them, they are picking a doctor. They will not agree to this thing you are seeing. It will not go anywhere. Forget all these things. Now distraction. Papa say distraction, they always bring. So we should be very mindful of it.
Exactly. No, you're right. You're
Oh my
right.
yeah, beg. Always try to bring that papa. I mean, that papa just comes support Mama Ho. If you have the two of them on the panel, we can sit down and listen to their wisdom for the whole night. That was
I'm
a
telling you,
nice, like,
it was a blessing. I felt blessed.
taste by moonlight. Where I will sit under the tree in those days, under
Yeah.
the and then you see moon at night, and elders are telling you story. Man,
Yeah, no, I felt blessed. I was really, I've been immensely blessed today, especially with his call. Oh my God, I thoroughly enjoyed just him talking. Ah, man, I
and
miss,
and
I miss
and
home.
he defined who Okute is. He defined it very
Yes,
well to us.
yes, exactly. And he profiled Kene, he profiled Mayegun very well. He understands Mayegun's angle. It was such a special night. You're right, Tato. It was such a special night tonight because of him.
honestly,
Papa,
I never knew that they
Daddy
send
Okonkwo, please come back. Oh,
come back to us.
I beg, let's start rounding up. I've done 5 hours. Biko, may I
I
go
never
rest?
knew they send women to Kuteo. Wow,
They did. I was saying it now. Why would
wow,
you think that I was joking or
my
making it up?
God, my God. God will
That
continue to God will
I was
continue to
when you said
protect
that you
him.
thought I was making it.
You
No,
know, you
the
know they are
same
looking for
person.
everything. They are looking for everything to rubbish his image.
It was
Exactly.
on Twitter. It was on Twitter. That story about
Exactly.
women. It was on
And
Twitter.
that's how I remember I posted it on my
But
community.
wait, oh,
I
you
posted it on
women,
my community page and I
you
said
all
on my
those women, they pay you money, make you then destroy another man, and you can't think so. Now walk, now you they walk with that. Or
of
you
course
call
they
that one
collected their
business.
money now. That's what they do. So my point
You
is
these women, you are cursed.
I posted
The
it on
blood of the innocent that has been spilled in the land of Nigeria, and their spirit will haunt you, all those women, day and night. And gbogbo iṣẹ́ tẹ́ máa ṣe láyé yín, asán ló máa jẹ́ sí. The way you wanted to set him up, they will set you up in everything you are doing, wherever you are. There will be no peace for you because you are evil. You are wicked.
He
And the
said,
Bible says there shall be no peace for the wicked.
He said,
You know they get assignment when they say picking when they answer. Useless women. Now make una not get husband or stay husband house. Stupid, idiotic people.
look, everybody want marry.
Mama, the Igbophobia, now the Igbophobia who they see now, now Tinubu wife start am o.
I beg, Victor, I
see
want
now.
end. I want take closing remark. Unless na your closing remark right now. I beg. Make I start with my brother. No, no, no. I
Okay,
don't
my
5
closing.
hours. I beg, I
Make
beg, I
I ask
beg.
you question. When my Ashobi they come?
Which Ashwebi? Wetin dey happen?
See am now.
Wetin dey happen when you dey do Ashwebi? Who dey sew Ashwebi?
You dey happen now. You say you go send us Ashobi. Aba for you.
Who tell you that one? Where that one?
Mama Echo dey laugh. Mama Echo dey laugh. You understand what they talk now? Let
I
Mama
beg,
Echo
because
tell you
our
the
mandate, please
story.
give me your closing remark. I dey talk say no be everybody go marry. We dey talk. And because our mandate,
No, I
please.
no find no more trouble this night, so.
No, now Moye, now he tell me now for open. Mama Echo dey laugh. You know what they talk now.
You don't know. Now you know it. You dey talk. Mama Echo don't know it. She just dey talk.
No
Because
worry, Ashwebi go come at the right time.
give us
Mama
our
Echo.
mandate. Give me your final comment. People, I
Okay,
know.
thank you very much for the time. But I mean, earlier you were talking to us about not all men cheat and all that, and you were talking about people that were searching, and I think you also put yourself in that category. But I know there's somebody already. So Mr. Victor maybe is speaking the mind of Mama Echo and then the mind of God. So please
When
let
I
us know when
say
the
us,
Ashwebi will come
I'm
so that we.
including. When I say us, I don't want to. I don't want to. When I
When
say
the Ashwebi is ready, please let us know.
generalization, no, no,
We
no.
will send
Wait,
our
I don't
addresses to
see
you.
anybody hopping on this, please.
When the Ashwebi is ready, let us know. Thank you. That's
Omo,
my
yeah, you
my
remember, see,
submission.
I've been telling her, say,
Mr.
this year I go drag people. Look, just send me the
BB,
name. I go drag them
Mr.
for you.
B. Listen, guys. When I say us, you guys don't get it twisted. I'm not talking about myself. I'm only generalizing.
Us
Okay?
now, us.
Everybody has their life cut out for them. Okay, that mentality of because everybody is doing one thing, so it has to happen for you, doesn't it's not the way God created the world. Let's be realistic, I beg. Be cool.
Yeah,
Well,
we are realistic, but I mean we're
yeah,
just
no, Mr. T, please do not interject now. Me, I'm making my own, I'm giving you my own talk so that this doesn't come up again. And I'm very serious about it. So
I
no
didn't go come
assumptions,
up with all.
no
I was
assumptions. Don't think that because I make comments like that, that automatically means that somebody is searching. Biko, abeguna, please. Okay, let's respect each other. All of us not they sleep, they put head for the same place. For those that are married, blessings to you. Those that are searching, blessings to you. God will put everybody where they ought to belong. Okay? I know say that's Nigerian mentality of oh you must marry, oh you must I know they that category. I be more than chill out. Please give me your final comments. Let me wrap this up. 5 hours, 15 minutes. I beg. Mr. T, please give me your final comments. Where they go?
Yeah, I mean, I already make my final
Okay.
comments. We'll
All
just
right.
keep
Thank you
fighting
very much.
for our mandate, and then hopefully, we trust God. Mr. Daddy Lewis has come to talk to us, one of the resident elders. We'll just continue to ride, and then trust God that things will be fine. I wish everyone happy Easter. Resurrection money is coming, so let's relax. Our mandates will be delivered. Is the mandate is going through the hand of the wicked ones now. It will penetrate them, and like Mama Ishu said, is a hot coal that has to go through some process, and then it will be delivered. Be delivered, it will be shining and glittering. So thank you very much for that you do. Have a blessed night. Happy Easter, everyone.
You as well. Thank you very much. Mami Dele, are you still here with us or you're asleep?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Oh wow, what a huge surprise. All right. Do you have any final thought and notes for us before you leave?
You should um well, I don't even know what to say about the nation
Okay.
Nigeria, but just keep hope alive, and if we continue to fight, we will fight somehow. Something will come out. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Then I'm glad that yes, let's continue to fight. I'm glad you said that, Amidele. Let's continue to fight on your own too as well. Let's keep putting the pressure on. Okay. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Good night. Um BBMG, please give me your final thoughts.
So, my final thoughts. I said we should have a new theme now. And the new theme, Tobo Keyamo said it is propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. And so
Mhm.
our new theme is bring out all their nonsense and show it to them. Dig out everything we can dig out. But at the same time, I think from what this guy said, I don't think we should be quick to react to when we see things on Twitter or YouTube because it's feeding into their narrative, right? Because we now know what their game plan is, and where they get a lot of traction is where they feel that they have achieved something. So not feeding into their narrative is something we should watch out for. But at the same time, calling out their crap, whatever it is that we see, like this story of Shoyinka, I'm sure in 1,000 years, he would never have thought that would come back to haunt him in such a manner because it has totally rubbished all his hard work, his laureate, whatever. And so that's how it should be. My own personal mission right now is to look for Tinubu's beginning because I do not know how someone can fall out of the sky and become this powerful. And that is a big deal for me. He needs to have a beginning and we need to call it out for what it is. And for the comments, people on the panel, thank you so much. Omoye, you know how you know I have love for you. I celebrate you. I appreciate you. Thank you for all you do. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much, sis. I really appreciate you. Thank you for your closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you so much. One love, are you still with us? Abi one love don't sleep on top of a studio for studio. Now I know all the sleepers in the house. Mr. T falls asleep sometimes. At least I've caught Mr. T twice or so. Um, okay. Mama Echo, give us your final thoughts. Hey, Pat Wheeler, I don't know your connection. Something happened. If you want to reconnect and give us your final thoughts, because I can't. You were supposed to speak before Mama Echo, but Mama Echo, go ahead. Let's have your final thoughts. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you everybody for all your good works.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time. I don't take it for granted because our brother Michael Chris Singh say, time na money.
Absolutely.
So every minute, every second we spend here, we are spending money.
Yep.
So thank you for everything.
Thank you, Mom.
And let us also, as we put our head down, let's think over what Papa has shared with us tonight.
Yes.
There are a lot of wisdom in it.
Yes.
So let's pick those wisdom and apply it to our daily lives. As for our mandate, is a hot coal of fire in their hand. We will get it back one
Amen.
way or the other.
Amen. Amen.
And may the
Amen.
blessing of the resurrection of Christ abide with every one of us.
Yes, sir. Amen.
And may the joy that is
Amen.
great may not depart from our household.
Yes, sir.
And may we continue in our various religious belief, dwell in the presence of the Lord all the days of our life. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Amen.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Please
night,
pray.
man.
Please
Thank
help
you
us pray
so
for
much.
Peter Obi too.
Yeah, that's true. We
Mama
need to
Ichi, good night, too.
remember people in our prayers. Yes.
We
Thank you very much, Mama.
Good night,
love you
Mama.
guys.
Good night. Yes, ma'am.
Love you all.
Love you too, ma.
Thank you,
All right. Victor, give
Hello,
us.
sweetie.
Oh, okay. Mr.
Oh, it's good
Agbona
to
is here.
Hello,
Yeah.
sweetheart.
yes.
There's one
Say
small
hi.
girl there looking at me. Hello,
Yeah,
sweetheart.
Yes.
he's waving. He's waving at you.
Can you hear?
Hello. Hi,
Good morning.
sweetheart. Good morning, my
We are
love.
fine.
Don't worry. One of these days we shall host you
Amen, though.
because it is you people we are fighting for.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Your future.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
Good
Uh,
night.
I
Thank
love
you.
you.
Good night, ma.
Love you too,
my
ma.
my
Thank you, ma.
my,
Bye.
my closing remark
Yes,
goes
Mr.
like this.
Yes.
Sister Omoye, you are a blessing to the generation.
Say.
As a result of being a blessing to this generation, the wisdom of God shall settle in you, which will pave a way for you. In everything you are dealing in, you will go further than you expected. Because man wisdom will only take you far, but God wisdom will take you to the destination which he wants you to be.
Yes,
So
sir.
we thank you for what you're doing. We thank you because you have started a good thing, and that good thing will spread to the ends of the earth.
Yes,
And
sir.
to the obedient, I will say this. There's one thing God has given unto us. God has made us an army. God has made us a tool for our principal to move ahead. When he looked back, when God said, when he asked God, what will I don't have anything to fight with.
But God said, I will gather my army. That army, God is saying he will gather. That is the obedience. Remember, he said, I can control the Labour Party. I can't control the forces behind the obedience. Therefore, I will say, God will bless all the obedience. God has equipped us. That is why whenever there is a reaction, the obedience takes time and they dig into the fact and bring it to the world for the world to see. And whatever we bring out to the world to see, it is the truth, nothing but the truth. Love is the ideology we are holding, and love is a force. And love is the force that God has given us. We shall fight with that force and get to the Eldorado. Mama said the mandate is like a coal in the hands of the wicked. The mandate, I would say the mandate is like a force that need to go through the fire. And when it comes out purified and cold in the hands of the victor. And the victor is Peter Obi. Peter Obi is taking the mandate, is taking the flag to the summit of the mountain. And we shall see him and shout, victory, Victoria Stata. This is my word tonight. God bless everyone. God bless Omoye Corner, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, my brother Victor. Really appreciate your words. Thank you for your closing remarks there. Powerful as usual. I pray for you as well. That all of us will all rejoice. We'll all be here to celebrate once we get our mandate back. Happy Easter to you and your family. Thank you so much. We'll see now for Battlefront.
You too. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, yes. Mazi, you just they come and they come out. I go only give you 2 minutes because I won't go stretch my leg. Eh?
Good night. Good night.
Patwila, let me quickly come to you. I forget say you don't enter studio.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I don't.
Let Patwila talk. Oh yeah, give me your closing remark.
Well, I don't really have much to say because you guys have said a lot. But I just want to say that we should just continue to stay true to our quest of reclaiming our mandate.
Yes.
And let's stick to issues.
Yes.
And at the same time, let's pray for success because prayer is the key. I pray that God blesses us in all our endeavors. And happy Easter to all.
Yes, and then before you go, how do you feel? Because I know you came in like you said you were not too happy. So how do you feel now?
Yeah, I feel good. I feel good.
Okay.
Uplifted.
You feel uplifted. Okay, that's what I want to hear. Because
Yeah.
you came in and you were like, so hopefully Baba, our Papa that called in, really blessed us. I hope that he was able to lift your spirits as well and everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Please come back again. Or we'd like to hear from you again, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, bye.
Happy Easter. Bye. Mazi, welcome. Oh yeah, 2 minutes. Oh yeah, talk.
2 minutes not reach anything. Let's say you won't go sleep.
I don't they close now. Now you they come at this time. I know be your fault because na different time we did. So yeah.
You don't know what happen.
What happen?
I go jam another group yesterday and around evening here yesterday. So we stayed on that platform till around 2-3 in the night.
For your time.
So
3 o'clock your time.
3 a.m.
Your time.
So I went to sleep. Yes.
And now you be that
this night.
Okay, you enjoyed the platform.
Yeah, sure. Mama, you should come there now. Mama, you should now around that.
Okay, Mama, good.
Yeah, so in fact, I love your work, like I used to say.
Thank you.
Our mandate is sure.
Yes,
we are fighting. We are fighting for our mandate, and it's only our mandate that we are after.
Yes.
Nothing again.
Yes.
Though I don't know much of what you, because I just saw this thing is life. I just jumped inside. I didn't know. it has been a long time. So I just jump in. So I like Niger Watch. I always later I used to jump into. So I thank God for you people. You know what they torture me fast. We say most of you that are doing this thing are not even Igbos. Can you understand? Most of you that are doing this agitation, we are bringing this media into this thing, are not Igbos, and some of us have said it. So if to say P2B, even if it's another tribe, where we say no be Igbo, me I don't mind though. If na Yoruba, I know. If na let's say change, say na Tinubu, the P2B, we come from my this thing, I will not vote for that. That's how my own be.
Yes.
So, my dear people, our goal na that mandate, because we know say if P2B go there, at least corruption, even if it is 100% before, if you come down to let's say let's know, because Nigerian factor, but when P2B come, Nigerian factor will be removed away. But for me, I just want to give am 50-50. Let's say if we crash it to 50, then next one, we know what to do. But this one, maybe na 300% I will give am. Maybe say corruption. With 30,000 per vote, it's not done. This harsh economy. So I just want to thank you people. You are doing a lot. We appreciate you. Thank you for your time, or even for us to hear for people to hear our word worldwide, hear our talk. We can't go to any station here to talk. You understand? So, and another thing I want to suggest again, that is it not easy for us to be seeing our video? Is there anything we're afraid of? So
seeing our video, what do you mean? Like
that is showing
ourselves
like I'm. Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
sometimes one person don't there. I mean, my videos, I have videos with my face now, but sometimes when I do this video,
okay.
Sometimes
Maybe
when I
as we are doing, as we are like,
yeah, sometimes when I do this
like,
video, I know, you know, I'm not ready to be on camera. Maybe I wear my nightcap or I tie wrapper, you know, those kind of things. So I not feel just come out like that. Like you know, I not feel do like you know come out. You say you be man, if you wear t-shirt now, nobody go. But for woman, you go need to pack your hair, wear makeup. I show my face now. If you play the video from beginning,
I know.
My face. This video, now this video talk. The beginning of this video, this one. So if you start time, you go see my face.
I see you. I've seen your picture, but on platform like this, that's what I was preparing to.
Yeah, no, nothing. There's just you know the way we do it. I know they impose them on anybody. Anybody when you want show your face, fish your face. Anybody when you don't want fish show, it don't matter. Unless maybe I get maybe person when you won't come, just come join us. Maybe person when they from maybe let's say now for instance Peter Obi they come. I go show everybody go show their face. You must show your face now. If I'm a daddy, they come. Everybody go show hand. So this kind one and a fight with the fight. So nobody really cares about So now I make so not be strict.
I'm just suggesting. I'm not doing it because it's you that you have your platform.
No,
so
I understand. I understand. Yeah, I understand.
So,
but me, I know just the because usually when I start the show, sometimes I don't already finish work. I dey rest. I dey relax. So to come dey prepare now, now too much wahala for me. So now I make. But anybody when you want show your face, and sometimes I dey show like this video now. The beginning, I show my face. So if you want to see my face, you play the video, you see my face for there.
no matter of seeing your face. No matter of seeing your face. Yeah.
I don't say nothing about my face. I get it. I understand. I understand what you mean. I know it's a suggestion. That suggestion, yeah. I understand. I received the suggestion where, but I not fit force anybody. You know what I mean? I not fit tell anybody what to do. Because I fight with the fight. Make we get our mandate, like consign us. So Well, thank you very much,
So
my brother. I appreciate you.
I'm wishing everybody happy Easter.
Same to you.
God will bless us the more, and our mandate is,
Sure.
is being refined, like gold are
Yes.
being refined. So
Yes.
after going through the fire, it will come out cold and chill. Thank you very
Yes.
much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you. Happy Easter. Oh. Mona enjoy. Mona
I wish you
chop
the
rice.
best. I don't even get money to chop anything.
Ew. Yeah.
You know, she say that they just since on Tuesday they bring our lights yesterday, Saturday. So in fact, these people are mad. Oh,
You go
I beg
better.
to another person make you go sleep.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Mr. One Love, you
Yes.
came back again. I was calling you. Are you can you speak now?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, happy Easter, everyone. Mr. Patrick, happy Easter.
Thank
I
you.
wish you the best, my brother.
Hope you guys in
I mean, long
Nigeria
time.
are doing okay.
We are doing okay. We are doing well. Oh, we are happy. We have
Yeah.
light today.
Oh man, that thing never ends.
It never end, though. Hey, how are you doing
since,
over there now?
since we were born, it's still up NEPA.
Yes. That is
Oh
it.
man.
Hmm.
Oh, we're praying for Obi to get in now so we can we can start to think about how to fix all these problems.
Sure.
Because we just don't see how the country is going to move forward when you have all of these guys still in power. I mean, like what our principal said, it wasn't going to be easy, but at the end of the day, we are going to succeed because these guys are not just going to give up power like that. This is where they hit from. It's like you're trying to take food from the mouth of a bass fish. There's no way they're going to leave that food alone just easily. Because that's where they get all the money they spend on all these Olosho and other people. They come down to New York and these big cities in the US and spend almost $50,000 in one night on women, and they go back and pump their champagne. They get all this money from there, and it's gonna be difficult for them to just let it go. But their end is here. There's no way they are going to continue in that manner because we can't continue like this. Nigeria cannot continue like this. The other day I was listening on Arise News to Ayo and what's his name, Dr. Abati. I can tell you right now, we have less than 10,000 doctors in Nigeria, not even nurses. The people that make up the framework of the society, that make sure people breathe and live every day, and no more, because they are all running to Western world. They're running for greener pastures. We can't even sustain our health care anymore because our system is broken. It's really sad, and these guys don't care because just a little bit of headache, they will get into their private jet and go to London to see a doctor. So they don't care if the common man on the street can access healthcare or not, because it doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect their children. But they just think we should continue like this. That's not going to happen. And I think this is their end. And this is where the whole thing is going to end for them, because they will never get those money anymore. People like FFK and Kenyamu, they are fighting so hard because at the end of the day, this is where they get their money from. At the end of the day, this is how they eat, in a criminal way and in a criminal manner. That's how they get their money. But I tell you guys, this is going to be their end. And Obi is going to be our president in a few weeks. And I know that is going to happen. So if you know any guys out there who are working for APC and PDP, just tell them to go find something to do, because at the end of the day, they are not going to be able to get those money from Nigeria's account anymore. And all of those oils that they siphon and they sell to other countries, all of those resources that they are shipping out, it's not going to happen anymore, because Nigeria is going to be built again. And we are going to have a home that we're going to call our own and be happy to come back to. Thank you, Omoye, for what you do. Thank you, guys. And thank you for everyone that always come up here to talk. And I just want to assure you guys that we are going to reclaim our mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wondov. I really appreciate
please,
you.
Is that Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Yes, hello? It is.
Okay. Long time.
Oh, yeah. I see. I think we talked one time, I believe so.
Yeah, he's been asking after you, actually. That's true.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. He said, thank you so much. You were very kind and gracious to him and all of that. So he's always been asking after you. So yeah, that's Mr. Evans right there.
Yeah, we are in this together. We're in this together.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I think we are going to pull through, definitely.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, One Love. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Give us our mandate. Did you have anything to add to say again? Are you on mute or you're on mute? In case you're talking, we can't hear you. Okay, so I guess it's done.
You don't sleep.
Yeah, I realize you don't sleep. Anyway, make I leave you now. Thank you so much, guys. I really, really appreciate you joining me tonight. Thanks to Mr. Okonkwo, the Papa who came to bless us with awesome stories. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please
I'll go
back to watch that one.
Yeah, that was really inspirational. That was really inspirational.
Yes. Oh my God, it was so inspirational. Nelly, yeah, you should rewind it maybe an hour back or so. Man, the guy he came and he shared so many he shared so much wisdom and stories about Peter Obi. It was inspirational. We were all blessed. My goodness. We're all blessed. Wow. Somebody called in feeling, depressed and all. Her spirits were lifted. So please, I encourage you all. If you didn't catch that, please go back and watch it. You really, Casimir, yes, you did though. Go and watch it again. Oh my God, he really blessed us tonight. I pray he calls in again. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It just took me back home. When you go there among elders for village, when they go, they tell their story, they tell you story. Oh my God, just give me flash. Or you stay with maybe older women for village. They tell you what happened for that time, how they take fight this. So man, you guys go and watch that replay. I beg, please. Don't go and watch that replay. I guarantee your spirit will be nourished. Honestly, it was awesome. Victoria, thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your kind comments. May God bless you too. Amen to your prayers. Amen. Thank you. And happy Easter to you as well. Happy Easter to everyone. Mr. Onoche, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your constant support. I really appreciate you all. Everyone that gave me a super chat, God go bless you now. Whether I like them or not, una pocket no go ever run dry. Una go always get. They always get. So now thank you very much. Now here we go draw the curtain tonight. I no fit guarantee tomorrow. Make I just leave am like that. Because if I say I won't promise, now everybody go dey drag me, say why I no come out. So make we just leave am like that.
I want to ask you something.
You ask me.
Today na waiting for your place.
Today na Saturday, yeah, na still Saturday.
Okay, so na tomorrow you go do your Easter.
Na tomorrow be my Easter.
Oh, wow.
That's
okay.
So. Yes.
Enjoy yourself. So that's why you are not going to come tomorrow. Okay,
No,
now
not
we
that,
know you.
not that. I feel because I get things to do now. I have to take care of certain things. I have to run around, do things. So not be only this person, not be only social media person they do now. Person get life outside of social media.
Have
So
you?
this one are just because of love for country. Person need to show up
But
every time.
by the side,
Yeah, just to
this one
for
I'm
Nigeria, make Nigeria for better. Abeg, make we get our country back. Abeg, so that all of us go fit go
have
back,
you.
go change and go work. Make we change wetin dey happen for them. So Naim.
Sure.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you. Eh, take 1 week break. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Onocha. I'm gonna take 1 week break. Until we get our mandate, I'm not sure say I fit take 1 week break. Oh. Hey, my heart, this thing don't consume me. I don't know. I know we go see. If it happen, no 1 week, I feel just not show like that. Make I see wetin go
I told my
happen. Eh?
I told my I beg no
Eh?
verse.
Uh-huh.
No verse. You know Aisha Aisha Yusuf.
Uh-huh.
Is he come over there. I don't there's a protest they did around that USA that he come.
For Washington, I see him. I
Okay.
see the protest.
You are not among those ones.
I know they live for that area. I know they
Okay.
live for that area. America
That's
big
one
go.
of the that's what another woman that I cherish.
Yeah,
The woman I've been speaking.
yeah, yeah. She dey speak truth to power. Yes, we appreciate Aisha. Aisha na better person now, of course. Jachooks. Good morning, greetings to you, man. Jachooks, man, to edit, not be my. I no sabi do all those things, so edit, cut and join. I no sabi. I know sabi, but I will encourage you guys just go back and watch the part where our Baba came to bless us. My goodness, make una try watch am 1 hour behind or almost 1.5 or so. Una try watch am. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Thank you, see. Nelly, yes, Agbado will not ascend the presidency. That's right. God forbid. We must reclaim our mandate. So, all right, everybody. Good night to everyone. Happy Easter. Enjoy your day. And I will see you when I see you. And I go shall get notification, you know.
Sure.
Ejiofor Chris, you need to roll back, rewind to see who the Baba is. Baba, his name is Mr. Okonkwo. Sir, I want to call him Sir Okonkwo because he's an elderly man. He called in and he blessed us so much. We're so enriched. I mean, my soul is full. So yeah, if you can rewind maybe an hour behind, you will get it, the talk. If I can, I'll see what I can do about editing that portion and just sharing it because that was so powerful and touching. So I'll see what I can do. I'm not very good at this. I'm still learning, so I'm not perfect at it. So when I go take them like that. All right, guys, it's been real. Hasta la vista. Happy Easter. Bye. Good night. Oh my God.